All right, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So I got the neo-Nazi rally pulled up. You Australians are weird, so this makes sense. Helldiver. I'm just kidding. But no, I'll go over it. Yeah. So neo-Nazis and politicians amongst protesters at anti-immigration march for Australian rallies. One Nation leader Pauline Hanson. Who's Pauline Hanson? Is that an elected official? Is she like a Australians Donald Trump? Oh, beautiful. I'll send you a TikTok. Okay. Sovereignty attack. I'm so happy I didn't buy into the hysteria of Trump being disappear or being dead. I never subscribed to it. Um, is it this site of Camp Sovereignty, Kathmandu?
I'm Indigenous. I was born here. I'm native to the land.
She's Indigenous?
Yes, I am. Do you know the word Indigenous?
Yeah, I do.
Native to the land. I was born here. Where's my land if it's not Australia?
England?
Senator Hanson believes.
What?
I'm Indigenous. I was born here. I'm native to the land.
She's Indigenous?
Yes, I am. Do you know the word Indigenous?
Yeah, I do.
Native to the
Yeah.
land. I was born here. Where's my land if it's not Australia?
England?
Senator Hanson believes.
Was that the lady? Is that the Australian Donald Trump gal? She's so fucking stupid. She thinks that she's indigenous even though her family literally immigrated there. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense because you hear all the time from the Zan, you hear from all the Trump people that they're all like apparently indigenous people, natives.
Oh, oh yeah,
It's like
they're fucking insane.
it's like bro, y'all were immigrants. Like you're all like products of like immigration. Like all of you.
Literally.
I mean, you can make the argument that like, well, I believe in like Western colonialism and like conquering and all that good stuff and whatever. At least that's a more principled argument than I'm a native because you're just not.
Literally, you're not.
I can like at least then it's some not that I agree with that like as a concept that it makes you like a superior caste or whatever because your ancestors conquered the land. Just fucking stupid. I don't care.
No, it's
They're
like,
cringe. Okay. Neo-Nazi was among speakers to address the crowd at tense anti-immigration protests in Melbourne. As similar demonstrations under the banner March for Australia took place in state and territory capitals across the country on Sunday. While the protests were condemned as hateful by the federal government, some politicians attended. Okay. Some politicians attended. This is like the same thing. This is like what Republicans in America wish that Democrats had done during BLM, but they never did. Anyways, the marches were promoted by neo-Nazis as well as anti-lockdown figures who gained prominence during the pandemic, of course, and other fringe groups, but no group publicly claimed responsibility for organizing the protests. In Melbourne, protesters gathered outside Flinders Street Station with many carrying Australian flags along with placards bearing anti-immigration slogans. Mass migration equals silent invasion. Wow. A counter-protest also assembled in front of the State Library of Victoria, as they always do, with the weekly pro-Palestine rally merging with an anti-fascist counter-demonstration of protest against the March for Australia. Oh my, kill me, your fucking country. It is. It's like you guys are having your own 2020. Fucking A. Have fun with that. I'll keep reading it. I just wanna. Oh, okay, held over. Got you. What was I looking up? Oh, going to Twitch. God damn. Australians got it bad. Got 4 viewers. Let's freaking go. Okay. We're gonna switch the title of this. Alright. Anyways, Victorian police blocked off Flinders and Swanston streets to the north of the intersection in an apparent attempt to keep two rallies apart, but they eventually met at the corner of Collins and Elizabeth streets. Collins and Elizabeth streets. Is that because like the UK didn't the UK like own Australia at one point?
Probably.
Just wondering, like Elizabeth, that seems is that like a native name to Australia? Oh, it still technically does? Okay, that makes sense. With the barrier of police between them, 3 rows deep, including officers on horseback. A volatile verbal confrontation ensued with bottle thrown from the anti-immigration protest, smashing at the feet of the anti-fascist demonstrators, an open can of beer flying over the police line towards the anti-immigration march. The anti-fascist demonstrators were then pushed back by police in riot gear, who pepper sprayed approximately a dozen protesters at the front of the crowd. At least in Australia, people give a shit there. It's cool. It's good. Um, I mean, when I say they give a shit, like they give a shit to like protest against people that are like fascists, neo Nazis. Like in America, that happened at our capital, where the Nazi fascists tried to like usurp power, I guess, weirdly. And what did the people on the left do? They just like cried about it on CNN. Sorry. Anyways, man with the microphone, whom Guardian Australian could not identify, told the crowd Australians are sick and tired of the rising tide of mass immigration in this country. He led a chant of Albo must go, followed by Aussie, 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 which the crowd bellowed in unison. The Victorian Premier Jacintine Allen had earlier condemned those who walk with Nazis and expressed concern about the anti-immigration protest while attending a multicultural gala on Saturday night. What does Australia's like fucking immigration numbers look like? How are people like? Is there like a bunch of fucking illegal immigrants making their way into there? Are they fucking swimming from Indonesia? Oh, they had 530,000 people from 2022 to 2023, apparently. It's hard for me to care about this also, Zan, when there's only 27.2 million people in Australia as of 2024. Like,
It's not even that many people.
it's like, what you're upset that people there are upset you're gaining population. People want to live there. What the fuck?
We're so mad
It's not
for
that
no reason.
it's not that bad. They just see them and go, "Ooh, no, our white country." True. They just see
True.
Indians and black people as less than human. Yeah, you're right. That is what it kind of boils down to, huh? The disgusting. Is there a lot of rural areas in Australia? Is this part. I feel like that if there is, that might contribute to why they're just so fucking, I don't know, racist. They just don't. Is there a lot of urban areas in Australia? Like, is it there a lot of city living going on there? Let's just Oh my God, dox me, why don't you? Google Maps. Oh, Australia is just single family hell like America. Gotcha. With like spread out, disconnected little fucking rural towns everywhere. That's literally what it is. It is literally just rural America. The vast majority of it, Zan. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not. What the fuck?
Imagine. Okay, so this is Australia in a nutshell, just based off like the 2 seconds I've looked at it. Okay, you ready? Imagine the eastern part. It looks like mainly the eastern part of it is where like the bigger cities are. I see like a decently sized couple places here on the western part. But on the eastern side is where it looks like there's a little bit more of the urban populations. And then the western is just like western Nebraska, like sandhills, bumfuck. No one
Ew.
lives out here. Is that a fair way of
That's
describing it, Helldiver? Okay, but like the South, sure. That we have Lincoln in Nebraska too, which is on the southern part of Nebraska. Kind of like the South-ish. Yeah, Melbourne. Okay, here. Okay, imagine you rotated Nebraska like 90, like maybe 75 degrees. It's just that's Australia.
this is yeah, gross.
Western Australia just has fucking nothing out here. It's just a wasteland. There's so much space. Is there like anything here? Is there any like natural resources, or is this land just completely fucking unusable? Like, what is this? It looks super fucking arid. Is it just desert? What the fuck is this? It's all mining, like an extraction out here out west? You guys have a lot of fucking land. Why isn't this being used? Like your entire coastlines are like just empty. Like there's like nothing here. Has it just not been settled yet? Like has it just not been cuz lobby groups like mining, so they just like keep all of this area unfucking used? I found a random Portsmouth Lagoon and Cavern Park where there is like it looks like some trailers, like little cabins by the way, Zan. The
Mm-hmm.
closest city, the closest there's no towns anywhere out here out west. This out they like there's nothing up here. Northwest, there's just nothing.
There isn't. That's fucking sad.
Okay, there's little tiny. It's like imagine what Nevada's like, or think about Nevada or Arizona. That's like a big bulk of Australia. There's just nothing. It's just empty.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's only a few major cities in Australia, and they're spread apart,
But I didn't realize it
mostly
was
on the
this.
coast. Though.
But I didn't realize Australia was just
Have
this
you
empty. I've never looked at it on a map.
take a look
No.
at Russia
Oh, I know
or
I
northern
know.
Canada?
Yeah, I know Russia's pretty fucking bleak. But is Australia just not like live habitable? Is that why people just
No,
don't?
it's not. The
Oh, it's
soil's
just
not good.
straight up not habitable. Okay,
It's
that's
right
fair.
on the equator. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, if that's the case, that makes more sense to me. Which makes sense why like northern Russia is
Who the
obviously just
fuck would want
empty
to live there
land.
anyways?
Yeah, you're right. Okay, fair enough.
I wouldn't want to live there. Fuck that place.
But like
You guys got kangaroos and spiders? I'm fucking good, bro.
true. But like western Nebraska isn't like I guess it is sand also. It's just anything desert sand, no one wants to live there. Any kind of desert. Could be a
Yeah.
cold desert or a warm desert. No one wants to live there.
Fuck no. tundra or a desert. Fuck all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. But then, okay, I can maybe agree with that, but what about like South Dakota, which is like rich?
That's just because is it farmers in South Dakota or what is it?
Well, South Dakota is just the same way where it's just so much land that's like owned by so like few people that they don't really
They do,
care about
yeah.
expanding like housing, getting people to live there even though this area is rich.
No, they don't give a fuck.
Australia is resource rich. Yeah, so like it is resource rich. Like it's a mining and extraction
But
country,
who
which is
asked?
yeah, true. My Australian chatter.
I didn't ask. Sorry, bud.
I mean, Australia is like like when it comes like GDP, like per capita, I think they're the only country in the top like 15 that's comparable to the United States. Like Australia is a rich country. I'm well aware of that. Like nothing bad. I'm not like necessarily shitting on Australia
I am.
because of their economy. I just don't understand why the people there wouldn't want more people to be there. Like you don't have shit for people in such a big country. There's a guy in Australia that owns 25,000 houses. Holy fuck.
He needs them, bro. He needs them.
Does he like rent them out? What does he do with them? One Aussie. One Australian. Let me see.
One Aussie owns 25,000 kangaroos.
25,000. Look at the gas and energy prices per household in Australia, then look how much the companies pay in tax. Oh, I'm aware of every company being able to. I'm aware of companies and corporations in industries lobbying governments to where they don't have to pay a lot in taxes. I'm aware of that. Who do we use? Hey, my friendly, trusty neighborhood Grok, I need you. This is my time of need. I will look at that though, Helldiver. They pay the lowest amount in the world in taxes, like on the corporate tax rate. Like what's the effective corporate tax rate in Australia? Fuck. I'll look it up after I get done looking who owns the most properties in Australia. I am gonna look it up. Yeah, I got you. I don't need expert grok. Give me fast. Now. Give me the name. Is it Kumar Holdings? Oh, Vijay Kumar? Is that him? Anyway, sorry. Corp effective. Corp. Apparently it says that your effective corporate tax rate for large companies was 30%, which is way more than the US. Not the Oh, that's what their tax rate is in quotations. I don't care about that. I want their effective tax rate. What percentage? How's the City Skylines thing coming along? Varies by sector. Fuck, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be back, and I'll figure
Oh,
out what
champ.
your effective Australian corporate tax rate is, Helldiver. Hello, hello. What's up, gay boy? All right. Okay. Hello, hello.
It's like, dude, you fell for propaganda. You fell for university, business elite, property propaganda.
You are that property elite. Periodic reminder that Ozpil's, Hugo Lennon's family, literally got rich from house prices skyrocketing in the 90s and 2000s. His dad and granddad are both executives at Pete, a top property development corporation. He is perfectly situated and has a vested interest, his trust fund comes from it, in diverting attention away from the Petes in this world and their responsibility in causing the housing crisis, and instead directs it towards immigrants. He sees himself and his family above you, as if you were an immigrant in this country, you're at fault for the problems with housing and wages. However, both he and his dad, they're allowed to immigrate wherever. Yes, his dad was an immigrant, and yes, Ozpil Hugo Lennon right now is an immigrant to the US. Just like the vast majority of immigrants in Australia right now, both Tony and Hugo Lennon were temporary residents. Knowing all of this, it becomes clear why he intentionally exaggerates and lies about his views.
I'm obviously very extreme in the idea that I'm trying to really paint immigration as one of the key driving forces. Whereas yourself, you're probably a lot more realistic in saying that it's a combination and a layer of policy which favors an ever increasing and ever growing property value.
Now, as I've always said, Hugo, mate, even when you tried to sue me, if you think I'm wrong, come have a chat.
Jesus. Okay, quick thing. I understand the keeping of the pricing of housing up, the value of the housing up. I understand why people do that. I'm not surprised that that happens in Australia. I bet that's part of the big issue. The big issue. If you guys are having big issues with affordability in Australia, I would not be surprised one bit if it came down, if it had to do with the fact that the cost of housing in Australia is super fucked, is because they've artificially limited the supply of housing in order to keep their property values forever increasing. Yeah, it's just like rent seeking behavior. It's your average capital owner in America and any developed nation that operates on some sort of capitalist framework. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit. All right, I'll watch the other two. But like, it's probably stuff that I already agree. Like, I agree with you
When
on.
you think about it, it's like, how can the people who build houses be responsible for there not being enough houses?
Right there, Ozpil Hugo Lennon is telling you that it's not the corporations like his property developer family who are making hundreds of millions from the housing crisis, it's the immigrants. But look, I don't need to make a counter argument. I'll let Ozpil do the talking.
So I'm obviously very extreme in the idea that I'm trying to really paint immigration as one of the key driving forces. Whereas yourself, you're probably a lot more realistic in saying that it's a combination and a layer of policy which favors an ever increasing and ever growing property value, for return on investment.
The heir to the property empire, Pete, is telling you that the reason you can't buy a house isn't because of his family making literally hundreds of millions from accelerating house prices. They actually benevolently help you like the gracious aristocrats they are.
There we go. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I'm aware of like why. Yeah, I'm aware of all that. Helldiver. Like, I didn't need to hear all of it to know what's happening.
Damn it. We're running out of money. Wait, where are we going to get some more from? Well, Qatar makes 76 billion a year from selling its gas, and Norway taxes their oil at 78%, so we could just copy them. Well, that would solve our problems forever. Hey, Big Gas. Yeah. No more free gas, and you need to start paying tax. No thanks. Oh, come on. Oh. was a good try. What else you got? We're losing 33 billion a year to wealthy property investors through capital gains and negative gearing loopholes. Good idea. Hey, property mogul. You see that Lamborghini? Well, if you buy my course up... What? We can't keep giving you 33 billion anymore. And you need to pay more tax. Yeah, nah, I'm good. So if you want to be a success like me, all you gotta do is... Oh, so close. What? There are some super wealthy retirees out there, but it says we're giving them between 20 and 45 billion in tax breaks a year. Hey, old mate. Yeah. You have 10 times more money than young punts, and they pay double the tax you do, so it's time for you to pay your fair share. No thanks. I thought you had that one. We could just up tax on regular working punters again. Yes, young wage slaves without assets. Oi, punter. Yeah? I'm upping the taxes on your payslip. No, thank you. Well, mate, it's either that or we cut spending on your schools, hospitals, roads, and everything. Why can't you tax wealth and not work? Nah, it's too hard, so you're it. Pay up.
Tax well, not work. Fair. Yeah, no, I don't know, like, what... Do you think that I understand all this. I'm a proponent for raising taxes on wealthy people. But the issue also with, like, housing is not just, like, a lot of rich people own a lot of houses. It's that there isn't new housing being built because those rich people are lobbying against it. Or just, if Australia is, like, a uniquely bad example of it. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that sounds not good. That sounds not bueno. Yeah, I understand the lobbying that happens when it comes to, like, capital owners not wanting to devalue their investments, like their home investments.
What up?
Oh, nothing much. Just been going back and forth about. I guess Australia has a uniquely bad problem when it comes to housing. Like,
Okay.
they're extra fucked. Yeah. Yeah.
Rough.
You know what
Feel
happened?
better.
You know what happens in the U.S. where like locally everywhere, all the homeowners just kind of like always vote against adding in more or like building more housing,
Mhm.
especially uh, high density housing. Well, in Australia, um, there's there's it's like the entire country's model,
Oh, nice.
and it is like
I love
way
that.
housing ownership is more concentrated towards the top.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It'd be like how you know how like California is like kind of bad because like the real estate mogul stuff that goes on there.
Yeah.
Imagine that everywhere in the U.S. is kind of what my understanding of what I've read.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
even bumfuck Nebraska would have like real estate tycoons who just own the majority of like the housing.
Fuck
Yeah,
it, bro.
yeah, not bueno, not good, not good. Okay, are you back on your PC?
Yeah.
Sweet. Do you want to go over my economic bill?
Yes, quickly.
Hell yeah.
Then it's 12:14. I got a little bit. I'm gonna take a nap before Mia comes back. I'm fucking tired.
Do a nap?
I worked all day and then I had to fucking wake up at
Oh,
7:30 again.
shit. I thought you had off today.
Yeah, it's noon. I worked all day yesterday.
Oh, I thought you meant.
I only got
Oh.
like 7 hours of sleep.
Oh.
Then I get tomorrow off, and then I pretty much work I think about 15 days in a row with one day off.
Nice. Gotta love it. Fuck.
Yeah. So much fun.
Yay. Okay.
Share your screen, pussy.
Oh yes, 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 yes. All right. So this is the Corporate Outsourcing Accountability and Worker Transition Act, the COA WTA. So basically the objective is to mitigate the short and long-term economic harm from outsourcing by requiring companies that outsource jobs to fund transition support for affected US workers, ensuring a bridge to new employment without stifling business innovation or global competitiveness. So that's pretty much the whole objective that this policy aims to do. Um, Basically just, hey, if you're going to be outsourcing jobs, you need to help the displaced local labor market transition pretty much into other positions elsewhere in the economy or in the areas. Just transition support. That's all it is. So that could be, then there's ways in which that transition support is outlined down here, but that's just the broad objective. Who this applies to is US based companies that outsource roles previously held by domestic workers to overseas or lower cost locations, excludes automation related job losses unless directly tied to outsourcing. Um, Moving automated processes abroad, for example. And all this is I've sourced, of course, down here. But yes, and then administering agency would be the U.S. Department of Labor, and then building on pre-existing programs like the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, which Trump fucking murdered, which sucks, but we would maybe reinstitute this and then revamp it or add this into it. The Department of Labor would handle reporting, audits, fund distribution, enforcement with dedicated third-party oversight boards to minimize bureaucratic delays, which is how all these regulations work, which is why I just kind of copy and pasted of this stuff, because this is how you do economic regulation policy. You have to yeah. Anyways, any questions so far? Anything you have?
Nope.
Okay, sweet. So the key mandates would be that companies would pay into a federal state level fund for worker retraining, temporary income support, um, for example, up to 6 to 12 months of partial wage replacement, job placement services, and relocation assistance. Now, I don't know if 6 to 12 months is fair, or if the economics work on that, or if that's the way it would actually work in real life, but gotta put something down. Fuck, I accidentally just. You gotta put something down, so just kind of put 6 to 12 months as a baseline. Obviously, it can get cut or increased depending on what the economics look like. And then the contributions are calculated as a percentage of the outsourced job's total annual payroll, for example, 10 to 20% for the first year, post outsourcing dispersed directly to affected workers, or programs like the TAA, which it's the pre-existing programs like the TAA, which is the Trade Adjusted Assistance Program. So how I would do this, or how I'd like to see this done, is a progressive tiered based system where, depending on how many jobs they outsourced, would determine the amount that they would have to contribute towards this fund. Um, so 1 to 50 jobs, for example, 5% of payroll, and then capped at 5,000 per worker, and then you would just go up the tiered list depending on how many jobs you outsourced. Now, obviously companies, there's always workarounds and loopholes when it comes to this stuff. They could find ways to get around it. So the way that I would get ahead of that is by doing cumulative tracking. So the layoff and outsourcing are tracked on a rolling 24-month basis to prevent gaming the system, by splitting the layoffs so that way they could fall into a lower bracket and pay less into this fund, if that makes sense. Because you have to have a enforcement mechanics otherwise they just take advantage. That's why like how businesses are able to like always operate at a loss even though their
Mhm.
value is always going up, so they don't have to pay in as much into taxes, which is can be good at times because you do want growth. But anyways, the total impact is aggregated. If a company outsources, lays off 1,000 jobs cumulative within 24 months, they trigger the corresponding tier, which just goes back to what I was saying, where it would be cumulative tracking as opposed to just tracking like, yeah. Anyways, the transparency and reporting requirements, the mandatory and annual reports to the Department of Labor detailing outsourcing contracts, layoff reasons, and affected worker counts. Reports must include evidence, contracts, HR data to justify non-outsourcing claims, and public disclosure of aggregate data. Obviously, you leave anonymity for smaller firms or businesses because um, it's what we do like currently, and like all economic disclosures. You don't like publicly traded companies obviously would need to disclose this information, but like smaller companies don't for like trade secret reasons, and like they're small companies, right? They're gonna if they're doing some sketchy shit, eventually audits will fuck them and put them under.
Mhm.
Audits and penalties. The DOL conducts random audits, prioritizing large-scale outsourcing to detect bad faith maneuvers like misclassifying layoffs, and then the penalties for non-compliance would be fines starting at potentially 10% of evaded contributions, escalating to 50% for repeat offenders, plus potential bans on federal contracts. So it's just, and then whistleblower protections, which this is in like all economic regulatory policy. So this would just be kind of the enforcement mechanics to close the loopholes. Because, yeah. Um, the last big thing. No, it's not up here. Okay, it's down. Okay, carve outs and exceptions. Um, legitimate business exemptions, exemptions for layoffs due to non outsourcing factors, market turndown, product um, obsolescence, if documented, and unrelated to outsourcing within the 24-month windows. And then, so this is just giving like carve outs and exemptions for like legitimate layoffs that like businesses sometimes do when they no longer become competitive, and or they have to like restructure, right? Because there is legitimate reasons for out or for layoffs that don't include that aren't just because you're outsourcing your labor to like a third world country or a second world country because it's cheaper. So I think that's important
Yeah.
to like carve that out for those people. Otherwise, that would super duper. It wouldn't be like a fair policy that people could get behind. Um, and then incentives. Oh wait. Anyways, is there anything so far that you're kind of like just curious?
You just you're just putting a tax on people who outsource jobs.
Yeah, essentially. And then
I
I
think
have like
we tried to do that, just failed a shit ton.
I don't not in the way everywhere I've looked up
Not
there was
your penalties, but tax incentive penalties.
but there's also incentives to balance the burdens, like where you could actually, because obviously you need incentives in economic policy. So there'd be tax credits. Yeah, love the tax credits.
Ew. Don't
Bonus
give them
deduction.
more.
But look, tax credits, e.g., 50% of the contributions refunded. Tax credits for firms that invest in local retraining programs before outsourcing. So whatever they would invest in the local programs, they could get that.
But what if they don't outsource any jobs?
And then they're just
Then they don't get a tax credit.
investing in local retraining.
Yeah.
They don't outsource jobs.
Then they won't get any tax credits.
Yeah, because they would have to outsource the jobs prior. Or they would have to eventually outsource the jobs before they could claim this tax credit. It would just be contributing to local retraining programs prior to their outsourcing, and then outsource, and then they could get that tax deduction credited to them.
I would probably amend that a little bit because that's a loophole. Because you're not, you're just then it's almost like you want to, because it's like you want to outsource some jobs at least then, so you get a tax credit.
Yeah, but that would be good because they're investing in local retraining programs to help workers not have to depend on a job that is outsourceable, that could be outsourced.
Kind of. I thought wasn't the goal to like stop outsourcing jobs?
No, the goal is just to provide the whole purpose behind this is just to um protect worker help workers transition post
So that
outsourcing.
they. So it's not trying to fix the outsourcing problem.
No,
Just
I don't
after the
necessarily I don't
fact.
necessarily think outsourcing on its own is a bad thing, but this is just to help when they do it. Like for the people that are getting directly affected by it. Cuz like outsourcing in an economy that is moving forward, that is progressing, is just going to be it's just going to happen like as industries like become more um, advanced. We no longer have as much of a need for certain low labor work, and even like low skill work and medium skill work as like the the it goes up, the skill level goes up, I guess.
Yeah.
And you don't and we can like outsource it to other countries. Um, I just think it's important that the people that are here don't get left behind. And also, this is just like I think this is good if you want to like have like protectionist policy toward for your people in your country. Like this is like a smart way of doing it that doesn't just completely stunt growth or yeah, that doesn't just completely stunt growth or like the ability for your economy to grow.
Yeah. We'd probably also have to test the actual job transfer programs we have because I don't think the U.S. has had any be successful yet.
At job transfer?
Yeah, like on a mass scale, we're just it's just not really a
Yeah, we've gotten
thing.
like hence the Rust Belt is the way it is, and like Virginia is the way it
Yeah,
is. They got cooked
that's why we
because
tried the learn to code era. That was a huge federal push for truckers and like manufacturing people to learn higher skill jobs and stuff, and that failed miserably.
well, and it doesn't even necessarily need to be like learning higher skilled jobs as like the transition, but
What would you transfer to?
fuck, I don't know. The thing that's
Wouldn't we want to
unfortunate,
stop the low end? Because aren't we going to higher end? So they wouldn't just transfer it lower.
yeah, no, I
Because
would
we're
want them.
outsourcing.
Yeah, that's correct. I just think that then you would I guess this is just to help people. I guess you're right. What does the transfer look like? Where does that look like to? Is it just moving people to different places? Is it like I don't know what that actually looks like. This is just a obviously
Yeah.
a proposal of like a thought. I do like that. I will write that down though as a note.
Here's a good
where
snippet from one of the prior bills to add into yours.
where are these
This is
peeps
a
getting?
good distinction of where those jobs go to.
It would be good also to like pair this with another bill that incentivized uh investment here as well. I don't know. In some more or in the similar like I just don't understand why we can't invest in industry that would I get why we can't invest in like industries here in America that help pick up a lot of this like labor that fell behind, like the non-competitive people in America, like you know what I mean, that are on the lower or even the mid tier, like eventually like medium skill labor is going to be non-competitive. Like eventually, I
Yeah,
mean
we'll just
technically.
probably keep going higher and higher. I mean, that's what.
So we
I
would need
mean,
to find ways to like
we're at that point in a real life right now where bachelor's degrees are borderline like high school diplomas.
yeah, like where bachelors are almost useless now.
Yeah, and you go 100 years back. You go to where my grandma, my own living grandmother, didn't even need to graduate high school to
Yeah.
be successful. Didn't even have to graduate high school.
Yeah. Yeah,
Now we're at the
no.
point where like bachelor's is the minimum, pretty much.
And even then you can still like not be competitive with the bachelors in some fields,
Exactly.
which is wild.
Exactly. A lot. A lot. And then if you don't even have that bachelor's in that field, it's completely non-competitive. You're not even getting in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess this is that's probably a better objective. I could add that into to the objective that this bill addresses the outsourcing transfer of jobs in companies from the United States to low tax foreign jurisdictions to
I
mitigate the
copied that and pasted that from a bill.
yep to mitigate the short and long-term economic harm from outsourcing by requiring companies that outsource jobs to fund transition support for affected U.S. workers. But that's the thing. This wouldn't be like on its own. Like there'd be other policies that would be put into a bill. Because like I think that you're right. What is the job transfer look like? That was another thing I like want to like figure out and like work through. What is this transition support like? What are the jobs we're seeking to put these people into once their shit's gotten outsourced out? Like, what do we do for these people?
Yeah, it's hard. We
I don't
haven't.
know the
I
answer
don't
to
think we
that.
figured it out yet.
I don't know the answer. I guess I'll have to like do some hardcore thinking on it. But I think that this tiered structure, like the enforcement mechanism that I have, is like super cool and unique and like novel, and I think it would work. I think this would be a good way of doing it. That's just my thoughts. I don't know. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
100%.
It would need to be like
Use like a
tested.
means test of
Yeah, it would
ton of
have to be
shit.
tested somewhere. Also, oh, I think one thing from this that I thought of is like a really cool thing. This is I think maybe kind of answers your question about the transfer jobs, but for like a carve out and exemptions, there would be waivers for outsourcing that creates net US jobs if it enables expansion domestically, proven via a 1-to-1 job replacement ratio. I think that's really good. I think that kind of addresses the transition thing a little bit, but not fully. But
Yeah.
like, hey, you can completely not have to deal with this fucking bill if what you're doing is causing another job to be created here in America to replace that so that worker can just easily transition to that job, or at least opens that job for workers to take up. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't know.
I don't
It
know.
Who knows? I don't know. It's not my dude. Half of that could be illegal for all we know. I don't even know.
Oh, this like policy.
I have no fucking clue. I don't know anything about economic policy. I don't know shit about how actual policy is like written and shit. There's just so much shit you have to consider.
True. Yeah.
Some
No.
Washington
That's
State
why.
bills are like 8 trillion pages long.
Yeah. This is literally like unironically like like scraps. Like I'm aware of that fully,
It's so
but I like it. I think this is a good idea personally. I don't know. I think of it like I don't see the only downside potentially is like what you brought up and kind of what I've already thought about is that like well what happens where are we transferring these people to like their jobs getting is going
yeah.
where are they going now like what's happening they just fucking move from the Appalachians from the Appalachia into like a city. Maybe that is the solution. Maybe we fucking move these people. We forcibly move them.
Well, and it's like I don't know. You got $5,000 a person. Say they worked at a company for 10 years, $50,000 into a training program ain't gonna do anything.
Into what? Sorry.
A training program ain't gonna do shit for them.
For somebody who's worked somewhere like 10, 15 years.
Yeah, these fuckers.
Well, maybe it doesn't
It's
even
that
need a
learn the
necessary.
code era we learned from.
Well,
You
maybe
just
it's.
cannot retrain people in completely different fields.
Oh.
It's yeah, dude. When was the I need to because in my mind learn the code started in like 2015.
Well, maybe it wouldn't be necessarily like going up in the hierarchy of like skill labor. We would just have to find a way to like bring in different type of labor that is available for
Maybe,
these
but
people. Maybe that can be just in the
there's
form of
only a
investing
limited supply of
of a.
jobs. You know,
Oh, of course, there's always a limited supply. I don't
if we
disagree.
start outsourcing so many jobs, especially in the lower end jobs, we only have so many of those. A lot of our shit. I mean, America's a high end manufacturer in almost every
And a
We're
service
better than
based to
every other
some
country.
degree,
Yes.
yeah. But
Yeah.
like, how? Yeah, I guess then the question just is, I don't really like protectionist policy though when it comes to like, but no, I do like some protectionist policy because I'm willing to take a little bit of a hit on the growth if it means some of
It,
like, I don't know.
these bills would have to be like per like career area, like healthcare, hospitality, service industry,
Well, I want
because
healthcare to
I think
be,
it
I
all
want
has to be
healthcare to
different.
be nationalized, so
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
But you would
yeah.
have to divide it up, of outsourcing different jobs and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's why I didn't know I wasn't gonna sit there and break down every except exemption carve out and enforcement per industry. This is just like broad sweeping, but yeah, you'd probably have to literally have each industry like look at the economic breakdown, how it would like some industries might be impacted at a higher rate than others when it came to like economic growth, like where potentially the small business output in some industries could drop by like fucking 20% because of this policy. So you wouldn't want that,
Yeah.
especially when the majority of people are technically employed by small businesses. Like you wouldn't want to like, yeah, I don't know. It is, fuck, it's tough. It's hard. I don't know. I'm just a guy.
You're just a guy, a gay guy.
I just wanted to try my hand in writing out a policy, and this is what I
Send
came
it
up
to our
with.
fellow Republican senators, and I'm sure they'll love it.
Oh my god, they will so love it. I should
They'll
probably
love
start
it.
with stuff. I should probably start with the carve out. I should probably start with the
Just say
incentives.
Trump. I'm deep throating Trump's cock as we speak.
Fuck.
That's how you start out, and then you keep going, and then every few lines you just type in. Yeah, just so they know.
True. You're so right, King.
I got you.
Anyway, wait, you said you're going to sleep here soon?
Yeah, I'm about to take a nap.
Gotcha. All right. Well, might as well hop into. Wait, what's my fucking city skylines at? Oh my god, it's just installed. I'm gonna play that as I debate people.
Oh, that's so good. I am so excited to see what it looks like on your PC because I run it and it just lags at the loading screen. I say, fuck this, not playing it.
Hell yeah. Well, when you wake up from your nappy nap, I will be streaming it. So if you
Yes,
want to watch, more than
sir.
welcomed.
And I got it on Steam and I got some mods for it too, so I'll play the
Nice.
first version.
Hell yeah.
But yes, we're debating tonight. I'm so fucking down.
Hell yeah. All right, buddy.
Oh,
Well,
kill
you
some
get some good
mods.
sleep, and we will holler at you soon.
Yes, sir. I will see you soon.
See you soon. Goodbye. I'm starting up my room, Mizyor Base Jew, in case you're interested. per server. All right. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Hello, hello, Helldiver. You there, buddy? Alrighty then. Hello, hello.
Trump is not dead.
What's up?
Trump is not dead. He just appeared in public, bro.
No, he's a clone.
True. I agree.
Based. Anything else?
I mean, nah, I don't know.
Well,
You're
he's.
pro gun rights? I'm pro gun rights.
I'm pro gun rights, yeah.
Yeah, I think that like all attempts
That's why.
for
That's why I'm not a fan of Trump, because he's the only president in modern history to do any gun legislation to ban or restrict guns.
see. Yeah, bro. I think that the restriction of
Bump stocks, not
guns
good.
is crazy.
Yeah,
Everything really.
yeah,
I think there should be complete access to firearms.
yeah. This is why I'm not in favor of Trump, because he's the only modern president to ever pass any gun restrictive legislation.
That's actually evil, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like I actually really hate him now for that.
Well, I don't hate him just for that, but when it comes to gun rights, he's more liberal than any other modern president when it comes to it. So,
Yeah, that's crazy.
is there anything else that you're not a fan of when it comes to Trump?
I mean, kind of like just like everything else, right? Like his economic policy, his quote unquote foreign policy, um, yeah, everything really. I mean, hold on, I'm for and also against it. Um,
What are you for? What about it?
I I mean, I'm for like just like gutting healthcare, gutting health insurance, gutting like education, all that stuff.
Why are you for that?
But I'm also against it, huh?
Why are you for cutting healthcare and education?
I mean, I feel like a lot of like Americans um really just take shit for granted, and especially like liberals, right? Like they really like just like to take shit for granted.
Well,
I think they
so
should be
do you think
punished.
that like liberals in like big cities are taking advantage because they're taking in a lot of like tax revenue in order to fund their like healthcare and all that? Is that what you're kind of getting at? Like all the liberals like in the blue states are like, they're taking in a lot of federal like money obviously to fund these like healthcare and school um like I guess education stuff that the government is helping them with. Like that's kind of like what you're not a fan of because like they take it for granted.
No, no, no. I think specifically liberals, like liberal politicians,
I'm
they
not talking
take
about
votes
liberal
for
pol.
granted.
Well, I'm not talking about liberal politicians. I'm talking like just in general, like blue states. Then you would argue then blue states are then probably like they perpetrate a lot of this like welfare, like state welfare from the
No, no, no,
government,
no, no.
right?
No, no, no.
I don't care
I'm
about what
for.
people are saying. Like what people say doesn't really matter. We would look to see what actually is like happening, right? If you want to cut spending on healthcare and education, you would look to see like, okay, all the people that are crying about it, let's see how much they're taking in for it, right? Like wouldn't that be like a better way of looking at it than just pontificating about what politicians say, I guess?
No, no, no. Hold on, hold on. I think you might be misinterpreting what I'm saying, right?
Okay.
I want so I am for free healthcare, not just universal healthcare, free healthcare. I'm also for expanding the welfare state in order to, provide um in order to provide people good stand a good standard of living, right? Similar to those um and those like of the social democracies within Northern Europe and all those places, right? That's what I'm for. Um, that's not the only thing that I'm for, right? Like obviously, I don't think that that's like the end all be all. I think that we should go farther than that, but I think that's a good step, a good like not even a step. It's like a good glance in the right direction, right? But when it comes to like Americans specifically, especially liberals, I think that they should get like all that shit cut because they're stupid. They're really fucking stupid. Like they're
So you would
actually
say
just
that
stupid.
liberals are uneducated, like on average then?
Um,
Or is it just like your
not
like
no no no.
personal opinion of what being stupid or intelligent is?
It's my own. I mean, it's my own personal opinion.
So then why would I ever give a shit about your own personal opinion when we're looking at like who's actually like intelligent and when we look at liberals and like conservatives on a whole, like if you look at them as a whole, both groups separate, liberals are more educated, more affluent than conservatives. Why would you ever think that liberals are stupid? Like they're just
Um,
generally
I would
stupid.
I would think that they're generally stupid because when it comes to their support for the Democratic Party, it's always something that's just like, oh well, we should support the Democratic Party regardless of who is in charge of the Democratic Party or who heads the Democratic Party or who the Democratic Party is composed of, or regardless of like whatever policies that they actually
What
say that they want
what
to enact, right?
what
Like,
democratic policies that the Democratic Party wants to enact that you think that are like not chill, not good?
I mean, there's a lot of them, right? But like,
And
I feel like all of them.
wait, also, do you think that you need to like be in 100% agreement with your political party? Like, do they need to be like
No,
completely represent you in order for them to be doing a good job?
no, 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 no. I don't think that they should completely represent me, right? I think that's extremely unreasonable, very unfeasible. It wouldn't work out, right? Like, even then, I think a lot of people um, don't know 100% what exactly it is that they want in politics. They think of um, like I'm not saying that that's like that people should not be trusted. I think that's really dumb to say that, but I think that when it comes to like planning out 100% of policy, right? Like there's obviously going to be blind spots for people, even the most like informed um, individual is going to have blind spots in various manners, right? Like when it comes to, for example, economics or infrastructure, all that stuff, blah 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 blah, right? Um, so no, I don't think that there should that a party should 100% represent me. But the thing is, that the Democratic Party, they kind of haven't offered much good policies. Kamala Harris, for example, she like um, tried to offer like some form of reparations, which was like giving like middle class African American families like some money for,
Was that a
I
part
don't
of
remember
her
what it was,
stated
for
policy
homes.
platform?
No, right? But the thing is, like, her
Wait,
stated
no,
policy
it was her
platform
stated
was pretty shit.
did her stated policy? Then why would you bring it up if it was not part of her stated policy platform? Why would you bring up reparations?
Because it's actually something that like the Democratic Party
No, you just said
voters or Democratic.
you just said very specifically Kamala Harris did that, and then I asked you, well, was that in her
Well,
stated policy? And you said no.
yes.
Where? Okay,
Hold
so in
on.
her official like running for the president, she stated
No, no, no. That's
reparations.
no. It was a form of reparations. Let me see.
Yeah, what was that called? I'm just curious. Or
Let me make sure. All right. There was one thing. There was something else that I was also thinking about that I can't find right now because I think it would just be too much. But this for example, the
did
opportunity agenda for Black men, which was
you
something
link it
which
in the side chat?
no, I'll actually link it right now.
Okay, sweet.
The first bullet point for the policies, but there's also more things that like well but basically my point is when
Wait
it
a
comes
minute.
to
So this is okay, the opportunity agenda for black men. The Harris campaign rolled out proposals Monday aimed at garnering support from black men, including on the economy, which included providing fully forgivable 20,000 loans to black entrepreneurs to start businesses, creating a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency, citing the fact that more than 20% of black Americans own crypto assets, and investing in education opportunities, apprenticeships, and mentorship programs for black men, while also creating more pathways towards employment, including strengthening the public service loan forgiveness program to help recruit more black male teachers. What is this? What's reparations here?
so I just said it was something of some form of it, right? A lot of people have kind of just mentioned it to me like that, right? It's not, but yeah, I guess I misrepresented it with that.
Yeah, because like forgivable loans to African American like entrepreneurs, I don't really like we've had like across the entirety of the US history economic like incentives towards certain groups like of like different like different different groups like we incentivize women to get into the workplace to be educated by giving them favorable loans post women's suffrage or after the Civil Rights Act. Like we've done lots of things like this to incentivize people to, you know, to participate in the economy at a higher level. Especially if there's like if they're like have a lower participation rate. Like, do you think that's bad that like if there was like white Americans, for example, that were like there was like aggregate data to show like white Americans are doing really bad and poor, and there was like loans, like forgivable loans towards like rural desolate areas like the Rust Belt, like West Virginia that were proposed. Would you be opposed to that, even though it's technically like race related, I guess?
No, I'm not talking about that. That's not my issue. My issue is that like when it comes to these things, it's kind of just a it's a very insignificant policy, right? I think it's something that like a lot of people love to claim that it's a step towards the right direction, but the thing is, this is kind of like something that's very insignificant. I mean,
What's insignificant?
this policy proposed, right?
What the forgivable loans to black entrepreneurs?
Yes, right, because this is something that's supposed to be this is supposed to be something that's beneficial for Black Americans, for African Americans, right?
True. Yeah.
Um, this is irrelevant. I feel like, or sorry, not irrelevant.
I think
It's
that maybe
insignificant.
for black Americans though, I don't think it would be insignificant or irrelevant to them.
Sure. Why?
You don't think that 20,000 a fully forgivable $20,000 loan wouldn't be something that would be super beneficial to people that are looking to start businesses?
Yes. This
Why?
is in a country because first off, right? The people who this would apply to is, a smaller portion of the population, and not just that, right? This is also something that, hold on, just got a message.
But like, okay, they might be a lower percentage of the population. I don't disagree with you on there, but if you look at the aggregation of data, they have a lower participation rate in
Right.
entrepreneurial. Oh, they have a lower participation rate in entrepreneurship and like business creation in comparison. Like if you look at like as a percentage base compared to like other races. So like this would just be incentivizing them to be more participatory and in that form of the economy. Is that like a bad thing to you? That like getting those percentages up so that they're also participating in the economy at that level?
I mean, to me, I generally just don't care about that.
Why is
I don't
that?
think it's particularly bad. I think I really just don't care about it because when it comes to this country's economic ideology, which is competition over everything, right?
Yeah, but this
A lot
one.
of these businesses are going to
Oh, so
fail, right?
you're saying it's like an EO thing. Like, well, these aren't the best entrepreneurs. These aren't the best business owners. So why should we be helping them out to get a
No, that's
chance?
not that's not what I'm saying. Hold on, what are you?
You're
That's not
saying
what I'm saying.
you're saying that the free market would sort itself out and the best possible business owners would like.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What are
You're
you saying? Okay,
assuming,
okay,
right?
I'm not assuming. Make your point then.
My point is that this is just a bullshit policy that helps out a small portion of the population for like just to start a business. Who knows if that business is going to continue, um, succeeding? Who's to say that that business is going to actually provide people with what they need, right? What is needed is full employment, right, or something like that, and proper I mean an improvement on work conditions, an improvement on wages, all those things, right? Like a
Are you for raising the
you know,
minimum
it,
wage?
yes, but I'm not for just raising the minimum wage. I'm also for price controls
Oh,
for
holy shit.
various markets.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that stuff. Okay. Well, then we ideologically have fundamental like disagreements on like you believe in more a command economy esque economic policy that just wouldn't be able to get behind.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, right? Because the thing is, right? Like me
Are you
personally,
more like of a you more of like a to the left when it comes to like economics? Are you like a would you put yourself
I'm
in
a
like this?
communist.
Holy shit! Why have been holy shit. Do you think Trump is worse for the economy? Do you think that you think that between Trump and Kamala Harris, do you think that Trump would is better for the economy than Kamala Harris?
I personally, when it comes to economic decisions, right, I think that Trump and Kamala Harris would be, um, would be similar in their what is it called, in their outcomes, right?
Wait,
I
okay,
think
wait,
that
wait. I can directly like disprove this.
I think that Donald Trump, right, he's pulling a neoliberal shock therapy, something that has happened to
He's not doing
various
neoliberalism.
he's doing neoliberal shock therapy. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Um, what he's doing is the shock therapy thing, right? In which you privatize institutions, you defund various public institutions, and you just sort of try to let the quote unquote free market sort itself out. Except this time, it's not really just the free market. It's it's really just like more of a
Oligarchish like favorability.
which is what the free market ends up becoming anyways, right? That's
Oh,
what neoliberalism has resulted in. That's what neoliberalism continues to
and
um
ends up
re-
becoming, or do you not agree that he exacerbates that though? Whereas Kamala Harris probably wouldn't have exacerbated the oligarchish favorability from the government.
regardless of
Not
whether
regardless. I
Donald
want you
Trump.
to I want you to answer that question directly, and then you can say
No,
what you need
I
to say.
think I think that they're both favored by the oligarchs
You don't, but so
just as much.
you think that it would be similar levels of exacerbation of oligarchish stranglehold over the U.S. economy under Trump as we would have had under Kamala?
Um, I mean, yes, but in different ways, right?
Yes, but in
One
different
one of
ways.
them.
Differentiate it to me to
So
show in the
one of
different
them.
ways where it would have been equal though. It can be
Okay,
different,
so
but make it the equivalent. I gotta hear that equivalence. Because in my mind, I think that Trump is far worse when it comes to the exacerbation of oligarchish hold over the economy.
there's already been oligarchish hold over the economy for the past
I don't disagree with you
since
on
since
that.
the since the 90s,
I don't
right?
disagree with you on that. I think Trump makes it
However,
worse though.
Donald Trump, right, in his policies has really just made it so that these companies can do even more of what they want, right?
Yes, but do you
And
think that Kamala Harris would have done the same or worse? Like, do you think she would have been just as bad as Trump when it comes to that?
okay, if that's what you're talking about, no, I don't think that she would have been just as bad as Trump. I think she would have been slightly better,
What
right?
do you mean
Just slightly,
slightly? Like, what do you mean slightly? Like,
slightly.
slightly? What is like? What does that look like in like the numbers? Like, give me an idea of like what slightly is, what that means.
So there is not an improvement of the conditions of people like that people live in. It's just a continuation of the status quo, which is already pretty bad, and
So do you think that
that's
she
it.
okay, if it's a continuation of the status quo, do you think she would have do you think she would have kept Donald Trump's tax cut?
No, I think that she would have implemented a different tax cut,
Do you think the tax cuts would have been like would have been
and even
even like remotely close and comparable to the status quo of what Trump set forth that pandered to the oligarchs and the richest people that have like the most like that have like a stranglehold over like the US economy when it comes to like wealth making its way to the top? Do you think that she would have come close in whatever she would have done with taxes as Trump? Because Trump made it worse. His tax cuts, he not only like cemented
he
them.
he made it he made it worse. He made it worse, right? And the thing is, it was already pretty bad. But the issue is, right? The power that they had was like the power that they have that oh my god, the power that the oligarch class within America has had, right? Um, has not changed. It's effectively not changed.
What do you mean it's
So what's
effectively
happened?
not changed? Like where?
within the United States, um, within all the entirety of the United States.
Yeah, because Donald Trump's president. I mean, I don't disagree with you. It hasn't changed.
What do you mean? Because Donald, I mean from Joe Biden to Donald Trump, even previously to when Donald Trump was a president before Biden, and even to when Obama was president.
I think Joe Biden made positive steps in the direction and like going against
A
oligarchishness.
breath, a breath, and he
A
didn't even do
breath.
anything.
Hey,
He's
I
so
don't wait. You don't think Biden didn't combat like the oligarchish tendency, like the oligarchish stuff in America at all?
yes, yes.
Oh,
When it comes to improving the conditions of people's lives, right? For example, with the infrastructure bill, that was something that I saw a lot of people praise, right? Most of it is going to continuing, right, like the maintenance of car dependent infrastructure, of infrastructure that isn't actually beneficial towards most Americans, right? And and like he
like
did offer incentives.
I'm sorry. Continue.
He did offer incentives, like for example, incentives for um focusing or like moving towards reliance on public transportation. Like I remember Amtrak, I remember other I forgot the other like rail companies. They were given money um to develop. I forgot what the word is, but they were given more subsidies to develop more more like more what was it
More
to
what,
develop
sir?
like I forgot what to, but the point is that like these things were they're these companies were given money. These um, agencies, state agencies that were related to the transportation, they were given money to develop public transportation more. But the thing is, right, like at the end of the day, this is like really nothing, right? It's slow. It's change that's so slow that it's really going nowhere, right? By the time that the United States gets proper public infrastructure, like the world is going to be destroyed by the climate catastrophe, which is going to happen, which is starting to happen actually now, right? Like I think this is absurd that anyone even praises these things.
Praises what things? Like
I mean, anything that the Democratic
infrastructure.
Party has done, I think anything that the Democratic Party has done recently, right? Like it's really just been nothing, a whole lot of nothing,
A whole lot of
and
nothing.
allowing
A
the
whole lot of nothing besides helping us to recover the best out of every other OECD country post COVID. I guess nothing though, right? We didn't have the best recovery from the
how do
pandemic.
you how do you measure that?
How do you measure that? Inflation rates would be a good way of measuring that.
Inflation rates.
Uh,
And
GDP.
do you think that Americans GDP do you think that that's reflective on the like on actual outcomes that impact people, actual people?
Yes, unemployment. Yes, I think these things actually do. Like getting unemployment back down to like um getting on it post COVID, post lockdown, keep getting our unemployment down to where it was almost like almost to where it was like too little people not working, right? It was almost below the rate of unemployment where we kind of want it to be at. It was almost too low of a percentage. Um, yeah, I think that those are good things that
So
Biden did post COVID,
the thing is the reduction
which
of
is the Democrat.
unemployment, right? The reduction of unemployment came with, right, an increase in very shitty jobs with
Wait, pause,
even
pause, pause.
less.
You can't move the goalpost. I'm telling you that
What do you
unemployment
mean?
was
Hold
down
on.
post COVID,
Yeah,
and now
yeah,
your response
and
to say is, well, these
I'm
aren't actually
talking,
good jobs, so it doesn't matter that he kept unemployment
you
down.
know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about like actual conditions, right? Like the thing,
The
like
material
the
conditions,
lives of Americans.
yes, material.
Yes.
What's better, being unemployed or being employed?
Well, when you are working a job that pays minimum wage, right? Extreme minimum
What's
wage
better, being
in a
employed or
place.
unemployed? That's what I'm the whole point that I'm making
Yeah,
is that people
and
were
what I'm trying
employed.
what I'm trying to say is when it comes to working really shitty jobs that don't pay you enough to even survive, what's the difference between being employed and unemployed? It's almost no difference when you
Well,
actually aren't getting paid properly.
real wages kept up with inflation. So like obviously I don't know what this minimum
Real
wage
wages have kept up with inflation
That is correct, yeah.
since when?
Since like 1970 or something. Do you want me
Real
to
wages have not kept.
you want me to cite that for you?
Okay, yeah, sure. Cite me some of those things, right?
I got
Because
you.
from what I've seen, right, it hasn't at all.
Unfortunately, as a cucked liberal myself, I didn't think that that was true either, and then I had that thrown in my face. But yeah, no, real wages have 100% paced with inflation. Let me find you the. Let's go like. What do you want to do? Like a time horizon of like 1970 to present day? Because they've kept up since then. Um, it's stagnated, but like which means that it's kept up. It just hasn't surpassed. If that makes sense.
Um, sorry, I'm sorry. I'd really like to see that.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up for you. Is it Pew? Yeah, here we go. Pew. Copy. Here you go.
Yeah,
What's going on?
just chilling.
It's good.
What's this about Trump?
No, we're
Eh?
currently going over that real wages have kept up with inflation in America.
Oh, okay.
Uh, read through this real quick.
Yeah, you're fine.
Well, what are you talking about that it's kept up with inflation?
Real wages have kept up with inflation. Like we had the same purchasing power in 1964 as we have today. I can bring you one that brings it all the way to 2025 if you need the most recent or like 2024 if you need the Pew, but it hasn't changed. Like the trend has stayed the same. We have the same purchasing power. Like that's you know what that mean? You know what that means, right? Like real wages, like it's like
Yes, I
actually
know.
yeah, okay. I'm not trying to be insulting. Some people just don't know the difference between like median, real, and okay. But yeah,
Hmm.
so I'm telling you that inflation is like our wages have kept up with inflation. You're bringing up this whole point about like minimum wage jobs that are not even good jobs. It's like, well, even post COVID, like real wages have kept up with inflation. So like I don't know what the point you're making with that. And that was under a Democratic president. Like Biden kept that on track.
Hold on.
Yep.
Fucking retard.
What's up?
Wait, what channel am I in?
This is a debate room.
I got kicked. Oh, I see. I just got kicked out and I got sent here. That's pretty funny.
You got kicked out and sent here? I didn't know it did that.
Wait, so this is a debate room. Okay, interesting. What are your political views? Like, what do you believe in? What's your ideology?
Well, currently we're going over the fact that real wages have kept up with inflation.
Interesting. Do you think that the immigrants that are coming into America, both illegal and legal, do you think that they're increasing, or do you think they're decreasing wages for people?
I have no idea. Like just like as a
Really?
whole, I'd have to look through the numbers in the industries that they're mainly working in, or the
But how about
sectors.
jobs? How about jobs, though? Do you think that
Well, considering
they're
unemployment's at like it's been consistently like post-COVID, 2 to 4%. I think that jobs aren't being too hurt. Just, I mean, people are at the correct number of unemployment. Like we don't have like a shit ton of people unemployed.
well, it depends which job sector we're talking about.
Well, across like the board, there's like the average unemployment rate. It's been like 2 to 4% the last 3 to 4 years.
I mean, sure, even overall, if that's true, which, okay, maybe it is true, sure, I grant that's true. Who are taking these jobs and who
Taking
is
what jobs?
jobless?
Taking these jobs, 3 to 4%. There's been like a 3
The
to
jobs are being taken, so like for example,
Wait, no,
maybe
you're
the
still
immigrants.
Walter. 3 to 4% unemployment. Who's like, which is good. That's about what we want unemployment to be. Who's like jobless that you're worried about right now?
The American people.
3 to 4% is like what we want unemployment to be. So there's some
Okay, sure.
elasticity in the job market. So like,
Yeah,
where are all these
it's-
magically unemployed people that are being outcompeted here domestically?
It's not even about pure unemployment. It's about getting a better job. Also.
Pure unemployment? What do you mean pure unemployment?
Like literally just unemployed. I'm talking about someone who wants to maybe work as a technician, for example, but he is working as like in a factory. Like jobs like that, like they don't have to be unemployed for a job shortage to happen.
There's
Honestly,
that would be by definition a job shortage would cause there to be higher levels of unemployment.
the job shortage is being caused
But
by
we don't have a job
immigrants
shortage. Unemployment's 3 to
who
4%, and it
are-
has been for the last 3 to 4 years.
There's a job shortage
There isn't
for
a job
white
shortage.
Americans.
There isn't a job
for
shortage.
white Americans.
There isn't
for
a
white
job.
Americans.
There isn't a job shortage. 3 to 4% unemployment over the last 3 to 5 years. Are you
For
gonna?
white Americans.
Okay, I'm back.
Are you gonna engage with like? Yeah, Walter. There's not an unemployment shortage. There's
Dude,
not.
Walter is literally a troll. Like legit, just mute him.
But
Like,
I'm gonna wait until he responds to what I say. He keeps like obfuscating. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
there's
Mexicans are taking the
Walter,
jobs in the labor force.
You're
okay,
wrong.
give me statistics.
You want
okay,
the
give me statistics.
You want the
Give me
unemployment?
statistics.
You want the
Give me
unemployment?
statistics.
Are you gonna
No,
keep yapping, or do you want the
yeah.
unemployment?
No, I want
Just
I
kick him,
want
just
the
kick him.
I want the labor shortage rate. I want the
There
labor
isn't
shortage rate.
a labor shortage rate. We have a 3 to 4%
Okay,
unemployment.
show me the statistics.
I
You're
got you.
claiming
just
that you're
kick
not
him.
proving anything.
Legit, it's a waste of time.
No, I'm gonna pull up the unemployment
Hey,
rate and just
show
like absolutely
me.
obliterate this retard. So yeah, no,
Okay,
I'm gonna.
show me. The overall labor shortage
nope,
rate in the U.S. was reported at 70%.
Nope, you're wrong.
Fucking
Nope,
retard.
retard.
How
Unemployment.
am I wrong? I just read the
Unemployment
source.
4.2%, 4.1, 3.9,
I just read the
3.7.
I literally just got my own source.
Big spike during COVID, and then before that 3.6, 3.8.
Okay, I'm talking about 2025.
2025,
I'm not talking
4.2%,
about
4.2%,
5 years ago.
4.2%,
I'm not talking about
4.2%,
6 years ago. I'm not talking about
4.2%,
7 years ago.
4.2%,
4.2%
4.2% unemployment, 2025.
So there is a labor shortage. So there is a labor shortage that's happening right now.
What would a labor
okay?
shortage imply?
And the problem is, well, yeah.
Walter, what would a labor shortage imply? What would a labor shortage imply? That there's not enough laborers to do the jobs that exist in America. There's not enough people doing the jobs that we need filled in America.
No, that's not true. No. These people.
Nope. Explain to me what a labor shortage is. Go.
Trying to get the jobs. Yeah, because there's not enough jobs.
No, that would be a job shortage. That would be a job shortage, Walter. What is a labor shortage?
That's why the Mexicans are taking it.
Do you have me muted? Is that why you're just like continuing to like ramble to yourself, or did you just forget your like antipsychotics this morning? What is the difference between a labor shortage and a job shortage, Walter? Because we don't have a job shortage. 4% of our fucking there's only a 4% unemployment rate. 96% of like people that can work are working, Walter. So what is this? What is this labor shortage? Why are you bringing up the labor shortage? There's no. I'm confused. What is the point you're trying to make?
That's what you're just tripping out because you have no argument. So that's what you're freaking out.
You
That's
haven't
why
made
you're
an
all
argument.
impulse.
You haven't made an argument.
You're muting me constantly.
You haven't
you're just
made
getting humiliated. You don't want to get humiliated. That's why you're.
You keep rambling. I want to do a back and forth here, Walter. You look like a schizo every time I unmute you. You're still rambling. Let's go back and forth here. You make a point, I make a point. We go back and forth. I won't mute you again if that's like. Well, we can't talk past each other. We have to have like good faith debate. I will not mute you ever again if we can go back and forth and we're like responsive to each other's points. Is that fair?
Your meds. Just take your meds.
Okay. You're just not gonna.
No, dude. You're not a kid. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm. Are we gonna talk to each other like?
You would in real life.
Are we gonna talk back and forth, or are you just gonna like yap to yourself?
Just
like,
talk to me how you would talk to people in real life.
I am talking to you how I talk to people in real life.
You don't talk like this in real life.
I 100% talk like this in real life.
No, you fucking don't. No, you do not.
I love how you've obfuscated from the whole point I made. Are we gonna? No, Ibex, stop for a sec. We're going back and forth, Walter. It's either we're gonna go back and forth or you're gonna be permanently muted. You're not gonna talk about like my emotional state or like how I'm feeling. I'm just having a conversation with you. I'm talking to you the way I talk to anybody in real life or whatever, or online. We're just gonna talk back and forth. Let's go. Is that fair? We good? We're gonna have like.
Are you done chimping out, or do you have anything else?
Oh, okay. You're never talking in my room again, you troll. You might as well leave. I'm banning you. Alright, Ibeck, let's have like an actual good faith back and forth. We're an actual cringe loser.
Did you ban him from like the server?
Yep, he's never coming to my room again.
Okay, but was it from the channel or from the server?
From my room.
Oh.
From this room right here.
Yeah,
What a loser.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the thing is, right, like, the fact that, like, real wages, let me see.
I mean, ideally, I would like to see that, like, real wages have, like, surpassed inflation, but...
It says, today's real average wage, accounting for inflation, has about the same purchasing power it did 40 years ago.
That is correct. Yeah.
How is this a point? Like,
because you're saying that like people are getting bad jobs or they're not making very much money. Well, it's like, well, their purchasing power is the same. Like,
yeah,
which
still is bad.
No, they can still buy like the same. Like they still can afford their groceries the same. They can still afford like their bills the same. Like their consumer goods the same as they did.
They can't afford their bills the same. What do you mean?
Yes,
like,
they can. Real wages have kept up. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
that doesn't mean anything. Like healthcare, tuition, housing, childcare, food and transport. Those are things that have like gone up significantly, like within the past. It's just like the late 60s. And sure, like food, for example, that's something that's still like within reach, right? But it's something that's like. It's very expensive for people to like buy groceries nowadays, like compared to their wages. Sure, their wages.
I don't know what to tell you. Purchasing power has remained the same. Like it's
and that's
stayed
bad
the same.
because things have increased.
Yes, but no. That means that the cost has gone up. There's been inflation, right? There's been inflation, right? Over the past like however many years, food has gone up, housing's gone up. That's what you're saying, right? I don't want to talk past each other. I'm trying to like. That's the point you're making,
Sure,
right? The cost of goods has gone up. There's been inflation. What I'm telling you is that wages have kept up. Wages have kept up with it. Real wages have followed it.
No, they have not.
Yes, I just cited it to you. You just read it. What do you mean?
I just read.
Yeah, read it to me again. Read it to me again.
like despite the strong labor market, wage growth has lagged economists' expectations. That's relevant, actually. In fact, despite
Yes,
some ups and downs over the past several decades, today's real average wage,
that is the
that is the
wage.
wage after accounting for inflation, has about the same purchasing power it did 40 years ago. And what wage gains there have mostly flowed to the highest paid tier of workers, right? So that means, right, that people, they can afford the prices from
No,
40
that's not what it
years
means.
ago.
Nope, that's not what it means. They can't afford prices from 40 years ago. That's not what that means.
Their purchasing power has remained the same as 40 years ago, right? Do you think that the prices for things have remained the same for the past 40 years?
Nope, I think that they've gone up just like wages have gone up.
And the purchasing power of those wages have remained
The same. Yep.
the same,
Yep. So
right?
you have the same purchasing power as you did back then. Yep.
And the cost for housing, that's increased like
Yeah. Hey,
extremely dramatically, right?
there's certain sectors where yeah, there's probably certain sectors where it's a little bit but we're looking at the broad
No, no, it's
we're
not
looking
certain
at
sectors. You
it
you cannot afford it.
across the entire economy, across all of the things people have to spend money on, they have the same purchasing power. I don't
They
know
have the
what you're
same
confused
purchasing
about.
power,
I don't know what you're
but
confused
they are
about.
not dealing with the same prices or the same costs from back then, which is the issue.
For certain things and other things, it's cheaper relative to their purchasing
Yeah,
power.
yeah, for some, so for some like commodities, right? That's one thing, but for actual things that influence
What are we
people's like,
debating about here, guys?
so when it comes to cost of living, it has not kept up at all.
No, cost of living would would be factored into real wages, keeping up with
It
inflation.
wouldn't.
Yeah,
What are we
100%
It's not
would.
an.
debating about, guys?
I feel like you're. Hold on.
Starman, I don't know what
Do
you're
you mean
confused about. The cost of living has remained the same. Like we have the same purchasing power. I don't know what to tell you.
That's
I'm,
not
that
true.
that genuinely is not true? Like what type of economics are you doing?
I'm
Like
No,
looking at
what
the
are
any
you
fact
talking about?
statistic goes
real
against you.
I literally have it linked in the side chat that real wages have kept up with inflation. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like we have the same purchasing power. Like I don't know what to are we just gonna keep are we just gonna do nah when I'm citing
That's
to you
not
the
true.
data? It is true. I literally cited it in the side chat. If you're
Living is
curious,
significantly harder now.
I have no clue what you're saying. What'd you just say?
Significantly harder now.
Yes,
You're a
but
liar.
did I say what?
Guy's stuttering. He doesn't know what he wants to say. He's a liar.
Is that how you talk to people? Like, is this what we do?
Is this how you debate? You suck.
I said real wages have kept up with inflation, which they have.
Prove it. Prove it. I dare you.
I just
Prove
linked
it.
it. I just linked it in the side chat. Go ahead and read that. And if you want me to find one, like even more recent, I can.
How many years ago was this?
It's 2018, which is a good time horizon for economic data.
You're
But I can get one. I can
outdated.
give you a post-COVID.
2018 was the perfect year. How are you going to use that? We're in 2025.
I'll give you a.
2025 stuff.
I'll give you a post-COVID uh, statistics if you want.
Llama, how much do you make?
95,000.
A year?
Yep.
How do you live?
What do you mean? How do I live? I live within my
I mean,
means.
are you alone? You have a partner?
I have a significant other.
You're living off of 95 a year?
That's my
What?
that's my income, yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Okay, so let me see.
Can I get a bigger time horizon than just March? Oh wait, here's March 2020 to March 2025. Here's a good one.
I don't think you know what purchasing power means.
I don't think you know what purchasing power means too. Then what do you think?
Explain it. I
Purchasing
dare you to
power.
explain. I
You want
dare you
me?
to explain.
You want me to explain to you what
I
purchasing
dare you
power
to.
is?
I dare you to explain it.
Purchasing power is just how much your dollar can like like how
Your
far it
dollar.
can go essentially. Yeah,
Your
purchasing
dollar.
power. Yeah.
How far your dollar can go. Okay. Yeah.
Effectively, that's like the most reduced way of
This is
describing
like
it.
not.
What's not?
I hold. I'm still like just genuinely just shocked at the fact that you can just so confidently claim like
Yeah.
bro. Hold on,
What do
It's
you
crazy.
bro.
Yeah.
Like
Crazy.
Wait,
legit, right? Okay,
no, what are you
hold on.
confused about right now? What's confusing
Okay,
to
so
you?
for example, right? The
Mm-hmm.
cost of a home when it's converted to like I actually have this let me see.
Wait, I'm not. Wait, no. Are you telling me that like the cost of a home is your metric for housing? Are homes the only way you can live in America?
No,
Oh wait, so
but
you're
if
saying
you
there isn't
knew,
affordable housing in America?
yes,
There
there's
is.
no affordable
Yeah, there's
housing.
there's affordable housing in America. You just don't want to live in it. Like that's. I mean, if your
You
thing
don't
is
want to live in it.
you don't
What
want
do
to
you
live in it.
mean?
If you think a single family home is like the metric you'd use for housing, like yeah, sure, single family housing might have has probably gone up. I'm not going to disagree with you on
So
that.
single family. Okay. So the thing is, right? Like, I think you're being very dishonest here
Why
because
am I being dishonest? What am I being
be, be,
disingenuous about?
because the most common form of housing within the United States of America is single family housing, right? When so a lot of people
I don't
are
even know if that's
kept out of
true.
that. It is true.
Oh, I guess I can
It
look
is
that
true.
up
Look it up.
for adults, right?
Yes.
Housing for adults in the USA.
Yo, wait, are you the chess guy, Lama?
I am psychos. Psycho,
Yo, what's your elo? What's your elo?
like 1500.
Fucking
So
suck. I cunt you.
so the thing is, right? Like,
But you would also, when it comes to
even
single family homes, like, are you talking about like ownership? Because like at what age group do you want people to
not
own home?
ownership,
Okay.
pricing,
Oh, but like,
pricing.
so then you do realize that there's like way more to this than just the price of it. Because like, do you expect a 23-year-old to be able to buy a home?
No,
Do you expect a
no.
25-year-old to be able to buy it? Like, at what age do you think people are like should be
That's
able to
dependent.
buy homes?
That's dependent, right, on
I think you should be able to buy
income,
a home
right,
at
or like
16.
living. The thing, okay, the thing is, right, like I think that people should be able to to have a place to live, right? Um, by the time that they're an adult, right?
Okay, by the
But
time you're
that's
like 18, there should be like affordable housing for you. Like, let's say you don't
yes.
go to college, there is affordable housing for people that are 18.
What is a housing? Can you survive off
There's
wages that you can
studios,
earn
there's single bedrooms, there's
and
you
all
can have a
those things?
roommates. Yeah, like these are all
Uh,
things you can do.
you can yeah you can have roommates, right? Sure, that's something that is
Or like
not very.
a studio or a single bedroom where they're affordable.
So the thing is, right, like that's the issue, right? Like all the issue with, like, for example, like having roommates. I mean, a lot of people they a lot of times, like, people don't have like friends that they can just make these big
Hey,
financial decisions
I
with,
wouldn't I wouldn't
right?
make the
What they do.
argument that like, oh, you can just live with people, so housing is affordable. No, I wouldn't just make that argument. But that's part of it, but also there is single family, or there is a single bedroom and studios that do exist that are affordable for people that are
And
18.
even these things, these properties are unaffordable.
They're not. They're
Unaffordable. Yeah,
not.
yeah, yes they
You're
are.
just you're
Yes
just
they are.
you're just wrong.
Okay, so when we look at cost of living, let's see. see.
Like just looking at the average cost of like a single bedroom in like every state, Wyoming's like 600, Oklahoma's 800, South Dakota's 1,000, Nebraska's
You
a
think?
thousand,
Do
Missouri's
you
a
think that
thousand,
people in
Mississippi's
Wyoming
800.
do you think that people in Wyoming and Nebraska and Mississippi, they can afford
Louisiana,
to have such
Kansas, Kentucky, Iowa, Indiana.
again, depending on the changes on the difference between in like the cost of living, right, in those places,
Hmm.
they're not able to afford it, right? Afford that stuff.
How would they not be
It'll
able to
make up
afford
like
that stuff?
okay, let's say it's $600 studio, right?
Okay.
Well, we're gonna have to also pay utilities, right?
Yep.
Well, let's say it's not let's say that this one does not have that utilities are included in the $600, right? Okay. There's also the cost of food, cost of everything
What would you
else
say
for
the
just the
cost of
student stuff.
food and everything else would be for one person? Like what would you say is like a reasonable monthly
Regardless,
expenditure?
I can't think of exact numbers because it's dependent on
It's
states,
dependent
on
on
areas,
so
right?
many things, right? Yeah.
But the thing is, regardless of where you're at, it will always outpace
What will
the a
outpace?
reasonable amount of wages, right?
No, it doesn't
The
though.
cost of living.
It doesn't though. Like
You're
real
you're
wages
quite
keep
literally
up.
ignoring statistics, right? The cost of living for
Ignoring what
people,
statistics? You haven't provided
all
any
the all
statistics.
statistics.
You provide one
I
statistic.
provided one source, right? But let me show you.
Money and millennials, the cost of living in 2022 versus 1972. I wouldn't look at the cost of a home to like judge the cost of living. I don't know why you would like look to that as your like metric for cost of living, the cost of single family homes
Hold on.
to buy them too. Well, Jesus, out of pocket hasn't gone up too much for medical expenses.
48%. That
Yeah,
was by 2020, right? So
I mean that's not terrible. Considering the jump from
what?
housing, considering the jump in housing being like what, like 200 something percent.
Wait.
Also, why would you look at the cost of a new car? Also, you think
Don't
you think
laugh
you
at
think people that are like 18 are buying new cars? Why would you look at
it.
this for
Yeah.
cost of living?
I bought a new car when I was 18.
Well, then you
Do you think
probably had a golden spoon. I don't know what to tell you.
do you think that
I would don't
the cost of
know.
used cars, do you think that the cost of used cars is any better
I
I,
right
worked
now?
my way up.
cost of used cars probably gone up, like everything. Everything goes up. That is what
No,
inflation is.
it's gone up significantly, right? To the point where like used cars are they're
Do
getting
I need to
close
do the
to
cringe thing
what
where I
they
just like pull up marketplace for like used cars just like in my area and like is that what we need to do here? Like some people like what do you expect? You have to sometimes you have to look, sometimes you have to like make the extra effort to like look for more like affordable options. Like they do exist.
what are you talking about? You're talking about affordable
Mama,
options.
mama,
Okay,
mama.
you're talking about, for example, like a used car that's listed for like $3,000 $4,000, right? Which is already pretty expensive compared to like what
You think
7 years
saving up
ago.
$3,000 to $4,000 is like not possible?
Hold on. You're missing the fact that a lot of these cars are absolutely clapped, right? And they will have a lot of issues, and they have a high risk of having issues later on, right? That's something that's like a big issue in the car market right now. The car market is fucked, right? So the car market is fucked. Housing is fucked.
Yeah, I love
Health
public.
insurance, health is fucked.
I love the idea of doing public transportation, but we can't really do that when we live in single family hell.
Mama. What is your basis for your belief other than that website that you sent, dude? You're not really saying
I've
anything.
sent you two two sources, and what are you even responding to,
Is this
Starman? You haven't said Starman. You haven't said anything. Starman, you haven't said anything for the
I'm
record.
speaking.
About what? What have you contributed to this conversation other than to say, Llama, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. Why do you even think the way you think? That's been your contribution to this conversation, Starman. So I don't
And you
know.
haven't answered the question yet. Because you can't. You can't answer the question.
Anyways, Ibeck, back to what we're talking about, like two
You can't answer the
grown-ups.
question.
You haven't said anything, Starman. I don't know what
You can't
you're.
answer the
You haven't
question.
asked a question. You haven't answered anything. You haven't said anything. Why do you keep
Your
derailing
belief
to
is
contribute
based around a
Why do you keep derailing to contribute absolutely nothing to this conversation?
Your belief is based around a website.
What is my belief? What do you think my belief is?
You're a fool.
Starman, I want you to state my beliefs.
You're a fool.
I'm waiting for
You
you to
believe
state my belief.
the cost of living has stayed the same. You're a fool.
The cost of living? No, cost of living has gone up, but real wages have gone
You're
up to keep in pace with inflation.
I don't think you understand what inflation versus cost of living actually is. Like, what are you talking about?
The inflated cost of the econ like of purchasing. Like, what do you mean? I'm confused. What are you talking about, Ibeck?
What do you mean? What are you? I'm talking about.
Okay,
Okay, like
let
for
me look up.
example,
Have real wages kept in pace with the cost of living?
And you'll be greeted with an answer that you don't like.
Has
I
pay
hear a lot of silence right now.
has pay kept up with inflation? It always goes back to inflation. That's what cost of living is. And it increasing is just inflation.
Llama. I have a lot of.
Starman, I'm not gonna listen to you like talk like that ever. Just like talk to me like a normal person, how we would talk back and forth in real life. Don't do the cringe like llama llama llama. Just talk to me. Just talk to me like a normal person. Jesus Christ.
That was immature, dude.
It's immature for you to like talk that way. It's cringe.
How am I talking? You're just making fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you. The way you're talking is not the way you talk in real life to somebody, and you know it.
Put it on God.
Yeah, you're never talking in my VC again. Alright, Ibeck, back to what we're talking about. Inflation is the cost of living, Ibeck. Like those words are like interchangeable. The cost of living like versus inflation, like if the cost of living is going up, there's been an inflationary effect on the things that you would like. What would you consider broadly to be like housing? I would put that in that, right? Housing, the cost of food, utilities, right? Wouldn't you consider these things to be things that you need to live? Like a vehicle, I would probably grant you probably vehicles would go in that. Um, Access to education probably would go in there as well, I bet. Would you say? Like, what would are you trying to make it like a more like fleshed out like per sector argument?
No.
Like, okay, then when you
You'd
say
even have
costs
to
of
look
living,
at specific sectors.
that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying.
I mean the actual expenses, right, to live in a place, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
when it comes to all metrics, when it comes to food, housing, all that stuff, it's gone way higher than inflation. Inflation is
No,
different, right?
no, inflation.
Inflation,
That's what inflation is the price of things going up.
inflation is just legit. It's just like the rate at which like prices of goods and services like go up over time, right? But the thing is, right, like it's
That's
different.
definite. That's like definitionally what inflation is. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, that's
Housing would fall under inflation. The cost of houses.
I'm actually going insane.
Like, do you not think that like when housing prices go, like the cost of housing goes up, that doesn't have that isn't inflationary?
It is inflationary, right? But if the cost of living is the truth is, right, that you can measure inflation all you want, right? But inflation can be detached from cost of living, right? That's the issue because, for example, right, when when real wages
Dad, he was
when,
playing.
when real wages, right, they remain the same as the bro, who turned on the camera? When
Continue.
real wages, when real when bro, when real fuck, when real wages remain similar to like what the fuck? Similar to like what it used to be before. Bro, what the fuck is happening?
What?
You're on Twitch?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
What the fuck, bro? Why didn't you say such a thing?
Why would I? What?
What, bro?
I just linked it in the chat. I was still listening to you. What? Why are you giggling?
Dude, you're like Destiny, bro. Holy shit.
Like who?
You're like Destiny.
I'm like Destiny. Why is that?
Like you like debating shit and like just just like playing or something. Anyways,
Who's Destiny? What?
and anyway, it's like a political streamer. I really hate him. Anyways,
Oh, okay.
when it
I'm
comes to
a like political. Oh, my political pundit. I'm a really big fan of David Pac-Man. That's
I
my guy.
really hate David Pacman.
Oh,
Anyways,
why do you hate David Pac-Man?
when
Is
it
he a
comes
little bit
to
like too fiscally like? Oh, because he's like a liberal. Duh. You said you're a communist, so
you know,
you probably not like him.
I mean that's one thing, right? But when it comes to David Pacman and him talking about Argentina, him talking about Latin America in general, and when he talks about anything like about like politics, it seems like he's just very right wing, very right wing, right?
In
Very
terms of
far
what?
right actually.
In
When
terms
it
of what?
comes to Latin America, right? When it comes to Bolivia,
What are his
he
right-wing
he
positions?
so when it comes to Bolivia, right, he supported
Wait, no, tell me
the
why
culture.
Argentina. I don't want to give. Don't give me the Bolivia example. What about Argentina that he said that makes you feel like he's right-wing?
So when he started mentioning the assassination attempt on Christina Kirchner, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was something that like he denied. He said that it was something that it might have been fabricated, which is something that like the far right in Argentina, the people right to the right of Nazis, were like bringing up or like trying to propagate. David Pacman, it seems like every time that he talks about Latin America, he's really just supporting the most far right position, the most far right politician, um, in almost all of his instances. It's insane. So that's why I don't like David Pacman. That's why I don't respect anything that he has to say when it comes to politics or economics, because he is very clearly in support of far right politics within Latin America, and I can only imagine what his political beliefs, how that translates into his political positions in the United States,
Well,
which is why I also don't follow his
well,
shit.
his political positions in the U.S. is to not support the far right shit that exists, or the right in the U.S. So wouldn't you just look at like what he actually supports,
I mean,
which is
I
well,
personally, right, like
if you
I
think the
personally
Democratic
won't
Party's like on the left or on the right, then you probably that's just a fundamental like misunderstanding, I guess there. But
I mean, they are right wing, right?
nope, they're not. I don't know why you'd ever think that or say that.
How are they not right wing? Actually, hold on.
Wait,
That's
let's
actually
not
asking for the
pivot. Let's
actual proof.
continue. Let's get back to the main conversation.
No, I mean, this is related. I mean,
We can
because the
get
thing
to
is, right, like,
this. We can get to this, but
because the thing is, right, like as I said before, right, inflation is something that's kind of like that does follow and kind of correlates to cost of living, right? But cost of living is separate from inflation,
all
although
right.
there's a correlation. It's
the data that you cited with money and millennials, the cost of living in 2022 versus 1972, all that this is showing is that there's prices have increased. That's all that this shows.
Yes.
What does that have
Yes,
anything
that's
to
the
do
point.
with? What does that have anything to do with people being able to afford these?
So if you look at the link that I sent, right?
I've been looking
The
through it for a while and I still don't see where it shows that cost of.
so
Okay, I'm listening.
so if you look at it, right, it
Mhm.
says in response hold on, in the article at a certain point, I think the okay, one, two, three, four, five, six, um the sixth paragraph in the entire article, it says in response to rising prices, many young adults have moved back in with their parents to save money. To put current economic challenges into perspective, we look at how much more big ticket items cost now compared to 1972. All amounts have been converted to 2022 dollars, right? And one of them is the cost of a home. 1972, it was 1,800, it one 1,089.
One hundred eighty-nine thousand
Um,
five hundred dollars.
yeah, yeah. So the
Okay.
thing is, right,
Wait. Why
with
would you? Do you think that the average cost of a house? Okay. Yes, technically, the average cost of a house is $440,300 in America. If you look at like, I guess the median cost of like houses, but like, is that what you would use as your example for like what the majority of first-time home buyers are like buying? Is $440,000 homes?
regardless,
Well, no,
right? Regardless,
that's important though, right? Isn't that an important like key, an important piece of the puzzle there for looking at
um,
cost of living?
yes, right. Actually, I believe it's more than that, right? When it comes to various areas that I'm focused on, which would be the Northeast, um, the Southwest. All those are places that are extremely populated. Most of the population lives there. That's where the most of the cost of living crisis crisis is coming from, right? This
Yeah,
is happening
there's
all throughout the
a
world,
cost of
actually.
the cost of housing in those areas is pretty horrible right now. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, but but my point is, right, like the cost of a home, right, has increased to an extreme amount, even when we compare it to the amount of
Why is that?
money today. Um, that's because of various factors, including the financialization of the housing market and the speculation on the housing market, as well as this focus on single family homes from the United States, the outlawing of anything other than single family homes in most areas in the United States, right? You can't build um, anything other than
High
single family
density.
homes
Yeah,
in
you
a lot of
can't
areas.
build high density living. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's probably like the biggest issue behind why we're in a position now
I
where like housing is like
actually
expensive. I'm not gonna disagree with
Actually,
you.
I don't think that it's the biggest issue, right? The biggest issue right now is the fact that um most of this housing or yeah, most of this housing is being bought up by big corporations.
I don't know, like okay, yes, maybe, but what is that? I don't know why we're sidetracking from that. Like, let's get back to like the point of like cost of living going up. Yeah, the price of housing has gone up. That's not good. It's not as affordable to live in like to live when it comes to like housing, I guess, but like doesn't mean the cost of like but there can be other ways like where the economy has like become more affordable, which I think it has that have offset that cost.
With and like I've said before, right? When it comes to some commodities, right? It actually has become way cheaper, right? And sure, that's good to acknowledge, right? However, when it comes to things that actually matter to people, right? Actually, things that are actually like very like pressing and important, like homes, transportation, um, and food, right? Those three things, and also healthcare. Sorry, those four things, right? Very important things
Well,
have increased significantly.
healthcare is not like a required cost of living. I
It
wouldn't
is a
put
required cost
I
of
wouldn't
living.
put healthcare in like cost of living.
it is very much a required cost of living.
It like I mean, it's not, but okay.
How often do you see your doctor? Once a year?
Once a year, yeah.
Do you have health insurance?
Yep.
You pay for health insurance.
Yep. Through my work.
Do you think that Americans should not be seeing doctors at least once a year?
I think they should. Yeah.
Okay, so at the end of the day, right, like regardless of like whether it's a required thing, I think we should include it as a required thing, right? Because this is something that should be happening, right?
No,
And the
no,
fact that
there
it's not
there
happening
should
is a
be
failure.
preventative like healthcare being done. I don't disagree with you on that, but what does that
Yeah,
have
yes,
anything to
but
do with healthcare being a like a cost of living thing?
because
I'm confused on what you mean
because
by that.
to because if you are receiving, right, like preventative care, right, in which you're seeing your doctor once a year, right, that is something that you do, right,
Mhm.
in order to conserve or sustain your life, right? You're preventing, um, like a potential disease that you may have, or preventing yourself from catching
Wait, do you
a
think
specific disease that might put your life in
do you think that I'm like
danger.
do you think that I'm like a big proponent of like the like the private option for healthcare? Or what do you think that I believe in for that?
Oh my God,
I believe
what are
in a
you talking about?
I
No.
believe in a public option. So like
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is a cost of living that people deal with now, right? That is like a part of cost of living that people are dealing with right now, right? Because this is in a theoretical United States, right? There would be free healthcare, right? I agree. I support that, right? But
yep.
right now, people pay for healthcare,
Yeah,
and people pay for healthcare
but
an
it
insane amount,
but
right?
it's not a
Something that has increased way past real wages.
sure. I don't know how to this doesn't get back to the point that like what's the initial claim is that real wages haven't your initial claim is that real wages haven't no your initial claim was that like when we were talking back like that I think Biden was good for the economy. He helped get like improve things, not marginally. He helped us be the best country post COVID economically, and I gave you some factors. Then you said that well, there might have been jobs for people to fill, and that's probably why unemployment was low or whatever. But it doesn't mean they're good jobs. And I'm like, well, they were good jobs because real wages have still kept up with inflation post COVID. So like obviously they were good jobs. So like I don't know what the point of that was. And then your whole point to argue now is that no, real wages haven't kept up with inflation or cost of living. Like I don't know like we might have like discrepancies on what we think like determines cost of living, but like I don't know what to tell you. Like the our dollar has the same purchasing power now as it did in 1970. So like I don't know
Which is
what the
bad.
I
I don't understand how you do
did
how you
I
don't understand,
did I
right? That
say
like
that
that that's
did I
bad.
say that it was a good thing? No, I'm just saying it's still we can still our dollar goes just as far. So like I don't know
Yeah,
what you're
which is
saying that
bad.
why is it like, explain to me like that's not ideal but it's not bad. You're saying that it has but your whole argument is that it hasn't been able to go the same distance. It's actually not been able to. Cost of living, we haven't been able to keep up with it. And I'm telling you, we have. Like, I don't
The
know.
okay, so the purchasing power of like wages remaining the same since the late 60s, right? That's where most of these metrics base off, right? That is bad because the the world that we live in with the cost of living that we live in is not in the late 60s. That is not in the late 60s, okay? Now,
Wait,
inflation has
stop. Cost of living, it is like, it's still the same. Like, I don't know why you're trying to, like, demarcate it, like, as if cost of living is, like, different from, like, inflation or it's different from, like,
because
real
it is
wages.
it is. What do you mean? Like you think okay, real wages accounts for inflation, right? Can you agree with that?
Yes, real wages keep, like, takes that into
And
account. That is correct.
and and do you think cost of living Do you think that cost of living also counts for inflation?
I would need to see like what like I need you to show me like some statistics that show that like real wages have not kept up with cost of living. I would need you to and then I would need to have it explained to me from your perspective what would constitute something what would constitute cost of living. Like all the things that you would constitute as that. I would need you to, be able to show me all that. Like give me something on that. Just because I don't want to sit here and
I'm
like
sorry. I'm sorry.
pontificate.
I was just like very like.
Confused. Like I don't want to sit here and like pontificate. I want to like look at the actual numbers, look at the actual
No, no, yeah, yeah.
data.
I'm not confused. I'm actually just shocked, right?
Yes, sure.
But
You can be
I will,
shocked
I will, I will get you some of that stuff, right?
because everything I've looked up, it just always harkens back to like inflation. So like I would like to know like cost of living, like how is that separate from inflation, I guess. Because to me, the price of like housing, the price of food, the price of healthcare, all this going up is all baked into the inflation pie. Like I don't know why you're saying it's I don't know like how is it separate?
Hold on.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Psychos.
Nothing much. I just think that I'm an idiot.
I'm sorry.
Nothing much. What's up?
Um Nothing much. Just we're looking through some sources right now.
Hmm. About what?
Oh, we're talking about the difference between I guess we're having a discussion about real wages versus cost of living.
Hmm. I'm walking next to a farm field, and I just saw a frog.
I'm sorry.
I'm walking next to a farm field, and I just saw a frog.
Oh, got you.
Do you want to play chess?
Not right at the moment. We're doing the we're doing this real quick here, maybe in a bit.
Okay.
Like, I beg though, like I understand that that in certain areas the cost of living can like rise and outpace real wage growth, but like
This has happened all over the world. This is not U.S. specific
no, I'm talking
or
about the
area
United
specific.
States. I don't
This
care
is
about all across the world. I'm talking about the United States. In certain areas, sure, like the cost of living in certain areas can rise like it could surpass real wage growth in those areas, but like well then you just don't live there anymore. You just move to places where it hasn't, right?
I
That's what people do.
and what happens to those places where people move to? They end up slowly having a cost of living crisis in which the people who were living there move out to other places.
Yeah,
It's
I
not really addressing anything.
no, but like it's still proving my point though that like technically real wages have like kept up. It's just in certain areas they haven't. Like if you want to like but there's certain areas where real wage growth has like incredibly surpassed like the cost of living. Like in like shit bumfuck like Idaho, like it's real cheap to live there. Like for like your cost of living, I guess. Like I guess if you want to make a more like if you want to make a better like if you want to have a better argument, I guess the argument could be like, hey, I think housing has gone up in a lot of areas, which has caused people to like be priced out of those areas. We need to do something about that. To which I would agree with you on. Eh,
This is a global issue. This is not just
Sure,
like
it can be a global issue, but I don't care about the globe right now. I care about the United States and like what's going wrong here.
and what I'm saying by it's a global issue is that it affects everywhere, including everywhere in the United States.
Well, it wouldn't affect like China because they have a command.
It affects China.
The cost of living versus what they're
Yep,
paying there? No, I don't think so. I think
yep,
they have good. Like their cost of living there is significantly cheaper than the US's.
yep. And when it counts it to the wages, to the local wages, they also have a cost of living crisis.
Oh, I was not aware of this.
Yep, this is for the entire world.
I would look it up though. I don't believe you. I'm gonna look it up to verify that. Because the United States also doesn't have a cost of living crisis. In certain areas, we have cost of living crisis, but not across
What
the
are
entire.
you talking about? That's like the most pressing political issue in like any discussion, the cost of living crisis. Like I'm looking up like so much sources from like the Bureau of Labor Statistics,
Well,
from the
cite them. I would love
IMF.
to see them. I would love to see these sources then.
Okay, the issue with that, right, is that it's very what is it called? How do you say that? Damn, I only spoke German. The issue with this is that it is very much, how do you say that? It's like fractured, right? These things are kind of like bro, what is the word, bro? It's so fucking annoying. Whatever.
No, I'm not doing the thing where I'm like, oh, you can't think of it. Gotcha, gotcha. No, I'll give you time. Whatever you need
What?
to do to
No,
think about it.
no, I said that because I actually don't know how to say it in English.
Say what in English?
Um, I legit, if I knew how to say it, I would say it.
Are you not from the U.S.?
I am, I'm trilingual.
Oh, nice. Who do you like when it comes to politics?
Huh?
Who do you like when it comes to politics?
Um, in America?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like there's anyone that I like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I really gotta go. I'm gonna keep sending shit like in this chat, but I gotta do this VC.
Alright,
See you guys.
talk to you later.
All right. I don't even know what you were talking about. The cost of living?
Yeah, we're talking about the cost of living.
What is it about? Like
Um,
income and outcome,
he
economical
just
wise?
he doesn't think that real wages have kept up with inflation.
Hmm. Is it about like economic stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the economy. Hey, what's up, everybody?
I'm gay.
Cool.
What do you think I'm gay?
You just said it.
You just claim to be gay.
I'm streaming, so like I have it recorded.
Don't ever talk to me or my family again.
I have it recorded. So.
And I have witnessed that.
Look, no one is gonna sit here and call me gay, okay?
You said it, and I have it recorded. I can pull up the soundbite just to like spam it into my mic if you need. Did you just leave after saying all that? It's so weird.
Oh, why would I leave?
Oh, someone else left. Okay, based.
Well, I'll tell
So
you the
why are
story
you
of my name.
Huh?
Would you like to hear the lore of my name?
I'd like to hear the lore behind you being gay.
So basically, King Nicolaitis was the first black Spartan.
Alright, I don't care, you racist piece of shit.
Damn.
Have fun literally being like a forever incel, lonely weirdo who never gets women. Have fun like with your genes being removed from the gene pool because of your inability to just not be like a racist.
It really sucks to not have a woman though. It's a really loser, you know? Not having a woman is being loser.
That guy's definitely a loser. I'm not gonna disagree with that.
Who just walks in a room and says, "Hello, I'm gay." What are you trying to say? Okay, you're
He has no
gay.
social skills. It's kind of like the issue. It's like the main problem.
Damn.
You know?
Yeah, I've been walking for 2 hours.
Damn. It's tough.
Yeah.
Fuck. New game.
I want to go camping.
That'd be hype.
Yeah. I want to start a campfire and throw some potatoes in the fire, you know,
Based.
with a tea or coffee.
Coffee?
Yeah, we could brew some coffee in the campfire, can't we? With some milk, like latte.
I mean, probably could, yeah.
If we get lucky, we could fish a little.
True. This is true.
Yeah. I've been learning how to build a hut.
Actual weirdos. Ew. Alright, let me pause. Ideologically bought in. YouTube. What do we got? All right. Hey, 2 live viewers. What is poppin'? Hey. All right, I suppose we can do some YouTube since nobody wants to join the VC. I'm just gonna mute it. I'll just deafen. I don't care what happens in this VC. Clevin Glams.
Hey, do you want to start streaming? With All Pro, you get access to.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
No, wait. I need you to answer the question. Does Trump have to say, I need you guys to commit treason? All those animals were slaughtered before they let people into test, and they even removed the characters on the boards that said live animal sales when there were people taking pictures there.
Do you think all of these catastrophic failures can happen at the same time?
Yes, easily. If you read the report on this prison, there were all these failures happening for long periods of time. Tons of our federal prisons have tons of issues. Roger Stone 100% was coordinating with Lucifer 2.0 for media timings on the leaks.
Okay, let's get this party started. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we're going to be doing a new format. I'll be pulling in challengers one at a time to debate Destiny on a specific topic for 20 to 30 minutes at a time. Destiny will give his opening thoughts on it, concisely and briefly, and then we'll get straight into it. The challenger in each case will have the last word, and they'll be able to tell you where they can find them. A link to everyone who is going to be in the show is in my YouTube description, so if you like any of them or you want to see more of them, that's where you can go to find them. And one more housekeeping thing before we begin. If you want your super chat read on stream, I'll do it between debates. But we're going with the $20 minimum today, okay? If it's off topic, I'll read it, but it'll be a $40 minimum.
Damn.
If you want me to say something off topic, you can, but you got to pay for the privilege.
Wait, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Is there no way to unmirror your camera in Discord? Why is it mirrored?
Mine or yours? Or,
Mine.
I do the mirroring through OBS. I just have it.
Or no, like my camera is mirrored in OBS. Is there a way to like turn off like mirroring, or does it just do that automatically?
You should be able to go to transform.
Transform.
Yeah, if you click on the display you're capturing in the
Wait,
OBS.
did I say OBS?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant in Discord. Is there a way in Discord?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I have no idea.
Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
I think it's only mirrored for you in Discord. That's how it is in Zoom. Oh wait, am I on the left or right side of my camera from your perspective?
From my perspective, you are on the right side of your camera.
Not stage right, like your right, like on the screen, like on your physical monitor. Am I on the left more or right more side?
Yeah, on my physical monitor, you're on the right more.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Forget it then. Okay.
Okay, we good?
Yep.
You ready to go? Okay, the first topic is January 6th was an insurrection 100% led by Trump. Okay, Destiny, what are your initial thoughts? And then we'll just get into it. Go ahead.
Oh my god. Hold on.
Are we live right now?
Yeah.
We are live.
Do you want?
Just curious. Okay.
Do we want to introduce anybody or?
Yeah, this is Marte. Marte, tell people who you are, I guess.
I'm Marte Reyes. I'm an extension of somewhat of the Crucible, and also I'm a IFBB professional bodybuilder, a blood sport debater, and I love talking politics and social issues and relationship dynamics. And you can find me on X as Mighty Marte, and also Instagram as The Real Mighty Mouse, and also YouTube on the Edge. You can find my channel and tune in later. So that's my intro.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. I gotcha. I'm here. Okay. Wait, and then are these supposed to be 30 minutes each? Is that how you're running this?
Yep.
Or?
Yep.
Jesus.
20 to 30 minutes each. Go ahead.
Okay. I think Donald Trump had a clear plan to overthrow the U.S. election. I think that he had a clear structure in place to do it. He was basically faking electorate votes across the 7 states needed. He had a plan to pressure the vice president of the United States to accept the fake electorate votes. And then the goal was to use violence in January 6th in order to pressure lawmakers to accept the fake votes. Obviously, it ended up failing, but I would say that everything points pretty clearly to it being an insurrection. Like, the plan is all like pretty open out there and everything else. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Marte. Why is that wrong?
So the reason why it's wrong is because we're not here to argue that Trump headed an insurrection, meaning like the electors. We're not here to argue the electors at all. So the elector scheme is irrelevant completely. If Trump tried to seat them down, there was no riot. If there would be no riot, there'd be no quote-unquote insurrection. So, I mean, so here's the thing, though. Destiny's going to try to bog me down with this elector scheme, which is irrelevant and doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical. So going on to my point, I'm not trying to gish gallop here, but his statements are not a direct call to violence. As we've seen, the event was a disorganized protest at best, rather than a coordinated coup. Where's the coordination at? I didn't see a direct call for a riot or violence by Trump. Where was that at, Destiny?
So you say disorganized protest, but didn't they all go to the Capitol building and then try to break into the Capitol building to circumvent the certification of the election? And didn't they succeed in that? Or did that all just happen accidentally?
So here's the thing, Trump, and I quote, "I demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors," which, by the way, is not even really analogous to this whole point, "who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically protest." Where's the call for violence there?
So that's actually the perfect encapsulation of the entire election. When he says Congress should only seat the lawfully slated electors, he's talking about his fake ones. And when he says everybody's going to march over to the Capitol to make your voice heard, he's sending his people, not in a disorganized manner, but in a very organized manner, over to the Capitol building to pressure Congress to accept his fake electors.
So
And
once
that's
again,
exactly what they
the elector scheme isn't relevant to the insurrection, by the way. So when we're talking about the insurrection, you're failing to bring up any points as far as the motivation. Where's the motivation?
To what? For what?
For this so-called insurrection that you're seeing.
The motivation is to
talking-
stay in office for 4 more years.
Well, no. The motivation for anybody is to stay in office. That's if they're running for Congress, governor, or anything like that. Everybody's motivated to do this. I'm talking about the insurrection. Where's the motivation for the specific insurrection?
The motivation is to pressure Congress to accept his fake electors so that he remains in office.
Right. I can go ahead and pressure anybody to do anything, but we're talking about commanding people to do an insurrection.
Okay, so here's a question. So help me with this, okay? So do you agree that everybody was there on January 6th because Trump called them to be there?
Well, as far as this, yes, a peaceful protest.
So he called them to be there. Do you agree that everybody went to the Capitol building afterwards because Trump said that they would all be marching to the Capitol?
He said to peacefully protest. Yes. Once again,
do you agree that they all went to the Capitol building because Trump told them to go to the Capitol?
Not fitting the guidelines for any insurrection. We're talking about a peaceful protest.
I'm just asking a simple question. Did Trump tell them all to go to the Capitol building?
He said to march over to the Capitol building, yes.
So he called all of them there on January 6th. They all marched to the Capitol building, okay? They broke through the barricades and they started to break into the Capitol building to delay the certification of the vote. Did Trump make any effort until Ashley Babbitt got shot and killed? Did Trump make any effort to intervene when he was notified that the Capitol was being overrun?
Hold on, let's back up. You're talking about making an effort. Well, let's get past this first point. When did he state to break past the barriers or do any of this other stuff?
I never said that. I'm asking, did he make any effort to intervene once the barriers were broken?
So there's a timeline here. So he did text right after this, matter of fact, to go home in peace as soon as he could, urging rioters to go home in peace. The critics vaguely argue this was too late and included a sympathetic language like "we love you," things like this. But once again, this wasn't direction. This wasn't direction.
No
You're
one is
saying
talking about. No one is talking about direction. I'm just asking. Was it not
Well,
the
hold on.
case that the
Wait,
Capitol was broken into, and for hours there was a riot there before Trump told people to go home?
Destiny, my first point was intention and motivation. Can we get past this first?
No, you can't even answer my simple question, so I don't know if there's any point in this. So far you agree that everybody was there because Trump called them to be there on January 6th. They marched to the Capitol building because... What?
I had a simple question. Where's the intention and motivation? We're getting past this. Now you want me to ask your questions without...
I don't know what you mean. The intention and motivate. The intention was to circumvent the lawful electoral vote slating process. That was what they wanted to do, and he did it. He managed to circumvent it for some time.
Entailment of proving this. Can you show me in any way where this was tied to a disruption? Meaning, like, if you're talking about this specifically, can you point to where he instructed people to commit any treasonous insurrection activity? Period. You're failing time and time
Hold
again.
on. What is my standard of proof here? Do I have to show him saying you guys need to commit treason?
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question.
No, wait. I need you to answer that question. Does Trump have to say, I need you guys to commit treason?
He doesn't have to say this for a riot.
Okay, so then when Trump's final words in his speech were, and we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. How am I supposed to interpret that?
His final words were marching over to the Capitol building and peacefully patriotic protest. You're leaving this out, Destiny.
Sorry, hold on. I'll read the whole last paragraph. No, that fight peacefully thing, that's not his last words at all. These are all of his, this is the end of his speech. And we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun, my fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say that despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They never vote for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you. So my question, one question, and then you can ask me whatever. Wait, one question. Just let me ask one question, and then you can ask whatever you want. I'll answer it. Can you tell me, after he ends a speech like that, saying "fight like hell and take your country back," when all of them walk to the Capitol, when all of them walk to the Capitol building afterwards, and then they break in and they fight like hell to take their country back, was that just a coincidence?
Destiny, I know you like to gish gallop right now.
I'm not gish galloping. I just read a quote and asked a question, but you're not going to answer it because you know the answer.
Quotes right now. This is what you're doing right now. I'm trying to answer your question right now, and you're just talking over me. I'm asking for the inciting of violence. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard anything as far as like inciting a riot. I'm not hearing about tearing down buildings, killing anybody, or doing any destructive activities. All I'm hearing is a powerful speech by Trump. That could, matter of fact, I'll even concede. Let's say that he was talking about a riot. Does this fit the definitional terms of what an insurrection is?
Yes, but we're not talking about a riot either. But also, so then you're telling me then that it was just a coincidence that after this speech, it's a coincidence that it's a coincidence that after this speech, everybody went down to the Capitol, broke into the Capitol building, and delayed the certification of the vote, which is exactly why they were there to protest. That was all a coincidence.
You know what? That would happen during a riot too, right?
I'm just gonna keep repeating the exact same question until he answers that. I'm just letting you know. But that's okay. We can do this for the next 20 minutes.
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire. I loved being a chef, but working in someone else's kitchen just wasn't cutting it for me. So I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
Well, technically, the last words he said was "go home in peace," literally.
I'm talking about the speech, and I'm going to repeat my question. So it was a coincidence then that the people who were gathered there on January 6th to protest the certification of the vote, that were told by Trump to fight like hell, that walked down to the Capitol, that they broke in and they got through and they prevented or they delayed the certification vote, that was a coincidence.
I would say yes, this can coincidentally happen in any riot situation or any grouping situation. This can happen after a Knicks game after they lose in a basketball game. Things like this happen. If we say, oh, we're going to fight like the Fighting Irish, and it's going to happen.
Wait, you said like a basketball game.
An insurrection.
Let go ahead, Marte. Get to your question.
The question today is if Trump led an insurrection, not if he led a riot, not if he led a group. I'm trying to hear the motivation and intention. I'm not hearing any of that through the speech. You're failing to prove that.
What were they there to protest? Why were they there on January 6th?
So right now we're talking about a system in place that people disagreed with.
What system? What were they there on January 6th to protest?
An electorate system.
So the president of the United States brought them there to protest against the electorate system, and then all of those people that were sent by the president to the Capitol building that ended up delaying the certification of the vote, those two things aren't connected at all to you. That was just a coincidence.
I mean, can you point out where the motivation was to cause violence or a riot?
Yes, the
Fighting,
words,
just tell
we
me
fight
through
like hell.
votes, we fight through votes, we fight through free speech.
You can't fight through votes. The election was over.
Well, hold on. No, there's still a vote, meaning our speech. We vote in the way that we talk, in the way that we walk, in the way that we protest. So there's still quote unquote hypothetical votes that are still happening through our presence, through means of protesting and walking. So that's what I'm referring to when I say voting. So not only do we vote this way, we vote by our dollars when we buy things. So what I'm saying though is that I'm still waiting for proof or any evidence that this was incited by Trump and led by Trump, even though he spoke to peacefully conduct this and march this towards the Capitol. I'm still not hearing this. You saying simply fight, fight, fight. This could be a fight through our voices, through marching, through protest, which is peacefully. I'm not hearing any of this stuff. I'm not hearing attention on motivation.
So then tell me, what type of evidence would you need? Would you need Trump to say, you need to go to the Capitol building and break into the Capitol building and commit treason? Is that what you need?
I mean, that would basically help, but I don't see
that would only
anything
help.
closely related to that.
Can I ask, what short of that would you consider evidence, Marte?
You mean my threshold as far as like what would you consider? I would say I need you to go ahead and do them in bad, specifically them. Meaning like I need you to go ahead and just put a stop. Like meaning like let me clarify this, right? Let me offer a clarifier. Something akin to creating treason. Any language as far as causing treason, meaning overturning an election. I don't hear any language as far as
wait, any treason like overturning an election? So when he said in the speech, okay, you look back there all the way to the Washington Monument, it's hard to believe, we must stop the steal, and then we must ensure that such outrageous election fraud never happens again and can never be allowed to happen again. What does he mean when he says stop the steal there?
Meaning that there's an investigative process that's happening right now.
No, sir, I'm sorry. No, it's January 6th. He's lost the election, and they're just doing the certificate. That we're past that.
Hey, hold on. Do you think an investigative process stops after an election? No.
They didn't, and they lost their cases. They didn't find anything. Yes, it stops at that point. The transition of power is going to happen.
Hold on. Do you think that there can be a separation between the protest and Trump, meaning that his intentions were to march peacefully, but meanwhile, the public is pissed and chaotic, disarray, saying we need to stop this, and
they're pissed because Trump make them pissed. They're not translating. Trump makes them pissed. Okay, when Trump says all of us here today do not want to see our election victory, what victory? He lost, stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done, and that's what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country's had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. What are they trying to stop there? What are they doing there? They're going to use their speech?
So motivational speech to incite people to peacefully march towards the Capitol. I mean, this sounds like a speech to question maybe an investigative process or fact-finding process, even by the public, because we're inclined to question government activities, whether or not an election was legitimate or not. This can happen post-election. Now, if a group comes together and wants to maybe riot, he didn't state riot. He didn't state cause an insurrection or incite
just
treasonous
real quick,
activities.
you acknowledge how unbelievably intellectually bankrupt it is for you to keep saying he didn't use the word riot. He didn't use the word treason over and over again. You know that it never works that way, right?
Hey, even if we throw this language out, was there even language adjacent to, causing a disruption as far as the buildings?
Fight like hell or you'll lose your country? I feel like fight like hell or you'll lose your country is a pretty big one, yeah?
Yeah, fight like hell. I can walk down the street in basically the ABs that happened by Planned Parenthood in March and fight like hell that way with picket signs. Well, so it's like, that's interpretation. You're assuming that every single person in the crowd was like, oh, we're just going to cause some treasonous event towards the Capitol. Like,
I mean, they all assumed that, didn't they? Didn't they assume that when they broke into the Capitol?
Okay, let's say they assume this. Can you at least demonstrate how Trump told them to do this?
Why, if Trump didn't tell them to do it, why didn't Trump stop them when they were doing it?
Okay, once again, we're at an impasse. When I ask you during this whole debate where the inciting of this was, when I'm saying that, so let me go ahead and give you a hypothetical. Let's say I tell you to walk down the store. to the store to get groceries. Did I tell you how to walk to the store? Did I tell you which avenue to take or anything like this? When I say peacefully protest, patriotically protest towards the Capitol, is he telling them how to do this?
Well, it would depend on his action. Okay, let's try another hypothetical. Let's say
there's a translation error. But
wait, hold on. We're gonna play a hypothetical game. If I walk to a pool and I see that there's a child that just fell into the pool and the child is drowning, and I don't do anything to stop the drowning child, do you think I have some moral responsibility there for not intervening?
Right, but you're talking about maybe a delay. He did this nonetheless, and you could say, well, maybe there's a delay.
I'm gonna ask the same question when you're done rambling and trying to obfuscate. Do you have a moral responsibility to save the child when you watch the child drowning?
The question right now. Everybody has an opportunity.
I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying if you walk to a pool and you see.
I was gonna say that.
STEM's multi-insect spray is safe to use around people and pets.
I have no clue where to get the
Hello,
coal.
here's how you can get coal in Cities Skylines 2. So first of all, what you want to do is go to zones over here, and then from these options select specialized industry, and over here you will find coal mining. Now coal mining requires ore zones, or rather the spots where the ore exists, which are indicated with these spots. So where you have the biggest blue spot, this is the place where you want to put.
There we go.
Your child walk in and they're drowning. Do you have a moral responsibility to help the child?
If it's me or not, everybody has a responsibility. This applies to me or not. So if
okay, do you think that responsibility?
Delayed action does that? Okay, so if I have a delayed action,
do you think that responsibility? Do you think that responsibility would be even greater for a lifeguard?
Destiny, if I have a delayed reaction, does that remove incitement of said riot or said insurrection?
If you said that if you said that you hated the kid and you told the kid to go play in the pool, yeah, it might actually. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not what happened in this case.
He did. He told them to go play in the pool. He didn't tell them to drown. He told them to go play in the pool. And then when they started drowning, he didn't stop it. You don't think that looks really suspicious?
Yeah, great. I can say this, but here's the thing, though. I'm still not hearing a correlation between inciting and a motivation.
You can't say correlation. I've already won on the correlation ground. He said words, people walked to the Capitol, and they committed a riot that broke into the Capitol to delay a lawful process. Like, so you're the one that's fighting now on the causal chain, and you're saying that it was all a coincidence.
Doesn't make any sense. By the way, back to this, Destiny. I'm telling you, if he has a delayed reaction and said it nonetheless, all you're doing is mincing words and saying, well, he just didn't do it fast enough. That doesn't mean anything. If I do something slow, it doesn't mean that I incited it or my motivation or intention was to cause this.
If he had something, no, because if he had something to gain by dragging his feet, which he did, and if when the insurrection was happening, the only thing he and Giuliani were doing were making phone calls to lawmakers to try to certify the fake electorate slates, yeah, it kind of seems like he wanted it to happen. He was facilitating it.
You're presuming to know somebody's mind by saying this is why he drug his feet and this is why he has incentive to do this.
Are you assuming we can never figure out what's in somebody's mind?
In this case, can you demonstrate why Trump, that he dragged his feet on purpose? Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, by the phone calls that he was making to lawmakers to get them to delay the certification of the vote.
You mean after or before or during?
During, when the insurrection was happening and Trump was capitalizing on it, rather than doing something which he's commanded to do as president of, we now see he sent the troops to D.C., so apparently he can do it, right? Even when the mayor doesn't want it, he's got the troops there now. Why didn't he send them there during January 6th?
So if there were FBI agents in the crowd working for who? Who are in, let's just say FBI agents were working in the crowd.
Well, they'd
who
be
were they
working
employed by at the time?
Donald
were
Trump.
They working on behalf of Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing, though. If I have a delayed reaction, nonetheless, I'm going to get off this topic right here because this is moot. So if we're talking about the subject about a delayed reaction, that still doesn't
you
prove
forgot that Trump was in office. That's why you moved on from that.
No intent or motivation. This implies that there's no intent or motivation. We can go ahead and separate the two. It doesn't mean that, oh, the reason why he delayed this, you still can't prove this. It doesn't really make any sense. I don't see, because he did this and he cited anything from his sources and saying he slowed his feet or dragged his feet because of this. This could have just been a number of errors. This happens. Still, back
Excuse
to the
me, he was
point.
literally tweeting as it was going on. How can that be a number of errors if he was tweeting?
Okay, so he was tweeting. A delayed tweet, same thing. Still, if he's tweeting this and still tweeted, I need you to go ahead and peacefully protest, but just like the same, by saying, God bless you all, I love you, and calls this a fraudulent election before this, and is saying, hey, I need you guys to cease this later. It still doesn't promote the promotion of this. It still
If
doesn't
somebody,
say, hey,
if rioters were outside the White House chanting, hang Mike Pence, and then Donald Trump just tweets 10 minutes later, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, those are his fake electors, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. The USA demands the truth. This is already an hour and a half after the breach into the secured grounds of the Capitol. It was 10 minutes after they had already breached into the building, and it was 10 minutes after there was already video footage of people saying, hang Mike Pence.
You know, here's the thing, though. What's your definition of insurrection?
No, I'm good on that. I'm good on this one.
We are at the 20-minute mark. Marte, you will have the last word, so go ahead, give your closing thoughts, tell people where they can find you, and
these are my closing thoughts. My definition is a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence. He has not once demonstrated this during this debate. He hasn't described a plan by President Trump or people to use violence. Once again, throughout this whole debate, I was listening the whole time and try to listen to where Trump was telling them to use violence. By, mind you, only specific people, certain subset of individuals, which are small, brought guns. Mind you, everybody, this is the most armed nation in the world right now, mind you, and everybody has two-way rights, because when we have, you know, I would say a protest and people bring guns, doesn't mean that we're going to go ahead and use this for an insurrection. That doesn't make any sense. So, by the way, he still hasn't proved that there's basically an incentive, or, you know, Trump saying, I'm telling you to use violence towards the government. And not only this, a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence by a planned event or a coup or some treasonous way. This language hasn't been used the whole time. During him or during this debate, I haven't seen from my opponent at all at once. You can find me on YouTube at On The Edge, and you can find me on Twitter at Mighty Marte, and also The Real Mighty Mouse on Instagram.
And thank you for being here. I appreciate you, and we're gonna let you go. Okay, buddy?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Right, what a start. What a start. I do have polls that I'm going to be running in my YouTube chat after these and near the end of these, and you can vote on who you think did better in this one. Okay, so far we're looking at, with 101 votes, Destiny is at 75% on who won the question, and Marte is at 101%. Well, it's going up and down as we speak. So yeah, okay. These are bite sized, so even if it gets a little frustrating or a little annoying, that's why we keep it short and sweet. Okay. So the next topic we got coming up, gang, is going to be the SARS-CoV zoo, whether it was from a lab or from a zoonautical event. Let's bring on your next guy. Okay, hello.
Hello.
You got a camera for us, sir?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, tell people who you are, what you do, all that.
Yeah, I'm Deej. I orbit I orbit Wix sometimes, and right now I post on Twitter.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. So today the topic is SARS-CoV-2 almost certainly came from a zoonotic spillover. There is no reason to think it was leaked from a lab. Destiny, give your opening thoughts, and then we'll get into it. Same rules, same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's basically my opening. I mean, the pattern of infections all spreads from the wet market. We have good epidemiological and genetic evidence to see that it originated from the wet market. There's literally zero evidence whatsoever that it even came from the lab at all. I don't even know how, short of like some insanely secretive plot that nobody knows about, there's literally no explanation for how it could have originated from a lab in Wuhan.
Yeah, go ahead, Deej. Take it away.
So your stance really is that you think that there is no evidence to suggest that it could have stemmed from the lab.
To suggest, there might be a couple things that cut in favor, but generally speaking, no, all the evidence points towards zoonotic spillover.
And how high, like when we're looking at the standard of evidence that we have pointing towards it being a zoonotic spillover, how highly do you rate the level of evidence that we have to confirm that that is?
We'll confirm. I don't think we'll ever know, but I'd like say 90 to 95%. Basically, it's 100% unless there is there would have to be a whole planned, contrived plot from Chinese operatives to take that virus and then leak it to the wet market on their own without anybody knowing about it, and there's no evidence of it.
So, sorry, I just want to make sure that I understood what you said. So basically, you think that the only way that it could have come from the lab is if China intentionally leaked it from the lab?
Well, took it to the wet market and leaked it, but even that theory would have a lot of problems that would be difficult to contend with.
Okay, and how, I guess, because not gonna get into some of the facts if we agree on these.
Sure.
The virus, do you know how the spillover occurred in the wet market?
I think the theory is that there were two separate spillover events, most likely from the raccoon dog stalls in the southwest portion, I think, of the Wuhan wet market, the Wuhan seafood market.
And why is that the most likely theory?
When you take samples from the area, all of the epidemiological evidence seems to center around stalls that are located in that part of the market. They're the most that test positive for samples that are confirming the SARS-CoV-2 genome, because all of the cases, the very first ones, of the first 5, I think 3 or 4 had direct links to the wet market. The first person I think that they theorized was sick was a wet market worker, and then all of the cases spread out about as you would expect epidemiologically from the wet market.
So, are you suggesting that we know the intermediary host for the
No,
virus?
I don't think we do, but I don't think we need to. We don't know the intermediary host, for instance, for SARS-CoV-1 as well.
That's not true. We know what it is.
We don't know the spillover event for SARS-CoV-1. We absolutely don't.
No, we do.
We don't.
We found that out within 6 months.
We don't.
The intermediate host for SARS-CoV-2 was civet minks.
We don't know that either.
No, we do.
Okay.
Can you
can
provide,
source me after, I guess.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and... do we want to do sourcing on this call?
I mean, I'd be curious because I've never seen that, and I've read a lot of papers on this at this point, so that's pretty crazy. When you say that is the intermediary host, you mean that the spillover event was found, or you mean that this is a host that can facilitate the virus and transfer it to humans?
Yeah, so if you just do a search for SARS-CoV-2 intermediary host, it's going to say an intermediary host is not found. If you do a SARS-1 search for the same terms, you'll find that we do know what the intermediary host for SARS-CoV-1 was.
Oh, okay.
And
sorry,
that was
hold on.
discovered within 6 months.
Can you explain
wait, my bad. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I think you're correct there. I spoke too quickly. What I said is we don't have the spillover event for SARS-CoV-1. We might have, in retrospect, found the intermediary host, but we don't have the exact spillover event for when it occurred.
I want to know, have you made this mistake with your holster? And by mistake, I mean, did you get a holster that's uncomfortable so you don't carry all the time? You may have. And even if you hadn't, you probably want a holster that's more comfortable. Enter the Vanish holster, the world's most comfortable holster. And guess what? Today, it's buy one, get one free on these. That's right. We're not going to run this special forever, but if you grab one right now, you'll get one of these already at a discount, and then you'll get the second one 100% free. Why would you want this holster? You know, it's a great question. And the reason is, it's comfortable. Like I said, we have built it with premium materials like this yoga pant material in the belt that is supportive and stretchy, so that you can wear it all day long without even noticing it's there. It doesn't get stinky, slimy, or sweaty or anything like that. The front, made out of 1000D Cordura. Same material used in a lot of military applications because of its durability and its stretchiness. And then this on the back is a nice microfiber. It does the same thing as the belt. It just doesn't get nasty, practically vanishes on your body when you're wearing it all day long. Now this belt works with anybody of any size, so it doesn't matter how big or small you are, the Vanish holster is going to float your boat. On top of that, it works with all of your guns, 99% of them to be exact. Carries 2 additional magazines right here, has level 2 retention and a built-in trigger guard, and it's also ambidextrous. But most importantly, like I said, it's buy one, get one free. And here's even the best part. You have a 60-day money-back guarantee on the Vanish holster. So if you purchase it, and it's not as comfortable as I said, we're gonna give you all of your money back. No questions asked. It's our guarantee to you to make sure that you are constantly comfortable when you wear your holster all day long. Now, like I said, this isn't gonna last forever. The BOGO that we've got going on will end at some point in the future, so I want you to grab this now. get yourself armed, get a friend or family armed, get a spare. It doesn't really matter. You have to get this deal because it won't last forever.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your
Correct. And, but that intermediary host is, I would say, not trivial, because that is the explanation of how it jumped from the animals into humans. Right now, the only evidence that we have, like going to what you said about them thinking raccoons being a potential vector, is the raccoons were present with the same virus that the humans had, but that was a dead culture of the virus and could have actually just been spread from human to the raccoons.
So it could have been that was initially theorized, but when people go back and they do the tests on these things to figure out where they came from, like in animal stalls where there was the highest concentration of the virus found, it was where there were like these raccoon dogs. It was in the southwest parts of these stalls. In other animal samples where there were no humans present, they found very little or no SARS-CoV-2. And in other stalls where there was more human DNA present, they found more SARS-CoV-2. So the idea that the SARS-CoV-2 was coming from someplace beyond those raccoon dogs, I just haven't seen that. There's no theory or evidence of how it could have come from any other place, and it all seems to point to the raccoon dogs.
Would you say that we have, because one of the main criticisms...
Also, wait, I'm sorry, can I ask one more question? I'm sorry, this is actually...
Go ahead.
You're telling me that for SARS-CoV-1, we found a 100% genetic match for nucleotide sequence DNA, or for RNA. We found a 100% sequence match for SARS-CoV-1 in an animal, and also for for the same virus that infected humans, for SARS-CoV-1?
So it's been a little bit since I looked at it, so I don't remember exactly how they determine. What I do know is the confirmed jump from what animals initially had bred the disease in them that made it possible to pass from humans was confirmed to have been that species for SARS-CoV-1.
I would try, I'd be curious to find it because my understanding, my research, the two closest strands to SARS-CoV-2 were Banal52 and RTG13. These had a 96.8 and a 96.1% match respectively. I thought that the closest nucleotide sequence match, like percentage similarity for SARS-CoV-1 was like 95%. But we can agree to disagree, I guess, on that fact if you want. I don't know if it's necessarily consequential that, but I was not aware that there was the crossover species and the exact SARS-CoV-1 virus had been identified in an animal species, but I'll look for it later, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, I don't have like I'll be honest, I didn't do new research for this. I'm going based off of back what I was researching in 2023 roughly.
Sure.
So if we want to get down to the scientific names of things, I'm not going to be that strong in that because it's whatever.
I'm curious then, because so I understand that it's possible to try to nibble around the edges for the zoonotic spillover. Can you give me any conceivable theory where it would have gotten from the lab to the wet market where no lab worker was ever shown to be infected and no spread of the virus ever happened from around the lab? And why did it start spreading from the wet market? Can you give me a story that can incorporate those facts?
I don't agree with the facts on that. We know that number one, the lab was kind of under hot water and not investigation, but criticism for poor procedures around leaking the containment. And also there were multiple staff workers who did get sick with symptoms that all we have is that they were sick because China pretty much deleted all the records about what their specific symptoms were. And those individuals did have a connection to the wet market.
So
did go there. So to answer
just a
your
real
question,
quick thing, because we have a factual disagreement here. So my understanding is the serum was available to test for these people for seropositivity for SARS-CoV-2. They were tested later on. Those samples, none of them tested positive for it. And we do know the symptoms for a lot of those sick workers. That I think one guy had like a broken arm. A couple had like some symptoms that were pneumonia-like, and then one guy had like a cold or flu. But like they tested all of these later on. None of these people had COVID. And if you would believe that they had COVID, it would have been like 2 months before the outbreak. So how can you account for like the cryptic transmission where just a couple people were infected, but it didn't have an outbreak anywhere besides the wet market, which is where it eventually outbreak from? Yeah.
So when were those tests on the subjects done, and who was performing them?
The seropositivity tests would I want to say they were done sometime in 2020. But when a lab worker gets sick, you take a blood sample and then you keep it on storage so you can test it later if you need to or whatever. But none of those people nobody's ever tested positive from any of the lab workers for COVID.
Well, I mean, a lot of people tested negative for COVID that did still have COVID as well. Like
Well, there might have been people who were asymptomatic who didn't go to the hospital, maybe. But for people who were tested,
that's totally plausible as well. They were asymptomatic, went to the wet market, and then spread the disease.
Sure, but what I'm trying to account for is how is it that they got sick at the lab, didn't spread it anywhere else, then got all the way to the wet market, spread it at the wet market, went home, didn't spread it anywhere else, and then it started to all spread from the wet market. How is that possible?
Well, there's a pretty simple reason, which is like you're more likely to spread the disease when you're touching and handling things that people are eating. So obviously, if they frequent the wet market, they have the disease, right? Similar to
frequent the wet market.
Hold on. Because
let Deej go. Go ahead, Deej.
Okay. Yeah, because if we're gonna say that, well, one person, getting the disease in the hospital, traveling a couple of miles to the wet market and introducing it to the wet market is not likely, how is it likely that the disease would have traveled thousands of miles from the initial reservoir along a whole animal trade in a whole bunch of different cities before getting to Wuhan without any of those places first exhibiting COVID-like symptoms?
Yeah, so that explanation is actually super simple. And the reason is because that animal trade is still illegal and it's done via smuggling in China. So the conditions are pretty dirty, but people try to keep it secret. These are literally things that are being smuggled from the South China Cave area where you're trying not to get caught by officials, and then animals are moving from cage to cage. There might have been workers along that trade route that maybe did get asymptomatic infections, possibly, but it's far more believable to think that somebody that's working in animal smuggling might be either a little more careful or a little more isolated because they know that they're dealing with bad shit and they don't want to get caught by authorities, versus a guy at a lab got sick and then traveled 12 kilometers to a wet market, only spread it there, went back to his home wherever he lived, and never was a super spreader from any other location. They just super spread at the wet market, where it's not like they're going there and touching everybody else's food and giving it to other people.
Well, but I mean, you could argue all of the cases were linked back to the wet market, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the only place that the spread occurred was at the wet market. It just means that the original source
was the wet
there.
market.
So if let's say one of the researchers, right, they come home, they kiss their wife, they spread it to their wife, and then the researcher then goes to the market, or the researcher's wife then goes to the market, it's very likely, in fact highly probable, that the wet market would still be seen as the initial threat vector because it is a circumstance where the disease can propagate more easily.
Why would the disease propagate more easily in a wet market than on a train to the wet market or in any of the number of intermediary stops? Also, I don't even think there's any evidence that links any of the people at the lab to the wet market. But let's assume they did go. Let's assume they went right from the lab right to the wet market. How do they take a 12.1 kilometer journey, however many train stops, train rides, train stations, internal, and don't spread it to a single person? And then at the wet market, they spread it to a ton of people. And then they take the train all the way back, don't spread it to anybody, go home, go back to the lab. How?
Well, they're researchers. Maybe they had a car, right?
So they...
I mean, you asked, we can quibble over all the potential ways that this could occur, but your stance was there was no way that it could have spread from
because first of all, I don't think that, because one, we're already on a hypothetical where there's no seropositivity for any of them involved. There's zero evidence that anybody at that lab was infected. Not only is there zero evidence, there's literally pictures of them going out to dinner 3 or 4 or 5 days after the first infection starts showing up at the wet market. So they're sick, they're spreading it to some people at the wet market, but nobody else. They have a car that they drive right to the wet market. There's no evidence of that, by the way, whatsoever.
Hey, what's up,
that any of them were traveling to the wet market. They didn't take any public transport anywhere, even though it's insanely common in China. They didn't spend any of their friends coincidence. Like that's just it's so impossible to believe all of those coincidences in a row, rather than it came from.
Yeah, I get what you're talking about.
I would agree with you.
Some
if
of it can
China
be stupid.
was being transparent, but what was China's initial first response to the disease, and then what was their response even after the initial outbreak and it had spread? And also, I would like to see how you would compare their response to SARS-CoV-2 versus how they responded to SARS-CoV-1.
Well, their first response was to deny it, and now their current response is to say that it came from the United States.
That is one. So they did put out a white paper, and they said that it potentially could have come from the United States, but to like pay attention to what the international community and scientists say.
Yep, and all the international community and scientists, all the research, the scientific research is all focused more and more and more on the wet market. Like all of the evidence is continuing to point in that direction.
You're right. Actually, yes, you're 100% right. They all do focus on
No, not focus as in biased that way. I mean, all of it's pointing in that direction. There is not a single piece of scientific evidence that's pointing in a different direction.
So I heavily disagree with you because initially, even during the time when China did allow WHO researchers in to look at their curated evidence, it was considered racist and a conspiracy theory among the scientific community to promote the lab leak theory. So kind of this idea when the evidence was hot that they were looking equally into all potential like sources of where it could have come just isn't really true. It was heavily politically biased.
It was heavily biased. I agree.
Against even considering the lab leak.
Incorrect. That's a very American Western perspective. It was against considering China as a source. Because if we want to say that China intervened, I agree with you. That's why we have no live animal samples. Because one of the things that China did is they went to that wet market and they slaughtered and removed every single live animal. The only epidemiological evidence we can point to is the remains and stuff that exist in the sewage drains outside of the stalls. All those animals were slaughtered before they let people into test. And they even removed the characters on the boards that said live animal sales when there were people taking pictures there.
So that makes kind of the claim that there's like the claim that we definitely know like that the disease transferred from, say, the raccoon dogs to humans isn't actually that strong because the evidence that would allow the scientific community to make a strong claim for that has been deleted. And that's
it hasn't been deleted. They couldn't know because there's still a ton of evidence in the drains. You could link it back.
Yes, a lot of dead animals that could have literally just had the virus in their DNA in the same way that if I had COVID and got in a car accident, I'd still test positive for COVID.
Yeah, but all of the cases spread from and originate from, and the density all spreads out from the wet market.
Yeah, sure, but that's a lot of it is natural due to the conditions in the wet market, making it a playground for the diseases to spread.
The wet market
is part of the reason why we criticize wet markets in general.
No, that's not a reason why. The reason why is because they're bringing in animals that are infected with diseases that can likely spill over to humans. There was a researcher that went in 2014 that literally took a picture of the exact stall that the raccoon dogs were kept in and said this might be a really bad deal in the future, and that's literally the exact same stall where SARS-CoV-2 came from.
Sure, but here's the thing, right?
But wait, but then also wait real quick, just on that claim, you keep saying that the wet market is an ideal place to spread it from. No, it's not. Wet market was a giant open air, basically, or if it wasn't open air, the ceilings and tents were really, really tall. It probably would spread better in hospitals, which it did. Probably spread better in supermarkets, which it did. Better in malls, in any high density area. I don't know why we would assume that wet markets are the best place for it to start spreading.
Hello and welcome to the first video in our series introducing the new OWN Pro. OWN Pro is a streaming tool designed for beginners and experienced streamers. In this playlist we'll go over all the benefits that OWN Pro has to offer for your stream. But for now we want to focus on the amazing templating system and also the single scene setup. So if you're a new streamer and you want a cool overlay setup but you don't have the time to set it up in OBS, then the templating system is the perfect choice for you. You can visit OWN.pro, click on the scene builder, and then you will have the option to choose from a complete overlay setup or a single scene setup. The biggest advantage is you save a lot of time using our complete overlay setup. If you click on it, you have two options to choose from.
Can you not do this? Thank you.
Well,
Jesus.
I mean, okay, if we're going by US standards of how we handle food, I'd agree. But again, to your point, right? COVID can transmit from a human to an animal and then back into a human. We know that's part of the research that we have done. We know that it can do that, and it did do that, right? People contracting it from their pets or from somebody else's pet. So it's kind of, I don't necessarily want to get bogged down on whether the wet market is an ideal condition or not. COVID could very easily spread in that environment and situation, which is why, like, whether it was introduced via a bat or whether it was introduced by a human who spread it to an animal, it would spread similarly within those conditions.
I don't disagree with that, but that's why I said we would have to have a theory that can account for somebody getting the virus at the lab, taking it over to the wet market, not being infected themselves, and not infecting a single other person in any other area. And we would also have to account for a whole bunch of... I agree. That's why I didn't say 100%, but that's an extraordinary claim. And not only is it extraordinary because we would have to have a whole plot to do that, which would be hard to explain why would you do that, but we would need a whole plot for that to happen. We would also have to explain how did they create a brand new virus using a unique viral backbone, using amino acids that weren't predicted by any known computer model, on a virus that all of the research for this had been posted and was being published for so long. How did they do all of this under wraps for so long? There's so many weird scientific things you'd have to account for. It seems way easier to just believe it was probably a zoonotic spillover event, especially given how close the ancestors we found in other South China caves were to the SARS-CoV-2 original leak.
So wait, are you suggesting that it would be more difficult for like a black budget research team to like force engineer a virus to adopt certain traits when we have a virus that's similar to a virus, then like that's less plausible than it naturally evolved from a virus into what was SARS-CoV-2?
Yes. Using a novel backbone that wasn't published or documented by any other researcher? Correct. And then having the amino acids that bind in the cells that weren't predicted by computer models that made it pretty adaptive to humans and allowed it to spread so fast. Yeah, I think that the evidence for it being some black market research thing, there's basically no evidence to support that theory at all. You would have to make a whole bunch of very crazy assumptions.
I mean, if you ask people in the, towards the end of World War II, if the U.S. was developing nuclear weapons, there wouldn't be any evidence to suggest that other than tin pot conspiracy brain stuff.
That's
right?
true, but I don't even know how many people knew anything about atomic physics at that point in time. Now we have cell phones, we have labs that are there to study things specifically, we've got tons of epidemiological data. Like, there's tons of reasons why people know things now that aren't necessarily comparable to the Manhattan Project.
So you think that like all the secret research that the U.S. or China does is known to the public, and if we don't have evidence of it, we can't assume that they're doing these things?
No, not all research, but it depends on the type of research you're doing. Like, if you were to tell me that the United States does secret research on like propulsion missile systems that nobody else knows about, that's possible and probably likely. It's something that only the U.S. government can probably fund or do. There's not a high consumer interest in doing it. Like, that makes sense. But if you tell me like the United States government has figured out like a novel way to put together microprocessors in a way that no one else figured out, I would say that's impossible. No shot. There's way too much commercial interest and international interest in this thing in order for some government with a whatever fuck off budget in order to figure that out. It would never happen. So with this particular research, like, this is research the whole world is doing. People are publishing papers on it all the time. The idea that there's some black market budget to figure out this stuff, and then also the lab conditions for that black market are so bad, and it's in a publicly like known about lab, and then they also leak the virus and nobody, like, it's just so many things to believe there. Again, on a novel viral backbone.
I mean, we're talking about China, right? This type of thing isn't really like unique to China when it comes to like secret project leaks and also poor like containment procedures and people following procedures. Like for instance, if I were a Chinese, really anybody in any position, it's historically documented that they inflate and deflate numbers when it is compelling for them, right? And also, like, there's a reason we offshored this research to China. But for obviously, like,
well, we didn't offshore it.
We weren't researching this.
We do research it here as well. But part of the reason why it's in China is because they have a lot of the epidemiological stuff. The origins for a lot of these viruses are from bat populations, like huge bat populations.
So I guess one additional angle I want to tackle is
we got 5 minutes, by the way. Go ahead.
Okay, why do you think China's response to SARS-CoV-2 has been so drastically different from how it was for SARS-CoV-1?
I don't know exactly what the response was for SARS-CoV-1. For SARS-CoV-2, I mean, like, not to be racist, but like eating fucking cats and dogs and having like wet markets and shit for China is a pretty humiliating and embarrassing thing. Like, that's not a proud part of their culture. They have every incentive to cover that up. They tried to in the market.
That was true during the early 2000s as well.
Sure. I don't know about SARS. I don't know the specific steps that China took related to SARS-CoV-1.
Okay, so I'll just explain it then. So China and SARS-CoV-1 Basically, they did suppress like the initial wave, try to suppress that the disease existed and that it's just a flu, whatever. But then after a couple of weeks or a couple of months, they were extremely transparent, giving the WHO literally everything that they needed, live samples, etc., to be able to identify the origin of the virus, which is part of the reason why we were able to identify an intermediate host within 6 months. What's interesting, too, is that it actually took longer to find the reservoir of the virus for SARS-CoV-1 than it did for SARS-CoV-2. Despite the fact that China was more transparent, and one...
I would have to. So I don't know how important the fact that we did not find the original crossover for SARS-CoV-1, and we didn't find the original SARS-CoV-1 in any animal population. I would be curious to see where that comes, because my understanding is that's just never the case. I'm looking at this now. I don't think that we ever found that original crossover. I think the closest we got was like less than 94%, maybe. In terms of like when they were looking for it a long time ago, but.
Well, I would venture that bolsters the point I was going to make, which is why is it that we were able to find the reservoir for SARS-CoV-2 so fast?
Well, I don't think we ever found.
We haven't found SARS-CoV-1.
We didn't find the reservoir for SARS-CoV-2 either. The closest we found.
That's the whole zoonotic spread hinges on the idea that it came from one of these two reservoirs of bats.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily always find the original animal. Like it just doesn't happen all the time.
No, not the original. So with SARS-CoV-2, right? We very quickly found out the original species and like virus where it kind of incubated, and then from there spread into another animal where it transformed into something that could be spread to humans. With SARS-CoV-1, we very quickly found the animal that spread it to humans, but to your point, we still haven't found the animal that animal contracted it from. And so,
sure, but I guess like SARS-CoV-1 didn't that have like 6 or 7 different spillover events before it turned into a pandemic? Like I just don't know what the comparison is or why.
Well, it was more local. It was more locally contained. It wasn't nearly as infectious, but it was a lot more lethal.
And
which
then
is part
also
of the reason why there was the scare
for SARS-CoV-1. Like we're not saying that was like a lab leak, are we?
No, we're not saying that. But that's kind of my point. Is if China. Like, if we're going to go based off past precedent of what China treating a pandemic level event kind of looks like, their response to SARS-CoV-2 and SARS-CoV-1 are very different. And when you couple that with intelligence agencies, which I think probably have more intel on what China is or was not studying, both Germany and the US, and I believe Australia, find it most plausible that it did come from a lab, suggests to me that
those reports
there's information that we don't know because China destroyed it, that intelligence agencies are aware of, and that SARS-CoV-2 most likely did come from a lab.
So
now, it could have come naturally as well.
Sure. To be fair, real quick, on those intelligence reports, those are low confidence. They admit, number one, and number two, they also introduce some evidence that we know now is just not true. Like the idea that researchers were sick, like in the fall or whatever. It's epidemiologically impossible to assume that virus was infecting people 3 months before an outbreak. We know how SARS-CoV-2 spreads. We've seen it spread in almost every single human population across the globe. At no point is there cryptic transmission for 3 months and then it explodes randomly in a wet market. Yeah. But wait, real quick, because you're going to get the final word, I think, on things, right? So So I'm just like, the argument for zoonotic spillover is that we've already found 97% similarity viruses that are circulating in bat populations in the same caves that we know the wet market stalls were selling animals from. That Huanan Seafood Market literally had more wet market live animal sales than any other wet market in the entire country. The idea that people went there was an animal that was infected, zoonotic spillover happens there, is easily accounted for in every single piece of evidence. Every single scientific investigation has pointed in that direction. Even though China tried to cover it up in the wet market, they got rid of the figures on the signs. They tried to kill all the animals before they let people go in and test. All of the epidemiological data from the samples tested on the site, all of the epidemiological data from people who got sick and went to the hospital afterwards, all of it points to it originating from the wet market. No researcher was ever shown to be sick with COVID. None of the seropositivity ever occurred in any of those people for COVID. We've seen it spread in the same way across the entire rest of the world. And we've seen the when you break down like the actual analysis of the virus itself, like it's a novel backbone. It's never seen anywhere else in the world. To account for them creating a novel backbone for a virus and then creating an infectious part of it that not only infects humans at a super high rate that would mutations never predicted by any computer models, but also left out some very easy mutations. Like there's the amino acid 614 that goes from D to G or whatever. Like that mutation occurred like in a single generation. This is stuff that if you were creating in a lab, you probably would have already accounted for this because it's so obvious we were trying to make it on the black market. It's so hard to account for all of these individual facts, and all of this also is still off of a conjecture because there's not a single shred of evidence anywhere. The best we can do is make conjecture or a story to say that it came from the lab, and there's just no solid evidence to point that all the evidence points to zoonotic spillover. That's my argument for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you, Deej, will have the last word. Again, there's a poll in the YouTube chat, so if you guys want to vote on who you think did better, please do so. But go ahead, Deej. Tell people, or again, remind people where they can find you if they want to find you, and give your closing thoughts on this, please. Go ahead.
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things your way.
Satisfaction. Oh, why am I rotated?
When you take this
Zen, ew!
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter, Deej, Z, nuts with a Z as well, if you want to. I'll say, again, it is plausible that the virus could have come from a zoonotic spillover event. Again, very rare chance that it could have occurred. There's a lot of factors as well to get to the point that it spreads in Wuhan that Destiny is glazing over. I think that the reason that we have no evidence for any of the things Destiny brought up is because China did a really good job at deleting and destroying that evidence wherever possible. The only evidence that we really have is things after the fact, as well as the fact that, well, it looks like it could have come naturally, or, well, it's really hard to make a virus that is, like a secret virus that can cause a global pandemic in a lab. It's hard to do that. And, I would agree with that, but that doesn't mean that it is impossible. And it also leads to the credence that, well, that also doesn't prove that it couldn't have come from the lab. The question, well, the way Destiny posed it was, there is no evidence to suggest that it came from the lab. Yeah, sure, there is weak evidence that it came from the lab because like 95% of the evidence that the scientists are using is destroyed. It's one of the main critics that the scientists that are studying this have with the COVID discovery is how opaque China is being on the matter. And so we just don't really have good data. And given the fact that intelligence agencies, which have more data than anyone else really would have, Germany, the US, Australia, believe it is more likely it came from the lab. And even China believes that the virus, who, by the way, China has the most evidence of anyone, believes that it could have come from the US, which, if that were true, would debunk any narrative about it coming from the bats in China, which is kind of the critical linchpin in it being a zoonotic spillover event. So I think it's more likely it came from the lab. I don't think Destiny has proven that it absolutely could not have come from the lab like he claimed in the beginning, but let the votes be what they'll be.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Gang, you can find him on the YouTube thing. Just check him out. He's a good guy. Having fun so far, sir?
So much fun.
I know, it's great. So again, the vote right now is at 71%, 70% Destiny, 30% Deej. Okay, the next topic. Let's get this guy in here. Hello, sir. Oh, well. Hello, sir.
Uh-oh.
You're good. Just don't click join voice. Just turn on your video, and we can hear you and stuff, so.
How are you guys doing? Sorry,
I'm
Discord.
doing well. So the topic for this particular discussion will be this. Destiny thinks that Epstein almost certainly killed himself with no foul play involved. Fatty, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you, and yeah, tell people, and then we'll get the show on the road.
Thank you very much for having me, Week. My name is Claudio. I'm streaming from Portugal. My stripper name is Fatty. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Destiny.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Okay, Destiny, give us your opening thoughts, and we'll get into it.
Yeah, sorry, this is just like the other ones, I guess. There's just literally zero evidence whatsoever that Epstein was killed by any other person. The two most common conspiracies are that either somebody else was let in to kill him, or he was allowed to kill himself. If we're going to say he was allowed to kill himself, I mean, that's a theory, but there's just zero evidence of that at all. We just have to go by baseless conjecture. The idea that somebody else that came into the jail and killed him and there were literally no signs of a struggle, nobody else on that cell block reported any disturbances at night, the person's able to get in and out with nobody knowing, and again, there's no evidence for this. It just seems pretty likely that the guy who already had one suicide event, who attempted to kill himself, probably tried again, and he succeeded the second time.
Why would the person that if there's, because we are going by reports from the DOJ and FBI, the DOJ and the FBI said there was no Epstein list. Why would they delete themselves over a list that doesn't exist? If we're going by evidence based, why would he do that? If the list doesn't exist, the FBI, DOJ came to their conclusion, why would they delete themselves over something that doesn't?
Why would who delete themselves?
Well, yeah, why would Epstein delete themselves or delete himself over?
Because because his life was over. He was going to get convicted for what was it? I don't know. It was for like child sexual assault or abuse or whatever. Like, yeah, his life was basically over. He's probably going to die in jail, and he was disgraced, obviously, right?
Yep, but he wasn't, because the FBI said there was no client list. There's no client list. There's no crime.
Well, no, he wasn't being convicted of having a client list. He was being charged and was going to be convicted of it was what was it? Trafficking minors, the sex trafficking of minors.
On that list, and you say that there's no evidence that he committed self-deletion. Do you believe that he probably is the most high-profile, probably the most important prisoner at that time in the United States, of like 350 million people? He's the most important person to actually open the mouth and talk about something. Do you think he's the guy?
Probably not, no.
Who is above him?
I don't know. I don't know if he didn't seem like he had any important connections or anything big. Nothing has come out of it. We've seen even the Trump administration fail to produce anything. So it seems like he was just kind of a billionaire, creepy dude who liked to fuck kids sometimes.
So you believe that Epstein didn't have eye connections with politicians, bankers, entertainment industry? Like, it doesn't have nothing, it has nothing to do with them?
I think if he did, I think he wouldn't have gotten arrested and been put in jail. He probably would have gotten out using his connections. That's the whole point of having a blackmail list, right?
Absolutely, but the thing is, if he didn't have those connections, Donald Trump and his administration wouldn't try to stop it, right? Because if he doesn't have those connections, why is Trump trying to say this is the Obama hoax? The Republicans are trying to stop the Democrats from releasing it. He doesn't have no connections, so why would they try to stop him? He doesn't know nobody.
Because all of the people that Trump put in his cabinet positions were all conspiracy theorists who said there were big connections, and now that they actually got into office, people like Dan Bongino, people like Kash Patel, and they realize there's nothing there, now they have to try to make excuses and scramble to figure out, why they fucked up so bad.
Or they change their position because now it's very convenient, right? Because, for example, Donald Trump said he was releasing the files, and when his buddy, Mr. Elon Musk, said that he was indeed inside of the Epstein files, all of a sudden, all of them flipped. They went from there's files to there's no files to the files exist, but it's Obama. Why would they have to lie and change their story 3 times in a row to make sure, like, if there's no connections, why would they change the story? Why would they do that?
I already said, because there were a bunch of conspiracy theorists that thought there were lists that were there. There weren't lists. When they got into office and they started reading on it more, they realized they had nothing, and then they had nothing to release. If there was information there, then I would ask the same question that Trump asked now. Why wouldn't Biden and them release it?
Because there's Democrats involved too.
Why wouldn't they just delete themselves from the list and then they could release it like that? Couldn't they just doctor it?
Because if one domino falls, it's very probable that the rest of them do. You can just erase the part that you are involved and not expect the other people to not try to do the same thing with you.
If all of it is so like held together that if a single domino falls, then everything will be completely over. Why would anybody even allow Epstein to be arrested in the first place? Why wouldn't he have been killed before he got to jail? Or why wouldn't people have just pulled some strings and like, hey, let's not arrest this dude. He's got like the list. The whole point of having a list is to prevent yourself from getting arrested or getting in trouble, right?
Absolutely, but like you said, once the evidence pile up, there's no such thing as we're going to stop him from going to jail. There's very prominent people that actually had a bunch of connections and could put people in the extreme amount of danger that are either in jail or they can go back to the United States, because if they put the foot in, they will definitely be arrested. Like they talk about Julian Assange, let's talk about all these whistleblowers. They will definitely, once again, as soon as they are subject to the United States government, they will definitely go to jail. So that doesn't disprove nothing.
Wait, I
And
don't
matter of
understand.
fact,
Wait, no, I'm saying that you understand. You acknowledge like the whole point of a blackmail list is to make it so you never
Yeah.
get in trouble, right?
yes,
So what would be the point of having the blackmail list if he still got in trouble?
because he was not working probably for the United States government. He was working for the Israeli government.
If he was working for the Israeli government and had protection from the Israeli government, then why wouldn't he be doing this in Israel? Why would he be in the United States doing it?
Because there's literally his job is to make sure that he has blackmail on American citizens and American politicians, so Israel can actually get their way with. So he was not working. He was
If he had no
working
protection, if he had no protection from the American government and only protection from the Israeli government, why is it that when he got arrested in America, why wouldn't he just give investigators all of the names of the American offending citizens to save himself then?
because once actually he did. I'm lying on this one. When they asked him under oath if Donald Trump was involved, and he was answering everything with yes or no. Very specifically, when they asked about Donald Trump involvement, if they at parties together, reminders, he said, "I plead the fifth," and another one that I don't remember right now. Why would he plead the fifth when he was answering very objectively and with intention to all those questions? Why would he change his mood when it comes
All right,
to
you can plead the
to
fifth for
Donald
any number of reasons, but I'm asking you, if he was like only protected with Israel, right? Why wouldn't he just give investigators a whole bunch of names of Americans and turn them over? And like, wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't they?
It was not just protected with Israel because he had eye connections with a very high profile people in the United States, and we know that people that are high profile, even though they might not go to jail, there's a level of entry when it comes to actually being convicted of something, and Donald Trump is actually a proof of it. Donald Trump is extremely powerful, and that didn't stop him from actually going through the judicial system on the United States. But
So wouldn't that have given Trump every incentive to release Epstein from jail ASAP or not have him arrested? Like Trump could literally just order that, right?
No, he couldn't, because actually it's the opposite. Epstein deleted himself under who?
Under wasn't it under Trump?
Yes, absolutely.
So why wouldn't Trump just tell like the prosecutors like, hey, let's like leave this guy alone, or this guy's going to Israel or whatever?
Because the loose ends are not just for Donald Trump, it's for everybody that is on the back too. So there's no incentive for them to leave him alive, or at least to not try to do something very nefarious to him.
Well, I thought the incentive is the blackmail list, right? That's the whole point of having a blackmail list, is so that people don't mess with you.
But there was no blackmail list because the DOJ and the FBI told there was no list. Didn't they say that?
Yeah, but wait, do you think there was no blackmail list, or do you think there was a blackmail list?
I think there was a blackmail list. Do you think it was a blackmail list?
So I don't know, but if he was
No. Destiny, is our opinion.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your word.
I know you don't know, just like I don't know. Do you think that was a blackmail list?
No, I don't.
Do you think so? You don't think there was a blackmail list? You think that Donald Trump is not on the Epstein files?
No, he's probably like in flight logs, but I don't think he's on I don't think there's a client list. No.
So let me ask you something, right? And going to the first stance that you did, if Epstein is, if not number one, because that's debatable, let's go with top 5, right, of prisoners in the United States at that time. For him to actually delete himself, that has to be 4 massive fail guards when it comes to the prisoner system there, right? It was the guards falling asleep, 2 of them, cameras malfunctioning, a cellmate was removed from his jail a day before, and supposedly was on suicide watch, but wasn't being watched as soon as they released him. Do you think that the American system, the prison system, especially for these high-end profile pictures, is so bad that you can have guards asleep, cameras malfunctioning, cellmates being removed, and somebody being deleted on the suicide watch? Do you think all of these catastrophic failures can happen at the same time?
Yes, easily. If you read the report on this prison, there were all these failures happening for long periods of time. Tons of our federal prisons have tons of issues. I just heard this stat like 2 weeks ago that 95% of prisons in the state of Florida don't have fucking air conditioners. So yeah, there are people that kill themselves in federal prisons. It does happen. There are guards that fall asleep. There are cameras that malfunction. There are housing units that are substandard for a whole bunch of different reasons. Yeah. Is it a lot of errors at once? Yeah, but I think the question should be more, what the fuck is going on in our federal prisons, rather than relying on 50 different errors to happen to kill this guy in the most mysterious way possible, responsible. Why, if you wanted to kill Epstein, why would you break the cameras, tell the guards to lie, make the guards fall asleep, put him on suicide watch, and then take a guy out of his cell and then secretly kill him in prison? Why wouldn't you just say, oh, this guy's allowed out on leave, and then when he leaves prison, kill him somewhere else? Wouldn't that be a billion times easier?
Because, like you said, he was not going nowhere. You literally said it. You said this man.
No, why can't you release him? Why can't you release him on house arrest or whatever while he's awaiting his trial because he was charged?
Because for the charges that he was going to get, he's not going to put a foot outside ever. He has insurmountable evidence.
Well, no, I don't think. Well, but he still hadn't been convicted yet. He could be released on house arrest. He was a billionaire, right? What is the point? What is the point of having all this money and all these connections to blackmail people if you can't use any of them? What is the point of this? This is the worst blackmail list ever.
But if that's the point, you contradict yourself. Because if he had the chance or he had the hope that he was going to be on house arrest, why did he kill himself?
I don't think he had any hope. I think he knew he was guilty and he was going to be fucked. But I think if he had a blackmail list, I think he would have stayed alive because he knows he could blackmail people.
But he goes against what you are saying. If you think that this man is innocent, there's no list.
No. Hold on. Wait. You keep going back. Just because he wasn't being charged with a crime about a list. He was being charged with a crime for trafficking minors for himself to fuck. He's not about other people.
Oh, so he was the island was just for his personal use.
That's what he's being charged with a crime for. Yes.
So if the island was for personal use, why did hundreds of people travel to that particular island if it was just for its personal use?
Because it was a nice island with huge shit on it with a bunch of stuff to do besides just banging kids.
Okay. We will go with that.
Here's a question. Just a question. Is there
go ahead.
Is there any evidence at all of the blackmail list existing? Any evidence whatsoever of the client list or the blackmail list anywhere?
Yeah, there's witnesses of people that are now head of the FBI and head of the DOJ saying the list exists and is on my desk, and then on the next day flipping and saying, oh, we don't have the list.
Wait. Not hearsay saying that they've heard it or that whatever, but people who have literally seen it. Right, so I've seen the call with Dan Bongino on Tim Pool, and he says he has a friend who told him it exists. Pam Bondi said she got a bunch of stuff on her desk. She didn't say it was the client list, though. She never said that. Kash Patel, I think I've heard him say he's heard people that says it exists and it definitely exists, but I've never heard anybody. There's no direct evidence. Also, none of these people were under oath. When Ghislaine Maxwell was under oath, she said there was no client list. She just did this deposition or whatever a few days ago. Epstein's never testified to a list. There's never been any evidence submitted of any list anywhere, just like a bunch of conspiracy theorists saying it to the media. What is the single, if you had to pick one single piece of evidence to show that this list, that anybody said or that looks like it exists, what's the one best piece of evidence that you would point to?
The one best is the thousands of victims that are not thousands, hundreds probably, it's if not thousands of victims that actually try to talk about it. And especially one that tried to talk about it against the prince of, like a prince on the United Kingdom. And in one day she got on a bus crash, and 3 days later or 5 days later, a week later, something like that, I missed the timeline, she deleted themselves when she literally made a bunch of posts saying, I'm not suicidal, if something happened to me, please go ahead and prosecute these people because I'm not suicidal, I'm not trying to kill myself. And once again, Destiny, I think it's interesting that if nothing of this happened, then you agree that Maxwell should be released, right? You think she should be released?
You keep saying nothing happened. Maxwell helped Epstein traffic minors to his island for him to sexually exploit. That's what happened.
For him himself. Hundreds of
I don't know if it was hundreds. I don't think it was it? I don't think the charges were for hundreds of minors, right?
Can we verify it?
I don't know the specific number.
I think you normally charge these independently. If it was hundreds, why did Ghislaine only get 20 years or whatever?
Because they have an incentive for her to just close her motherfucking trap.
No, you can't have it. You can't have it all ways. Where it's like, well, they charge her to keep her quiet. Well, then why do they charge her at all? Well, because if they don't charge her, she'll figure it. Like, it can't be all ways. It has to be.
But it doesn't work like that, because just because the government locks somebody, it happened with under Biden. The government and the politicians and not the politicians and the police officers lock under Biden so many times, and he never went to jail and he never went to prison. He always escaped and he never was prosecuted. So you can say that Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son. I can't pronounce the name.
Sure, but Hunter has nothing to do with this. I'm just saying.
No, but I'm using it to prove the point that even though everyone on this conversation know that he has very high connections, that doesn't stop him from going to jail, from being arrested, from actually being at least booked, and then somebody upper end called them and says, "Hey, I know y'all arrested, but take him out for it. Take him from."
Yeah, but that didn't
jail."
happen with Biden. Biden literally got convicted of the most insanely crazy crimes ever, of the lying on a gun form, and of
No, Hunter Biden or Joe Biden?
Hunter Biden.
So Hunter Biden was convicted for doing crack, for
Hunter Biden was convicted for lying on a 4473 when buying a firearm, and was convicted for paying back his taxes late in 2019 or whatever.
Does he has strong backers?
Well, I mean, his dad was the president of the United States, who ultimately pardoned him. Yeah, but he did that. There was no other way to get him out besides the pardon power of the president. He couldn't flex his connections, or he was
And
not going to
how
jail.
did he get away? Wasn't it with the pardon on the last days of his presidency?
Yeah, but that's a pardon, right? It's not like he used secret connections. Like, that was his dad as the president pardoned him to prevent him from going to jail.
And this is what we're talking about. A lot of times the American system actually arrests people, and then people that are in positions of power do machinations to make sure that these people either get away, disappear, or get convicted and stay there all life.
Wait, then why didn't Trump just pardon Epstein then, if that's what the expectation was?
Because he will lose his political base, and he will be the most infamous president of all time, because Epstein is hated on all the planet.
You keep talking. I don't know how to counter this. You keep talking about Epstein like he's just a victim of the system and can't do anything to get himself out of the system. Wait, so I don't mean like he didn't rape anybody, right? I'm saying that you're talking about him like a normal person, but on the back of this, you're talking about the most powerful blackmail list in the world. What is the point of the most powerful blackmail list in the world if you can't even keep yourself from getting arrested by the feds? Like, if there was ever a reason to have a blackmail list to fuck kids, it would be to get away with fucking kids. It doesn't make any sense that he would get caught on this and arrested. You would blackmail, like, why is it that when he died, why didn't half the names on the list get leaked? Wouldn't that be the whole point? When you have a dead man switch on a blacklist, isn't the whole point of having extortion blackmail material like this?
No, because fucking kids is just a tool fucking kids is just a tool for the ends that they want to meet. It's like two planes.
What was that a tool for? What did the fucking kids?
So you put people in compromising positions, and fucking kids is the most egregious thing that you can do in the history of mankind. And now these people are in debt for you for life, so they can go ahead and do your bidding.
But the bidding can't get you out of jail?
Absolutely not. It was insurmountable evidence. Like, you can do
that's the whole point. You just said that they suicided one girl who was on a bus and said I wasn't suicidal, and you believe that she was murdered. Why didn't they just do that to the other victims?
No. Do you? Hey, Destiny. I'll say this, right? And you are right. We're just speculating at this point. But my question, this question has kind of nothing to do with it. But do you trust the DOJ and the FBI?
Right now, I don't. But this story, all the evidence or whatever shows that he killed himself, and that it's like there's literally no evidence to the contrary. But if I was to believe another story, there are so many better ways that it would have happened. I would never risk. First of all, the microsecond this dude gets caught, he's getting whacked. Fucking Obama's drone striking motherfuckers in Yemen that are American citizens, and you're telling me that Epstein got all the way to the jail to not only to try to kill himself one time and fail and still be surrounded by all those people, the most powerful blackmail list alive? If he knows he's going to be killed, he could have leaked everything. You would have just killed him on arrest, like they did with who was that one guy, Reinhold or whatever, who shot at the police officer, and the FBI went to arrest him and they shot him and killed him. Why they would just kill him on arrest if that was if that was what they were worried about? Why would they put him all the way into prison and go through all that process? That's like the worst assassination ever.
Because, like I said, there's two congruent. There's the judicial system working and all the system working, and there's the people in power that are doing that are going against the system to try to protect themselves.
What is the point of being in charge of all those systems and having all the power if the systems just work independent of you anyway? Like, it seems like at that point the blackmail everything is worthless.
Just because you are in power doesn't mean that you control all the variants and all the angles of that power. Something can slip through your hands even as a president of the United States. Donald Trump is the most powerful man in the world. He got 36 felons and he was convicted by a bunch of
on
things.
State charges, though, right? But I'm not the one who believes in these types of conspiratorial things. You are, right?
No. You actually believe in them. This is the last question I have for you, right? Or not a question. This is a statement. Right? If the American government and some figureheads on the back room decided to delete 3,000 Americans by sending 2 planes against 2 towers, and for whatever reason 3 skyscrapers fell in free fall speed to go to the Middle East and kill 1 million people to get resources, oil and opioids and all that, you think the same government will do anything to protect the same people that probably are on these lists? to make sure that they never go to jail in their life?
I think if you had a government that was capable of orchestrating 9/11, they sure as hell wouldn't let Epstein get all the way to the jail cell for weeks or months before killing him in the jail cell in the most convoluted way possible.
Okay, and that's my final statement.
How do you? I'm
If
just
that
curious.
was-
How do you theorize that that he died if there's no evidence of a struggle or anything else when he was killed? How do you get?
So what happened is there was a fracture. I think it's a oidioid fractures that usually are not present on suicide, especially on hangings that are in low range. And like I think he was, because I got it on my list, the former New York chief medical examiner Michael Baden, 50 years in the field, said it looks like a homicide. Most people that actually look at the injuries that he had and the bones that were broken on his neck say that even sometimes they are present in suicides. This is usually a signs of homicides.
Yep, I agree. I agree with that. The official coroner, the official examiner, said that it looked like a suicide. That Michael Baden guy, who's like a celebrity who makes a living off of giving sensational news, says usually this bone isn't present in suicides, but it is more likely to be present, broken in suicides in older people and in people that weigh more. Epstein was, what was he, 60 something or in his late 50s, and the guy weighed, I think, 180 pounds. He was like a 6 foot or whatever guy, like hanging. The idea that this, I don't know if this is, if the hyoid, I don't know if that was a bone or like cartilage would be broken, even though it might not be as common in suicides, which I've never even seen that evidence presented, because everything I've seen shows that it absolutely can be broken in suicides. There's no other markings on his body that imply that he was killed by another person. There's no defensive wounds, there's no bruising anywhere, there's no signs of a struggle, nobody else in the cell block reported hearing anything, there's no evidence of anybody going in and out of the prison, there's not even a theory for who would have done it, there's nothing else at all that points to it being a murder.
This is the famous meme. The CIA and the FBI investigated themselves, and they found there was no wrongdoing.
No, you can't use that. You can't say that the government is so powerful that they could kill all the investigations, but that same government couldn't have just said, don't arrest Epstein or kill him when you go to arrest him. You see how sometimes they're all powerful for you, and then other times they're helpless and they can't stop the good people doing their jobs.
They are not all powerful. They are very powerful. Some things actually go through their fingers and escape. And the
like
reality
the arrest of the most important blackmail person in the world. You just said he was the highest profile person ever.
Absolutely. And like I said, Destiny, can you explain to me why is Donald Trump fighting so much against the list it released if he was not in the island?
Yeah, because I don't think there's anything there, but I think that he's got like flight logs that have a ton of names on it. I think Trump shows up on it a lot. He knows it's going to look bad, so he just doesn't want it released.
So it's just about looking bad. It's not him actually being involved with these minors.
Yeah.
You don't believe that?
I think that if Trump was fucking minors, I think we would have heard about this a long time ago. We got audio leaked from him on a bus saying grab him by the pussy and all sorts of. I think we would have gotten this a long time ago if there was any solid evidence of this. Why wouldn't Biden or anybody else have released any part of this list?
Your argument doesn't make sense because Epstein was doing this for 20 or 30 years and there was nobody talking about it. We only got this. B did the same thing.
Wait. Nobody talking about it. He got arrested the first time in like 2002 or whatever. What do you mean? People.
No. But what we're talking about is people are going to do wrongdoings until they get caught. That's the reality of it. They are going to get caught doing some things.
No, but he's not people. That's the whole point of having a blackmail list. That if you get caught, it's not a big deal. You can just you can use your blackmail list to get out of it. That's the whole point.
Okay. Finish your thought, and then we'll close out, right?
I would say that Destiny, I don't believe that Destiny, I think he's debating, and I actually think he's debating a position that he doesn't believe in, so I'll appreciate the opportunity. It was kind of a difficult thing to defend, but a 1 in a million situation where 2 guards fall asleep, cameras malfunction, cellmates removed, being on suicide watch, this is a 1 in a million chance. It's like my ring door fails, I forget to lock the door, I leave the key in the keyhole, I take sleeping pills. Like, this is so many variables in the so short amount of time that we clearly know that there's some wrongdoing going on. So once again, I appreciate you the opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. I won't forget that. And Destiny, I see you in a few years when we are very famous and popular on YouTube. Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, thank you for being here, Fatty. Go check him out, gang. Once again, polls up. You can vote. Who do you think did better? And you can tell me in chat why you thought what you thought. We got one more scheduled for you, and if you wouldn't mind, this is going a little quicker than I thought. we could do like a kind of a call-in free-for-all. We'll see, right? It's up
Sure.
to you.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to call in and challenge Destiny on something, get backstage. Anyway, before that though, we do have one more scheduled topic. Okay, and we have Mr. Wise Guys for this one. Welcome, sir.
Oh wait, hold up. Let me fix my Discord.
Take your time. The topic is this: Trump's campaign likely did collude with Russia, but we'll never know. Once he gets his camera working, we'll let him introduce himself.
Is it up?
I can see you. Okay,
There
Mr.
we go,
Wise Guy.
perfect.
Tell people who you are, introduce yourself. Where can they
All
find
right,
you?
so I'm Mr. Wise Guy, and I'm going to be very awkward because I do not do good with talking to public spaces. But yeah, anyways, you can find me on YouTube, Rumble, X, all Mr. Wise Guy.
To the topic, Destiny, do you want to start us off? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that there are several things you could point to, but I'll just focus on Roger Stone. I think Roger Stone obviously was a campaign surrogate, was in communication with the Trump camp. I think that it's well known at this point that Roger Stone was communicating with the Russian hacker that hacked the DNC and was trying to coordinate the media leaks from the DNC hacks with the Guccifer 2.0 hacker who was working for the Russian KGB. And then the... Oh, I mean, Roger Stone was, they tried to charge him and investigate this, and, you know, he didn't cooperate at all. He obstructed over and over again. He told another witness not to cooperate, and then eventually, when he was convicted of obstruction for not cooperating with investigators, Trump pardoned him. I think Stone even said publicly that he wouldn't squelch on Trump. I think it's pretty hard to fight on all of that. Yeah.
Was he the guy that got arrested and went to jail and then he got pardoned, or?
That's like half the Trump initial campaign people. Yeah, Flynn, Manafort, Stone, yeah.
Well, I can't really, I mean, I should have looked into Robert Stone more often, but like, you basically said like your prompt was like, what's that looked at?
What?
Go ahead. Just go with Mr. Wise Guy.
You basically, like, you said that it's likely that he colluded with Russia, but I'm gonna say I'm gonna start with the Mueller report. Like you said, like they didn't conclude with that there was any collusion with the Trump campaign, but you say that it's likely that we'll never know. So I'm like, what do you mean when you say it's likely we'll never know? Even though they did concluded that this wasn't like a...
Because I think that, I mean, Mueller mentions in his report, and Donald Trump tried everything he could to obstruct the investigation. He fired Comey because Comey wouldn't call off the investigation after they arrested Flynn. Other people were obstructing and telling witnesses to lie, like Roger Stone, to protect Trump, and he did protect Trump. He was pardoned by Trump. Trump was looking for ways to shut down Mueller, but wasn't able to do so. Trump publicly fought with Jeff Sessions, who was the acting attorney general, because he told Sessions to stop it, and Sessions recused himself. He wouldn't cooperate with him. So there's evidence of Trump like obstructing at multiple points, knowing what he was doing, obstructing at multiple points on this investigation, and he continued to do stuff behind the scenes as well. So yeah.
But isn't that like
Can you turn up your mic, Mr. Wise Guy? Can you take your
My
mic
mic
and
isn't-
turn it up? People are having a hard time hearing you. But yeah, go ahead.
All right, how's this?
We're probably as good as we're gonna get. Keep going.
Okay. Could you repeat what you just said?
He tried to obstruct in a lot of different ways. Yeah.
Yeah, but like obstructing in different ways doesn't necessarily mean that his campaign was like colluding with Russia. Like, but during the entire we had this whole witch hunt, like in the entire I'll call it a witch hunt, like for this entire 2016 or 2017 all the way to like 2018 or 2019, and they were scrutinizing his presidency for like the first 2 years, and you have like all these articles bombarding him with all these allegations with the Russia stuff, and everyone kept on hearing about it, and then they finally concluded that there was no collusion for here. So like, as that's going on, wouldn't that make sense? Like Trump knows that he wasn't doing this, so like, Trump being Trump is going to try and like obstruct because he knows that he's like this is not legit, so he's gonna fight for it. So like that doesn't necessarily mean that he was colluding with Russia. That's like him kind of defending himself.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I agree that that's not enough. Like, you could argue, now that doesn't necessarily follow. Biden allowed his son and himself to be investigated a ton and didn't obstruct, but you could argue there's a different moral character there. You could argue that Trump was just trying to stop it because he thought it was bullshit, and I think that's a fair argument. The only thing that, the only thing that complicates that is the fact that there were members of his campaign that were, like, directly convicted relating to lying about Russia stuff. So I think Flynn lied to the FBI about communications with Russians. Manafort lied because he was working overseas with, it wasn't Yanukovych. I want to say it's Proshetto, but that's obviously it's not his fucking name. It's like Proshetto in fucking Ukrainian. Politensky or whatever.
Yeah.
There was some other name. Fuck, somebody shall say it. But he was working with this guy and wasn't declaring anything to the U.S. State Department, and those connections, he got in trouble for that, like $14 million in SSCs. And then the Stone stuff was bad. But I would say that's not maybe on its own. Like the Stone was directly communicating. Flint lied about shit. But the fact that these guys didn't really cooperate with investors and got pardoned by Trump, I think that's points really strong. But that's why I do say we'll never know 100%. I wouldn't say it was 100% that he did, but I think it points heavily in that direction. And in some cases, he absolutely did with Stone. But to the full extent, we'll never know because he obstructed the fuck out of the investigation.
I wish I did more stuff on the Robert Stone guy, because like I did do some research before starting this, because like I knew when you gave, because like that end part when you did the for your like we'll probably never know really stumped me, and I didn't really know how to kind of like deal with this. But the fact that, I mean, so you're basically just saying it's like kind of like a conspiracy, because like it is proven that there really isn't, like there wasn't any collusion. They did scrutinize and like looked into it a bunch. So like it's not like they they would have, like if they would have found something, they would have found something, because like Trump has been like there's been indictments on like so many different things in the past, and even like after 2020, like what was it, like the January 6th committee, like they
yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, I mean, I agree, like I am alleging a conspiracy, but so I think in order to allege a conspiracy, I think you need extraordinary evidence to allege a conspiracy. I would say that it is extraordinary that Donald Trump was pardoning people that were directly working with him and obstructing justice related to investigations concerning Donald Trump. That's extraordinary. I would say Donald Trump firing James Comey, that's extraordinary. And there was literally the whole point of the special prosecutor being appointed was because he fired James Comey. That was extraordinary. And he lied about why he fired him. He said he fired James Comey because he thought he mishandled the Hillary Clinton email investigation. We all know that's a lie, right?
I mean, but
we know that's a lie because he would have fired him on day one if that was the case, right? But he only fired him after he had the conversation about Comey dropping the investigation, and Comey said he wasn't going to, and it was inappropriate to ask, and then Trump fired him after that. So, like, we know that's why he fired him.
Probably, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure on the conspiracy either, but I think in order for a conspiracy to happen, you need to have ways to explain extraordinary things. And I think the president of the United States working behind the scenes to pardon people and to work with people and to pressure people, I think all of those pieces of evidence are all known. Usually we would have to work really hard to uncover these, but Trump does it out in the open. Like with the Ukraine thing, like making the phone call. We have the 47-minute conversation with Giuliani asking Zelensky, say, can you please publicly announce an investigation into Hunter Biden? I know you have no evidence, but please just announce this. We can just listen to the whole phone call. That's an extraordinary piece of evidence that normally you would get declassified 60 years later, you know?
Yeah, I guess. But I really don't I honestly don't have anything more to say on that, to be honest.
Well, what do you have to say? What did you come in here to argue?
Well, I came here to argue. I kind of came here to argue that it's kind of just a conspiracy. It's not necessarily like I would do what you would do and kind of like go on like, why don't you just go with like what the Mueller report came in and like.
But the Mueller report did say all of this. The Mueller report said that there was obstruction. The Mueller report well, he didn't recommend it, but he said that there was enough there to recommend obstruction. Obstruction is obstruction into the investigation. Mueller himself said that.
Yes, there's obstruction, but not collusion.
Well, because the obstruction was to obscure the collusion. That was the whole point of the obstruction, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't be able to find. They should have been able to find that. Like,
how? If they're not being cooperated with in any of the investigators, and if you don't cooperate with investigators, they'll get you because they'll flip you because they can press you with charges and stuff. A federal prosecutor can't pressure somebody when the president of the United States can pardon you.
Well, they can though.
How? The president can just pardon you.
Yeah, but they can still pressure and get the information out, and then when they get pardoned,
with what pressure?
You won't be able. Yeah, but once you get pardoned, you can't plead the fifth anymore. So you have to you're able to still get investigated and get information out that way.
That's a theory that some people have floated, but nobody really knows how that would work in practice.
But that's how it would work, though.
Well, nobody knows that. I've heard that before. I think it's cute. I think it's actually a really interesting legal theory that, like, if you really want to get somebody to fuck over somebody above them, just pardon them first so they're not allowed to plead the fifth. I think that's a really interesting idea, but that's a novel legal theory. I don't believe that's ever been tested before.
Okay. All right.
Also, keep in mind, well, actually, that argument is recursively self-defeating. Let's say that they do pardon them, and now you're saying they're not allowed to plead the fifth. Well, what happens if they don't plead the fifth? Then they get held in federal contempt, and pardon can still happen from the president over and over again, right? So even that doesn't help.
I mean, that's a little bit of a. I don't know if it would work, but like if they get pardoned with one thing, is there like a limitation for how many times you can pardon one person?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Well.
And again, I agree this is exceptional, but like Donald Trump pardoned people that were convicted of seditious conspiracy to obstruct the election process and put him back in power. It's all the J6ers, all the Oath Keepers, all of the Patriot Boys, the people who broke into the Capitol initially. Trump pardoned all of these people who were loyalists to him that obstructed federal law to keep him in power. So it's not, yeah. So I am alleging a conspiracy, but I think there's a lot of good reasons to think that this conspiracy happened. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay, I can see your reasonings, but like I feel like Trump. Using what you've given us so far for like Trump specifically, I feel like Trump is just such a unique type of like president or person to kind of like you can use them, and for any other like normal person, it would look really, really bad, and you could probably I would probably agree with you, but I feel like with Trump you would have to. I feel like you're just not. I feel like you're not as you should. Well, you won't be. I feel like you should be more charitable. But I know why you won't be more charitable because you.
Well, wait, excuse me. I am being quite charitable. You can't point to a single president in all of U.S. history. Even Nixon wasn't as blatant with the corruption as Trump. If you can give me a single example here where you think I'm being hypocritical, you can't give me a single example of that.
No, I'm not saying that you're hypocritical. I'm not saying that.
Well, you're implying that I would give more charity to somebody besides Trump. I think Trump's gotten tons of charity. And we've even seen in the other investigations that he's obstructed. That was part of the Mar-a-Lago hidden documents thing, the secret documents. He told his lawyer, Noida, or however you pronounce his name, hey, can you please go hide those boxes? Hey, investigators are showing up. Hey, my lawyer's showing up. Can you move those boxes? Like, he obstructed that investigation as well.
Yeah, but didn't they still get like the information from those boxes and stuff like that?
No, there's like 12 boxes that Trump flew back up to New York that we have no idea what those are. Those are just gone forever. Maybe the Epstein client list is in those are in those boxes. Who knows?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not too sure about that. But like, I feel like if they really wanted to get that information, really, I feel like if they really wanted to get that information, then they found it's just so weird that they can find all of these old, like the whole grab 'em by the pussy thing for like a long time ago, and they can get all this information. They can dig into all this stuff, but they can't find the big main criticism of like Russian collusion, like legitimately.
Well,
but,
the
like,
grab 'em by the pussy stuff is just like that's entertainment stuff that Donald Trump is involved in. He's not the president. He has the power to obstruct or do anything back then, right?
But they did dug into it and found that random thing from 2006. They also found like a video of him like with Epstein at a party in like the 1990s. Like if you like, they can find all of this stuff on him. But
yeah, but he's
yet
not. There's
they
no
can't
reason for him to
find this-
be colluding with Russia relating to election stuff prior to 2016 because he's not running for election, right?
Okay, so then he isn't like then. It's. I would say it's likely that he didn't like his campaign didn't collude with Russia.
Okay, I totally
so
disagree.
you agree
but
with me?
no, I don't. I think it's like more likely that he colluded, especially if you look at the Roger. We haven't even touched the Trump Tower meeting with all the people, right? But
the tower thing was. There was no actual information exchange and stuff like that.
Do we know that?
It was just like a nothing burger. In the Mueller report, they explicitly found that this did not amount to coordination with Russia election interference. Okay, so they specifically say a Russian election interference, but yeah.
Okay, I would have to go back and dig that in because I didn't even because I feel like the Stone Manafort stuff on its own is already pretty damning, but yeah, I mean, and then the fact that we've seen like overt, like open and proud obstruction over and over again with Trump into his own investigations, and we've seen him pardon people. Like if you were to make a conspiracy, like you have every single piece that you need publicly available and proven at this point. That doesn't mean a conspiracy necessarily happens, but we could explain one if it did happen. We wouldn't need like some exceptional thing like a secret person carrying a virus from a lab to a wet market or a secret assassin that came in where everybody else told him to be quiet. Like we have all the pieces for the Trump thing to totally make sense, right? He's in charge of the government. He believes he can order every part of the government around. He tells people to lie for him. Stone says he will. Stone gets pardoned for it. So, like everything is there, yeah.
Yeah, but like, didn't one like in his first presidency? Didn't someone like lie in his like about the actual troop numbers inside the for when he was trying to pull out, and then like he admitted it after the election in 2020 when he lost it. Like,
yeah, I think it was this Mattis? I think said that Donald Trump basically said, yeah.
I'm only bringing this up because you said that he's like the most powerful person, he can control it, but like there was a lot of things that he couldn't do in his first presidency. Like he kind of didn't really get much done, as you said.
Well, I think he could have. I think he could have done that. But I don't think he gave much a fuck about it. I think it's just being spite driven. He was literally like, I'm leaving office, fucking pull our shit out of Afghanistan, fuck Biden and fuck this country. And the general at the time was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. That's retarded. But they just didn't, but I don't think Trump cared much about this. It was like a thing that he said and just like fucked off basically.
Yeah, but didn't he like fire the guy afterwards? Like, didn't he do something with that specific person when he came in office?
Maybe,
time?
I think, was this Mattis? Is that who I'm thinking of, guys? Yeah, I think he did. But what about it?
Because well, I mean, you said it was spite driven, so he remembered that he lied about the numbers to Trump, and then Trump got really pissed off.
Yeah, he fucking hated that dude.
To really do much.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I thought Trump like maybe stripped him of his like power
security clearance
like
or something as well. Maybe. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like, but you said that he's like one of the most powerful. I don't think he's. Okay. I don't think he utilized his. I didn't think he was even. You said his campaign specifically, so that's a little different. But I think Trump is just way too unique to really say that he's that his thing colluded with Russia. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Mr. Wise. You got any final words?
One more thing, though.
Final arguments? Yeah, go ahead.
Do you remember meeting me at that one?
Yeah,
event?
was it the one in the? Was it the one in? I don't remember the city.
They switched it.
Was it in? Was it in Ohio?
Location.
Yeah, in New York, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that you didn't trust me. Why?
Did I say that? I don't. It sounds like a meme thing I just said. If that. What was the context for this?
Okay. All right. Never mind. It was just. Yeah. You just. Okay. It was just It was some random nonsense. Okay.
Wait. What was the context? Did you ask me a question, or what was a?
No, I didn't ask you a question. I kind of just came up and I was like, "Hey, I want to get like your Discord," and you were like, "No, you don't trust me." Cause, like,
yeah. Well, I don't usually hand my socials out to random people because then I get. People do.
Yeah. You're dealing with a lot of BS right now. Personally, I feel like.
Sure.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
But your stances on, I feel like you need to be. Let me see. What was I gonna say? Because I feel like it's just
in the first guy. I don't know what order you guys came in, so I'm just gonna pick the people I think will do well. Okay. Hello, you're live. Swaypill. Oh, he can't hear us. Hold on, let me DM him.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. You got a camera for us today?
Yes, I do. You gotta warn me when you just drag me into these things. Come on, man.
Jeez.
Okay, what do you got?
Yeah,
What's your...
so I mean, I didn't prep for a specific debate. I thought this whole thing was going to be a Destiny allegations trial, but I'm
Jesus
curious.
Christ.
Just well, shit, that's what everyone's talking about. That's what all my DMs are about. But no, I'm curious. Could you read me out your evidence for as to why the Russia collusion thing happened? I've been writing some notes. I just want to make sure I got them all because
well, so I think that
the logic isn't logicking for me.
So Roger Stone 100% was coordinating with Lucifer 2.0 for media timings on the leaks.
Mm-hmm.
Roger Stone was 100% a campaign surrogate for Trump's 2016 election campaign.
Right.
Roger Stone lied and obstructed every part of that investigation into him when investigators were investigating. And then he was pardoned eventually for said thing, for obstructing and keeping any amount of coordination with the Trump campaign safe. I think that it's almost certain that Stone was communicating with the Trump campaign. The Trump campaign probably should have said, hey, we don't do that. We're not coordinating with foreign hackers for the American political system. That's not good. That's not okay. But nobody said that. Nobody brought that up. I think it's a similar bad thing for that Trump Tower meeting was basically them saying, initially, I think when it leaked, they were like, we were just going to go chat with some friendly Russian lady about some Russian adoption thing. And then it later came out that actually we were getting opposition research from her in a Trump Tower from a Russian attorney. Super not okay. No, not good. And yeah, Trump just tried really hard at every stage to obstruct every part. Firing Comey was the incitement moment for appointing Mueller, telling Sessions to recuse himself, telling Sessions to kill the investigation, and then him recusing himself. Other people lying about communicating with Russia, like Flynn, and getting pardoned. Like, it's just so much. Trump pardoning everybody that's helping him keep everything covered up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So none of that I have a problem with. The incongruency comes from the debate you had right before that, where it seems like a president who is obstructing a justice in the most guilty, obvious ways, and also pardoning or if not commuting Ghislaine Maxwell's sentence is not evidence to, yeah, we might never know because the evidence hasn't come out to prove it solidly, but somehow that is like some wild, insane conspiracy, and this somehow meets the burden of, yeah, there's probably something there. I believe both of these things are probably true.
What? So for the the Stone Guccifer Trump connection, that's just publicly known. There's no that happened.
Right. So the Trump Epstein connection is known. Obviously, Trump diddling kids is not known.
Yeah, that's the interesting part.
They're accusers, and that's where it ends.
Sure.
He's partying with him. There's evidence of him trying to cover up his name by saying, "Hey, FBI, redact my name out of these files."
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether or not there's literally a list of like people's names, I think that actually is probably not true because that's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably killed himself. Whether or not they coerced him to, or he did it himself because he knew he was fucked. Probably also true, but I don't think this somehow belies the fact that Donald Trump is acting like the most guilty person ever. In the same way that a lot of this Russia stuff is, it seems like there's at least some sort of connection there. If not, why not release the files? Why not?
Well, I guess
not redact his name out of it
for the FBI. So here's my question: is there something? So my story. So this is my story. Okay, my story is that Trump put a bunch of people in his campaign who who were crazy conspiracy theorists, because that's what MAGA tracks. Okay. Yep. They said a bunch of stupid shit about the Epstein shit. When they came into office, these people are literally retarded. If you look at like what Tulsi releases from the DNI, making claims that are contradicted by her own things that she releases, these
like
people are
the
retarded.
Obama evidence.
Yeah, they don't even read their own shit.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're now, when confronted with the evidence, you're like, oh fuck.
Hey, what's up? Hey, how's it going? What's up? What are you doing? What are you thinking for dinner? Okay. So do spaghetti. Yeah, spaghetti sounds good. Oh yeah? Ooh, nice. I'm excited. Wait, is it like here? From your shopping spree? Sweet. Ooh. I have to use the restroom. I'll just come up with you and talk with you for a sec. independent sources, this was happening until the Iranian leader was toppled in his death via helicopter. Jesus. It's been heavily linked the U.S. started the coup in Indonesia. Jesus. Frickin' U.S. always meddling in other people's shit.
Have nothing, and now they're doing their best to scramble and cover it up. And then the fact
cover up that they have nothing?
Cover up that they have nothing, and that the only stuff they could release would be like flight logs and stuff. But Trump is going to be in those as much as any other person, Bill Clinton or Prince Williams or Andrew or whatever the fuck, or like anybody else. Like all of this, like he's going to be just as like bad as anybody else who's on these flight logs. Is there something in my story that, or is there something in the evidence and the fact pattern that exists? What's like the most difficult to account for thing for me that my story doesn't explain? Because I feel like my story kind of explains it all like really perfectly.
That they would try so hard to redact and block and obstruct and make deals with Jelaine just because of proximity stuff that we've known for 10 years.
So let's separate these out. So when you say that they would make deals to redact or obstruct, I actually think that's perfectly explained by the fact that Trump knew that at the very least he's in the flight logs. There was that interview, and I know you've seen it.
That's what I'm saying, is that everyone knew this for years and years and years. The new stuff would be what's in the files, which is not being released.
There are no files. I don't think there are files to release. I think it's just like investigative stuff that has nothing relevant or important. No, I don't think so.
Well, there's something. What's being redacted? That's that you think that report is just not true, that the FBI is redacting something out of something? Like what
my
files
guess
are
is if
being
they were,
redacted?
it was things like flight logs and stuff, things that we've probably already seen. I doubt it. Or maybe like maybe interviews with people that mention the name or whatever.
Like already seen, like obviously it's not already seen, otherwise they wouldn't have to redact it. Everything that we know up until this point, like I would say 90% of it has been known since at least 2016. I think where it falls apart for me is you've said like, oh, like if Trump was in these things, it would have fallen apart, it would have come out. A lot of these accusers, if you look at any of their interviewers, they don't even know who Jeffrey Epstein was until he became a public figure and got arrested. So people that like didn't even come out and accuse Trump until he ran for president because either one, they didn't know who he was when he assaulted them at some random party in 2003, or they didn't even know Jeffrey Epstein's last name. They just knew him as, oh, he was Jeff and he did something to me and I forgot about it. And then once these figures become more prominent, that is when stuff like this comes out. So it's weird to me that like, oh, we would have seen it already is like kind of the
so I'm a little bit, well, no, I understand, but this is not as compelling to me because I didn't know what Epstein looked like until like I think 2022 when I started researching.
Exactly.
No, but Donald Trump, everybody in America knew who Donald Trump was. The Apprentice was wildly popular over here. So I think Trump would have been a little bit harder to not recognize. Now I can
the accusers came out before 2016. A lot of them came out during 2016 as well. And then I think what's the one that got the assault charge, where it's like civilly liable for rape or whatever. That one was, I think, during the campaign, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure, I guess this is what I can't account for. There's too much that doesn't make sense here. So here are the questions that I would have. Okay, so the first question would be, why didn't So the first is, why didn't Biden release anything, or anybody in his administration release anything? Two would be, why aren't there any leaks whatsoever? I think those would be my two big questions. Why didn't Biden or the Biden DOJ release anything at all about this? And why aren't there any? Why has nobody in the FBI, nobody's come forward with any additional information at all? Who's actually seen anything? It's always just like loonies.
I mean, that's a good example. But like, has anyone in the Biden, Obama, or any of these administrations, specifically Democratic administrations, released government documents to try to smear a campaign? I don't know of any examples of this, let alone in the Epstein case. I know like the closest thing I can think of is maybe like the Steele dossier, but like this doesn't seem like a thing that Democratic presidents do, period.
Well, wait, hold on, wait. Are we, wait, well, I'm not talking about just smearing. I'm saying like, my understanding is when we talk about the Epstein files, we're saying there's stuff that's like prosecutable in there, no?
Sure, but like, I mean, there's prosecutable stuff for Donald Trump, like in the Russia stuff. There's prosecutable,
which they tried to prosecute him for, right?
Right, and it never really went anywhere. And they either said, "Hey, like this is not going anywhere. This is not worth it."
There was the huge Jan 6 indictment from Jack Smith, and he got impeached twice.
Yeah.
So like they do pursue those things, but there was nothing ever pursued or mentioned about Epstein at all.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is like I don't know if there's sufficient evidence to show that like, oh, they saw this as a kill shot and didn't release it, which in your story doesn't make any sense. If not, they saw that this was not going to benefit our campaign whatsoever to try to prosecute them on these things that ostensibly either aren't chargeable or there's not enough evidence there, or the extent to which they even have his name in the files is like what you said, what we already know. Okay, his name's in the flight logs. Oh, he visited the island or whatever. The point I'm trying to say is, how can that be the defense of, well, therefore there's nothing implicating whatsoever. If you're saying there's nothing criminal, like, oh, Donald Trump raped a person, here's the picture of him doing it, yeah, probably not. I doubt that would be like in a file somewhere that like every single person is sitting on when the most powerful person in the world is out there, like, and they're like, yeah, like, you know, we have 50 employees who looked at this photo of him doing it and we didn't release it. Yeah, probably not. But are there files of him showing even deeper connections to him? Like, I don't understand how they would just put all this effort into covering it up, just telling everyone to stop talking about it, telling people to like redact the names, but not because he's implicated in some way that makes it more of a tie to Epstein, rather because there's nothing and he just doesn't.
Oh no, wait, hold on. Okay, or maybe we don't necessarily disagree. Then there's probably stuff that like ties him more to Epstein. That wouldn't surprise me. There's probably stuff that ties everybody more to Epstein if they're interviewing people around him and everything else. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm sure. I'm almost sure there is. But I think that I'm actually taking him at face value when he says, well, not at face value because I don't think he exactly says himself. But there's that really famous interview where they were like, "Would you release the JFK files?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Would you release the fucking moon landing?" I don't know, whatever else. So, like 3 things, and then they get to the Epstein thing. He's like, "Would you release the Epstein?" And he's like, "Well, for that one, I'm not sure because there might be a lot of innocent people in there who are actually negatively impacted." Like, my guess is he's probably did have more ties, or there are probably people that were interviewed around Mar-a-Lago that mentioned Trump and Epstein being friends or something like that. I'm sure that those things probably exist, but I don't think any of it is like criminally indictable. I think they should release it for the lulz at this point, but I don't think there's like a huge like criminal thing or that you're going to get any deeper there, because I feel like like people hated him enough that if that was there, they would have looked for it, right? That was the whole issue with.
No, if there's specific evidence of, like I said, like if there's like a blackmail list, which, like you said, like there's probably not some like book of people having sex with children because Epstein would have leveraged that before ever going to jail. But I mean, obviously, in this conspiracy, there could have been a way they got ahead of it. They found his dead man switch. Who knows? It's all speculation. The point I'm trying to say is like there's obviously something where a guilty person is covering something up.
No, I disagree with that guilty. I don't like the guilty thing, right?
Okay, maybe not guilty of a crime that they can prove by releasing the Epstein files, because if there was, you know, criminal charges in here, that the people would have released it. What I'm saying is there's stuff that makes stuff that makes you
yeah, but it could just be stuff that makes you look bad, right? That's not necessarily indicative of any guilt whatsoever, right? Like, what if it was the case that like what if you had no idea, but you were like playing at a casino and like Jeffrey Epstein happened to be at your fucking poker table and you played like 6 hours of poker with him like the day before he went to fuck some kid, and in the FBI investigation files they noted like, oh, these people spent like a lot of time on that day, you know, and then they do their homework and they research like, oh, this guy didn't even know who Epstein was, or this guy just chatted with him or he had no connection. Like,
sounds like that would you know, not implicate him, would exonerate him, rather than like, you know, we already know they were very good friends,
hold on,
right?
It wouldn't exonerate anybody. If you wanted to dig through shit and look at every connection, people would fly with shit. Look at how many people are going on Bill Clinton saying that you know, he had all these ties to Epstein because they've stretched like crazy anything that shows up related to Bill and Epstein. I think that I'm not trying to defend Trump. Just to get back to what we're the point on is that like I just don't think there's anything ultra incriminating. If you want to say there's like embarrassing stuff in there that would just look bad, sure, but I don't think any of it is like criminal malfeasance or anything that like shows like wrongdoings. It'll just be more shitty, stupid stuff that makes him look bad.
I mean, I can agree that yeah, there's probably not like damning video, picture, or even like, you know, written names in a book like, here's the list of people I made fuck kids. Like that stuff probably doesn't exist in such an obvious way, but I guess my issue is like the way that you're doing this plausible deniability seems kind of incongruent, one with the Russiagate thing, but also even with just like other stuff that's come out of the Epstein case. Like, for example, we didn't know until very recently, this might have existed but no one had found it yet, that he had been sent that birthday letter that was like very, very implicating, like, oh, you know, oh, young women.
It wasn't implicating, right? It was maybe
no,
was it
right. It doesn't
implicating?
prove criminal intent. It's just like, okay, if you were fucking kids with this guy, this kind of checks out, but obviously you can post hoc rationalize anything with any conspiracy.
Yeah.
The problem I'm saying is that came out much, much, much later. That is something that an Epstein accuser or a Donald Trump conspiracy person would have had come out. And yet it's been, what, 20 years since that happened? Maybe 15 years since that happened, and like that just now came out. Why now? Like, why is it not possible that there's still a good chunk of stuff that's pointing to this person at least having 5 more minutes. Yeah, connections with this person who claims to be his best friends, trafficked women, says that he likes them on the younger side.
So like,
this,
is that
it doesn't?
Yeah, is that possible?
My credulity that much.
That could be possible. The only problem then is how would I account for Trump not telling Pam Bondi, you need to kill everything about this and never talk about this again? If Trump knew that stuff was out there, we've already seen, especially because we can point to historic behavior, Trump controls his employees as much as he can to make them obstruct justice, break the law, do whatever he needs to cover his own ass. In his first term, it was harder to do that because he didn't realize how illegal. Yeah, he didn't realize how illegal the shit he was going to do. In this term, Pam Bondi is literally his fucking center testicle. She will do whatever the fuck possible. If Trump knew there's incriminating stuff out there, why would Trump tell Bondi or allow Bondi to go on mainstream media and say, "Here's part 1 of the Epstein files. We're going to release everything, guys"? Like, I don't think that would ever happen.
It's one of those things where I do think this is the first time the MAGA movement has actually shot themselves in the foot, where they kind of campaigned and had this whole base of QAnon people that believe this is like this is the one time we almost saw a sever in the MAGA base, because this was their like issue. It's, oh, the Democrats are pedophiles, oh, there's a pedophile ring, and he knows he can't just make this go away with like a word to one person. The people in his cabinet, as you said, like the Dan Bongino's and the Kash Patel, maybe they'll run cover, but they won't just like burn these files, I guess. It seems as if it's...
So I'm just curious. So I guess just back to my fact pattern. Is there a thing that my story can't neatly explain, I guess, with the fact pattern we had? Or what do you think is like the most contentious fact that I have a hard time explaining with the way that I understand it?
The fact that all of the circumstances around this Epstein case are only because all of the action, all the effort put in, all of the redactions, all the Ghislaine Maxwell talkings, all of this is only because there's some stuff in there that just kind of looks embarrassing, just does not check out to me.
Why can't I just say that my story is Donald Trump had a lot of fucking crazies around him because of the MAGA shit, who all hyped up a conspiracy. They got into the office hoping a conspiracy was there. There was none there. Trump's actually been fairly consistent when he was getting elected. He said, like, I don't know if I'd release Epstein files. There might be a lot of innocent people in there. And now they've, like you said, they've shot themselves in the foot, except it was on overhyping and completely under-delivering on finding anything there. Like, I don't know. I think that's a pretty clean explanation.
Because if there was truly nothing implicating whatsoever, I think it wouldn't be that big a deal to release them and just say, look, there's nothing in here. Because they kind of did that with, like, the Wave 1, and no one was really upset about it.
Wait. Wave 1 was all stuff we already knew.
Exactly.
Fact, they even released stuff that was redacted, that was more redacted, I think, than files we already had.
Yeah, they even extra redacted it. And that's what I'm saying is, like, if it was so simple as, hey, this is embarrassing that we hyped this up and there's nothing there, I think they would still release stuff instead of coming out publicly and saying, actually, there's nothing here and you don't have to worry about it.
Wait. Why would you release stuff, though, that would just make Trump look bad?
Why would it make him look bad?
Hold on. Are you acknowledging that there are completely, as much as I hate to say this with Trump, that there are completely innocuous ways that him and Epstein could have connected that would make him look bad if all of that was like publicly revealed?
What beyond what we already know, like the fact that Epstein says he was his best friend? That's what I'm saying is, like, what would you release that isn't already in the zeitgeist of
there
things
could be
we've known for
more
15 years?
There could be more parties they attended, more conversations they had, more people commenting on conversations or the relationships from other people. Like, there could be a ton of stuff. These were investigators who had subpoena power, right? They could have uncovered a ton of shit.
This makes him look bad, and stuff like this is leaking constantly. I mean, again, there was like a new footage of him at a new party with Epstein that like we hadn't seen before, but like none of this is like the spear smoking gun that is all wavering the MAGA base. So
but it all looks bad to him, right?
Why he would go to such lengths to cover up, like, even if it was like, oh, like, hey, I was at 50 different parties with him, and here's the guest list of every single one. Like, I don't think this is going to cause the MAGA base, who is like grasping at every single possible straw to defend anything he's doing. I've even seen them go so far as to say, you know what, hey, it's only a phebophilia or whatever. Like, it's, you know, hey, she knew what she was doing. Why that would be the thing he goes to such lengths to cover up, and not something a little more incriminating, given that they were best friends and they both liked women on the younger side, according to Trump.
I mean, so what would be the incentive if my story were true? What would be the incentive for him to release everything and not just try to shoo it under the carpet until it goes away and focus on like this weird Obama Russiagate thing?
The incentive not to do it if there was nothing implicating in there?
Like, let's say that my story is the one that I think is true, that now they're kind of fucked because
I don't think there would be a good incentive. I think in the same way that Obama finally gave in and was like, here's my fucking birth certificate, there's nothing here, you idiot. Like, I think he would actually be benefited from doing that. Like, hey, we checked it out and I have nothing to do with this, and also this is all we have on it. Here we go. Now let's move on to the economy, or whatever he kept trying to say in these meetings. I think he would benefit from that if there was nothing that made him look worse. But I think there's a lot that makes him look a lot worse, which is why he's going to such lengths to.
What was the point of doing the Ghislaine Maxwell thing then? In your story, or why do you think
in my story or in your story?
Yeah, well, in my story, I would say they wanted to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell because they were praying to God they could get anything embarrassing about any other figure to talk to her, but they couldn't come up with anything. In your version, what are they doing that for?
In my version is, hey, Ghislaine, we know that you and Epstein were partners, and Epstein was best friends with Donald Trump, so you have very deep knowledge of all the things he did. Don't say anything, and we'll move you to this other nicer prison or commute your sentence. That seems a lot more obvious to me. Other than, hey, pretty please, like give us some dirt on someone, and if you don't have it, we'll still commute your sentence and move you to a nicer prison. Because like, that makes less sense to me.
Did they commute her sentence?
I think it's like what she's going to be on like work release or something soon, and
there's that thing came out that was like marked on a thing. I don't know if that's actually happening or not. I did see that.
Well, she's already in a less dire situation than she was.
Yeah, she did get
a few months ago.
Yeah, she did get moved to that. Okay. I do agree with that, but it just seems like yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what more hardcore incriminating stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like my story counts for everything. That's how I feel. But I mean,
okay. Last word, soy pill. And,
yeah,
I will say. Oh wait, real quick before you start. Like, this is a thing that like I'm like the subject matter. What are we talking about exactly? We're talking about what are the chances that Trump is completely and totally innocent of something bad. So I'm like probably 60% on that. That's just where my feeling is. But like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that could come out that would change my mind. So for instance, there could be a whole bunch of stuff in there that doesn't rise to the level of probable cause, or it could be that his AG Barr back then and his investigators back then were maybe playing a little bit more fast and loose related to Trump stuff because they didn't know if they could charge him with a crime while they were investigating Epstein while he was president. That's possible. Like, there is a lot of stuff that could come out that would change my mind on it. Like, I'm not like it's impossible that they're trying to cover up that he secretly. I'm not saying that. I think like it's possible. I just don't see any like compelling reason to super believe that. That's just so you understand the strength of my conviction on that. Yeah.
No, I totally understand the like status quo, like sort of. And this is not. I'm not saying this is pejorative. I learned to appreciate the status quo and the doubt of conspiracies from JJ McCullough, but it's just one of those. Okay, like this is if this is as you say, just a fuck up of hey, there's really nothing else to release there. This is like the worst possible way you could go about trying to cover it up or sweep it under the rug. It just seems like there's at least a little more than what we've seen here. But like you said, it could be nothing. I don't have any evidence other than it's just would be like the most ridiculous set of circumstances to happen in and of themselves. Final word is you should probably get on Luprin, dude. There's a lot of crazy stuff coming out, and I keep having to answer for it for some reason.
What is Luprin?
I don't know what Luprin is.
Okay.
What is Luprin? I'm just.
That's the chemical castration.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
All right.
I wouldn't be able to fuck your mom anymore if I did that, but thanks. Have fun.
I'll see you later. Bye.
Good night.
Okay, $20 from what's his face, Soul Heredit, to say, question for Destiny: would you debate Manar reports on politics or religion? He considers himself the king of debates, and he's debated tomfoolery and Andrew Wilson.
On politics and religion? Maybe. I don't really like super broad, nebulous debate topics. Like, I'm a little bit more like policy focused or discrete event focused. Like having like super broad, like is religion good or bad for society? I'm just not as interested in those, I guess. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, let's keep them coming. You're live. What do you got?
What's up? Hello, Destiny.
Hi.
You good?
I'm so good.
Yeah, so, are you still an anti-theist or you're an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Wait, but because like in 2022 you were an anti-theist, you were anti-religion.
Sure, it depends on how upset I am at the time. Yeah.
Okay, so why are you an atheist?
Because I don't believe in God.
Nah, I know that you don't believe in God, but what's the reasoning behind it?
Well, I don't think I need reasoning to not believe in him. I think I need reasoning to believe in him. I don't think there's any compelling evidence to believe in a higher power.
No, I think that you you have to use reasoning to not believe.
I don't think so.
Right?
I think you start every position as like not believing in a thing, and then you need evidence to believe in the thing, and I don't think there's any compelling evidence to believe in the thing.
Wait, what? You don't start at not believing. You start with like basic rational intuition.
Do you
so
believe
absence of evidence, not evidence of absence.
Do you believe in the?
So, yeah.
Do you think the universe of Star Trek is real?
No, I don't.
Why? How did you reason your way to that?
Because we have direct defeaters. It's non-fiction without like identified authors.
Why it can't be? Why can't it be? Well, I mean, doesn't the Bible have identified authors?
No, I'm not Christian.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, so far as I've investigated the evidence, I don't think there's a compelling reason to believe in God, so I don't believe in any God. It's fiction to me, just the same way as Star Trek or The Matrix or anything else.
Oh, your claim that no compelling evidence is vague. You have to name the strongest arguments and
No, I absolutely don't. I don't need to. I would be a non-believer on basically any subject matter that somebody hasn't presented me a ton of. I would say, oh, I probably don't think that's true. If it's anything I've investigated at all, and I don't think I would need to investigate every single piece of evidence to know if I don't believe in a thing or not.
So you believe that the burden is only on theism?
They're generally the ones making the claim. Yeah.
All right. So you believe that you have a neutral skepticism?
No, it's probably shaded a little bit more on the negative. Like, rather than saying I'm neutral on it, I'd be more willing to say it's false, just because I had a religious upbringing and I've done a little bit of religious investigation, and I'm not content with anything I find there. So probably a little bit less than neutral, like worse than neutral.
All right. So, what do you think of religion? What's your stance on religion?
That's a very broad question. I don't know what the question.
Okay. Thank you for calling in. We're gonna be.
Could I right now? Could I quickly give an argument for theism?
Yeah, do it. Well, yeah, let him do it. Go.
All right. So my main argument for theism is the contingency that contingent things exist, and an infinite regress of explanations can't terminate in more contingents. So a necessary, non-contingent cause explains why anything exists at all.
Why does there have to be a necessary non-contingent cause?
Why must there be a necessary non-contingent? Because if every explanation is contingent, you either get an infinite regress that never explains why there is anything rather than nothing.
Is God an infinite regress?
Is God an infinite regress?
Because my next question is going to be, if I can't have a non-contingent universe, why can you have a non-contingent God?
I don't think that God is an infinite reject.
Yeah, but why can't my universe? Why can you have a non-contingent God, but I can't have a non-contingent universe?
Because a pure contingent chain never answers why anything at all. So you need a terminus that exists by necessity to halt regress.
Why do you need it? Why do I need a terminus for the universe, but you don't need a terminus for God?
Okay. Thank you for calling in.
Hey, you can send him up.
Yep. So sorry, my mic was muted, but because let me answer your question, Ray. Because the universe is contingent and changeable, what God is.
Wait. Why are you allowed to say that? Why are you allowed to do a special pleading for God, and properties of God? Why can't I make the same pleading for my universe and say my universe is actually had a non-contingent start or is infinite and time started at the Big Bang? But you're allowed to make a special pleading for God and say he doesn't.
Not special pleading. It's not special pleading if it's argued from a principle distinction.
What's your proof that God is non-contingent and can function that way?
Logic.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for calling in, buddy. And have a great night. And we'll do 2 more, I think. So if you're the strongest soldier back there, okay, and you really want your chance, DM me. Let me know. Okay. We're gonna go with vibes here. We're gonna just randomize this a little bit, and we're gonna choose you. Hello.
Oh boy, here I am. What's going on?
Hi.
Nothing much.
Let's see here now. What are some of the topics you want to talk about? Or am I the one that oh, I picked. Okay.
One? We're gonna.
I do have one with Destiny. What's your opinion on appealing to moderate Republicans in order to win elections?
Cringe.
Cringe? Why?
Because I don't want Republicans to vote for Democrats. I want Democrats to vote for Democrats.
But if you want Democrats to win, right?
Yeah.
So what does it matter who votes for them as long as they win?
Because the chance of appealing to the opposite party is like definitionally not the point of a party. The party is to appeal to the party.
Well, your goal isn't to appeal to the opposite party. Your goal is to take away people from that party to your own party by appealing to them.
I mean, I think that you do that through policy. I feel like the political strategy for messaging is to show your base that you will enact your policy, and then the goal for converting people is to show that your policy works. But I don't think you try to appeal to the other party during an election cycle. You try to turn out your own base.
Right. So you don't think there's any benefit at all to appealing to more moderate Republicans?
I mean, there might be elements or aspects of the political structure to do it. Like, like there's a ton of different political actors, right? You've got like the president, you've got lawmakers, you've got activists, you've got staffers, you've got YouTubers. Like there's a whole bunch of different people. Maybe some of them could appeal to moderate Republicans, sure, but I don't think the party as a whole should be fixated on that now.
I guess that was really the only thing I wanted to ask you. Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
fun
thank you
times.
for calling in. Have
Yeah.
a great day.
You too.
Okay, we're gonna randomize. We're gonna use old Magic 8 Ball. Okay, we're gonna bring in.
Think it
gentleman.
didn't. Oh, what?
Oh. Hi, you're live.
Hey, what's up? I was just arguing backstage about COVID.
Do you have anything to say to Destiny? If not, we're gonna switch you out.
No, I'm good. Hi,
Okay.
Destiny. Bye, Destiny.
Wait, what were you arguing about COVID?
I was just arguing in favor that it was probably natural with DG.
Oh.
DG would probably argue up here.
Okay.
Should drag him in. Bye bye.
Okay, let's try. Do you have anything for Destiny?
Yeah, Destiny.
What's up?
Back when you were kind of beefing a little bit with Econoboy, you said something about the filibuster. You said that people who want to get rid of the filibuster are just want to like a dictatorship. Do you actually believe that, or was that kind of like hyperbole?
I don't know. I'd probably just see the kind of argument. I don't think necessarily getting rid of the filibuster means your dictatorship, but I feel like sometimes people want to break too much of the system to get their political agenda passed, and it probably wouldn't be good. I think the filibuster is probably important for making sure we're not just like passing crazy legislation and then taking it back every single election cycle. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that the filibuster has been much more useful for the Republicans than people who actually want to get stuff done. And what I mean by that is that the Republicans are perfectly happy with a government that doesn't really do much. And the Democrats actually want to do stuff. We want to do things like pass student loan forgiveness or at least reform student loans. We want to do universal health care or public options, stuff like that. And having the filibuster is a much greater tool for obstructionists and like Republicans to be able to stop us from doing those things, which then makes us look bad. And it discourages voter turnout because a lot of people feel like, what's the point? We don't really get what we want anyways.
Yeah, I mean,
Would
I think
you
there's
agree
there's a broader conversation to have. So one thing I don't like is I feel like right now the MAGA Republican Party is literally a catastrophic, toxic, destructive aspect of our government. And I don't think that we should ever try to model a government around incorporating those people into the government. If you have a party whose literal goal is to just obstruct, and then to just like fuck around in any way possible, trying to design a system around that type of person is literally impossible. Like imagine making rules, for how to play a board game when you're trying to play board games with, gorillas that just fling shit all over the place. It's just not possible. It doesn't make any sense to do so. So, I don't even necessarily agree with. I understand what you're saying in terms of like they just want to obstruct, they don't want to do anything with government, but clearly we've now seen that apparently Republicans want to do all sorts of things with government. They want to buy parts of corporations. They want to, deploy the fucking National Guard, I guess, everywhere that Trump looks on a map. They want to rename, places to the Gulf of America, whatever. Like apparently there's all sorts of fun things. They want to ban porn everywhere. They want to ban abortion as much as they can. Like they want to do all sorts of things with the government. And yeah, I don't know. The idea of just getting rid of the filibuster to try to account for the current insanity that is the Republican Party, I just think is not a good idea. There might be like a good discussion about repealing the filibuster. I just haven't necessarily heard the most convincing argument. And I like the idea of having to have 60 senators on board with passing legislation. Like it feels better to me that we're kind of coming to some kind of consensus. We just have to leave the crazy world we're at right now, where just the MAGA is just an actual cancerous rot in the country that's destroying our ability to govern.
Yeah, well, I think that you say that they are happy, they have things that they want to do. I don't think that they really go into these things with these ideas, because I think that MAGA would be perfectly happy either way, whatever Trump does, whether he actually gets rid of the migrants or not gets rid of the migrants. Most of MAGA is going to still stick by him, and they are also perfectly happy doing it by executive orders, because at the end of the day, they don't actually care if the Democrat gets in and all of the ICE agents disappear from the streets. It's not like a thing that they actually care about. I don't know how much they actually care about that. But also, I'm not really trying to appeal to MAGA with this. I'm trying to appeal to like even like the middle. I think that one of the things that you would hear often from people is like from like the uneducated, the less educated on politics is that like yes, these things he's got like a lot of rough edges, but he's getting shit done, and that's the way they feel. And I think that if we
but if that was true, Biden would have had such a better outlook, right? That motherfucker got an ungodly amount of legislation passed, but they didn't. Voters didn't give him any credit for it.
Yeah, he got legislation passed, but he's not like it seems to me like people don't really care about like whether they're getting stuff done through legislation or through executive action. And I'm not saying that the Democrats should just start doing executive action, because I do like the idea that we have like a legislative branch that does the lawmaking, but I think that it would help the Democrats give their people the feeling that we are getting stuff done if we are actually able to get stuff done. And I think that even with 51 or 50 plus the vice president, we are still like coming to a consensus, because if Democrats have 50 representatives in the Senate, that's still like 55% of the population that they're representing. So it's not even like it's a 50-50 split for us.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I feel like it'll be too swingy back and forth. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe that wouldn't happen, but yeah, it's not like I'm not like a huge filibuster simp. But I just like slightly lean in favor of keeping it. Yeah.
Okay. One more thing on that. It's possible that it is.
We're gonna cycle out.
Yeah, it's possible that it could be swingy back and forth, but I also believe that Democratic policy, when people actually sit there and think about it, or they see it implemented versus Republican policy and Republicans taking popular things away, I believe that when you have when the people tend to support the Democrats on those things, and it would be hard for Republicans to take just things away without electoral consequence.
I don't know if I believe that. Americans are fucking retarded, and especially the ones that watch Fox News, right? Like these motherfuckers are literally giving away these massive child tax credits from Biden and shit. Like you saw the Care County, the fucking swim team or whatever, when these guys were going to the judge and were literally begging them not to spend the $5 million that they had sitting in their fucking Wells Fargo account because they were so afraid that Biden and the Dementors would show up to steal their ranches and horses from them. Like people are fucking retarded. I think the Democrats have to work better on like actually messaging. I think that's the more important fight to happen, because Republicans can literally fucking say anything, and Fox News viewers will believe it. Like if you tell them that the economy's getting better, they will literally just believe that, absent any other fucking evidence. It's fucking wild. Yeah,
okay. I mean, I partly agree with that. All right, have a good night.
Thanks for calling in, buddy. Okay, we're going rapid fire.
Okay, quick, I've got to leave. I've got a headache and I'm grumpy. Hi, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, what you got?
So I think you need to lock way harder into the Alien Enemies Act stuff. Have you there was that case named JGG versus Trump. Have you read the contempt thing from Boasberg?
No, but didn't they dump? Isn't that dumped now, basically? I thought that was gone.
It got kicked down because habeas wasn't the right route, but that's kind of bullshit. But it's still being litigated, I think, under a different name, because they all just kind of filed habeas stuff. But like,
I'm not talking about the case. I'm talking about the contempt in particular, that contempt charge. I thought that contempt thing got eliminated. Yeah, I'm sure it's all still being litigated. Yeah, the Alien Enemies Act is fucking ridiculous, but nobody even knows what the fuck it is or what it means. So yeah.
So I remember. Listen, I go back to the one Twitter space where you were like, you went into it saying like every conservative needs to answer to J6.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Alien Enemies Act is like comparably bad and a comparable wormhole, and I think you really need to lock into it, because like the amount of there are still hundreds of people in a foreign prison being tortured right now.
Yeah. But I mean, like, there's so many, like, I would argue that, I think that is really bad. I agree, it's crazy. But I would argue there's one thing that's even worse, though, and people just skim over it, is the fact that our president is unilaterally conducting world economic policy right now by arbitrarily declaring emergencies everywhere. The fact that, like, if you would have said prior to this administration that the president of the United States is going to enact a 10% tariff on the entire world, people would laugh at you at how fucking retardedly doomsayer you're being. And now we've just accepted that we can swing anywhere from 10 to 145% tariffs on whatever fucking country every single day, and he's doing it off the backs of like, oh, there's an emergency, haha, and the deployment of the National Guard is like, I agree it's bad. How do you fix it on one thing? Like, there's so much shit that's just fucking unbelievable. I don't know. Listen, go to the range practice in a video game. Just kidding. I agree with you. It's
Okay,
really,
well,
really, really fucked. It's really bad. I do agree, though. That is like really crazy that we're deporting people to other countries using a subversive like due process by invoking an act that says that we're basically at war with another country. That I don't remember.
But we didn't even that I think is too charitable of a reading. Like we didn't even adhere. Like it wasn't the problem wasn't that we just like expedited the due process of the people being deported. It's that the expedited due process that they're allotted under the Alien Enemies Act, they didn't even meet that bar. Like the bar is literally just having any ability at all to contest whether you're an alien enemy, and they didn't even meet that.
Sure.
They didn't give them like any opportunity. I think like
I remember
a lot
hearing
of the
this in a
rhetoric
filing
around
because the issue was that like for the past invocations of this, it was very easy to just see who was like you know, like Japanese or whatever for internment camp
yeah,
stuff.
because they had a hearing board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for the for this stuff, obviously it's way more contentious because they're trying to say like MS-13 isn't, and it's like, well, how do you figure that out? It's like, well, yeah, they released that guide. I remember.
Right.
Yeah, it's not good.
No,
It's bad.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I would just recommend if you have any
last thing, then we're gonna.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
If you have any free time, I would recommend reading the Boasberg contempt thing because even though it's probably dead in the water, it outlays a lot of the really fucking crazy stuff that happened in that particular case, and it's like a really really good like well-rounded argument as to how that hits because I think even people on the left like underrepresent just how bad the AEA stuff is.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you again. Last one. You're the last one. What do you got?
Hi, Destiny. I wanted to know why aren't you like more violent in general?
Violent?
Yeah, like you have all the reasons to be like bloodthirsty, and apart from Twitter, I don't see you like engaging in that.
I feel like violence is a very high risk, low reward. There's a huge negative. There's a massive downside and very low upside to being violent.
But like, I don't know. I think it brings a lot more audience, and also you can make people understand what you mean better. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think some dude just did that outside of a church in Minneapolis 2 days ago.
I don't mean physically violent. I mean more like debate violence, like point out.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we're in a way different.
Way different thing.
Yeah, sorry. That's
like, what are we
I don't know.
doing
If there's an
here?
ESL moment, or that would be good to explain. Sorry. I don't know. I try to match tone with people. Basically, I just go back and forth on that. But hopefully, when we get closer to midterms, if more large conservatives are willing to duke it out, or like on this Charlie Kirk tour stuff coming up, maybe I could be more aggressive there. But I mean, especially like in spaces like here, like I'm on a Wix platform, I'm not going to bring people on and start fucking screaming at them or whatever. So, yeah. But I try to match energy as best I can.
Like I understand here, but I mean more like, for example, Asmongold. I think you could reach Asmongold by.
I've been pretty brutal and aggressive, so much so that everybody screams at me for being too mean to Asmongold. So I feel like I've been pretty big in that direction.
Okay. Well,
anything else?
I'll keep it in mind though. I love you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay, Destiny, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course, and I hope you feel better and have a good day.
Thanks. Oh, also, major shout out. I saw that you hosted a debate where it was really crazy. I think Doobie was getting smashed by Peach and Zip Zip. Did you see that? Where he got absolutely fucking embarrassed and humiliated. Yeah, it was probably one of the worst performances I've ever seen of any person in my entire life. I'm not sure. Do you know if Doobie's like special needs or?
If you want to debate Doobie, I can set it up.
No, because I know that he's really upset with you for platforming me, and he thinks that that's like a really bad thing, and he tries to do a whole bunch of weird, creepy, like, stuff in the background to influence people. But you know what, Wick? Good on you for standing on principle. I think you're a good guy. I congratulate you for that. Even when there are creepy, weirdo fucks in the background who own insurance companies and shit that do kind of weird stuff to try to pressure people to do stuff. I think it's really weird and creepy. So good for you, Wick. Okay, I love you. I'm gonna go to sleep because I've got a headache. Stay safe. Be careful. All right, I have a headache. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful.
Ooh, look at these people. We built this city on love. does it look like that? How do we transition from just two ways like this? These are obviously just like two-lane. This is just like a two-lane road. Oh, this is a highway. Okay. Holy buckets. Let's get to roads. Yikes. Okay, so this would be a two-lane highway, I'm assuming. Okay. Holy shysta. I'm so sorry. I got literally so lost in the sauce watching or playing City Skylines.
No, you're good.
Dude, I am disgustingly addicted. Fuck you.
I literally bought. I bought all the DLC for City Skyline 1.
Dude, two's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm definitely probably gonna end up doing the same thing. This can be my like being intelligent. Like this could be my cheap. Like besides 7 days, because I mean, but once I build the castle there, which only has like maybe another 120 hours, maybe like 150 hours of potential, then I'm screwed there.
Yeah.
But dude, this is like psychotically addicting. Are you watching my stream?
I was, yeah. I had to restart my fucking thing. I got the DLC and it crashes my fucking PC now. But it's because I'm gonna look up.
Oh, shit. So, the trials and tribulations of the fact that I have to like pretty much restructure my whole fucking city because of the unlocks I've been making. I planned pretty decently initially, but now it's like, what the fuck? I also probably didn't need to do all the windmills. I didn't realize how easy it was to get to coal. You just have to buy plots.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize you could buy plots like that early on. Also, my city's been running a deficit like pretty much since the beginning, since its inception, which I love. But
yeah, it kind of sucks for a little bit, and then you'll get back up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just hitting those big milestones you can kind of push to run the deficit while you're hitting those. But I got my pop up to 15k, making some progress.
That's good.
My death rate's still higher than my birth rate, so we gotta figure that the fuck out. And people are moving away pretty high, so I think it's because I don't have enough jobs being created. Unemployment's at fucking 2%.
Yeah.
I need unemployment to go up a little, but like I need the jobs just available. Also, what the fuck do I do about pollution now that since it's already happened?
Good luck.
Dude.
Shall we? Dude, that's a rough.
Have you figured out all the like how to perfect the logistics stuff? Like how to like perfect all this?
I don't play the second version, so it's a little different.
Oh, is yours different? Like what's the noticeable differences from what you've seen?
I didn't look that in deep on yours.
Oh, okay.
I just don't have the.
Do you have so for City Skylines 1? Like I guess walk me through.
You have a pollution area, yeah, but.
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
I use advanced wind turbines, and they're really fucking good.
Okay. I have nuclear power, but that's 5 mil. Geothermal power?
See, I don't have those.
Oh, noise and pollution. Apparently nuclear is high pollution, so that's fucking beautiful. Oh, the goal would be hydroelectric power plant where it has no pollution.
Oh.
Or a gas power plant, which also has no... It has air and ground pollution. Fuck. Oh, my coal power plant has real bad ground pollution, and I have my coal power plant not even that far away from my water pumps, which is probably what it is. It's probably what's fucking me.
Probably.
Oh, I also have all my manufacturing next to my water plants. Probably not good. Okay, zoning makes more sense now. all the factories are next to the water plants, and I'm wondering why all the businesses that are also right next to that and the residentials have dirty water.
Oh, yeah, you can't have... Yeah.
I gotta separate these parts of town. Fuck.
Jesus Christ. You got this. I think I have to switch where I have my shit installed. So it might have to go on my main drive to actually work well.
education's amazing. We're happy we live in the city, but all of your guys' water is fucked. Take off your... Can't.
Of course she is. What are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing, bud? Come here. I got you.
I don't care if you guys are mad about stone production. Eat my ass.
Greenstone. See, like that, I don't have the resource shit. Like, I have oil, but I just set it to unlimited oil, so I don't have to fucking deal with it.
Oh, so you're just like God mode building and shit.
No, not even close.
Wait, you said you have infinite oil.
Oil's the only resource we have in Skylines 1.
Oh.
You're doing stone and shit, but I don't even know what that is for.
It's just like part of trade.
Yeah, see, the oil is used for power plants, and so you have a certain amount of oil, or else you have to like ship it in, and it's annoying as fuck to do.
Oh, this is all the stuff that all the resources that I have.
Yeah, see, I don't have any of them.
Like I have oil, ores, coal.
I might with the DLC. We'll see. I don't know.
Do you have like office zoning, or do you have zoning?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, I figured.
There's like low density housing, high density housing, commercial zones, both of those. Industry, office.
Hell yeah. I got high density, which I'm gonna make mine a literal. I'm probably going to expand my pop real fucking make it real big. Like I don't know how to like slowly convert areas to high density without crushing my population, just making them all homeless.
I usually create a new area outside a little bit.
Oh, poor people.
It's annoying. Yeah.
So this area just becomes obsolete, and I just let it crumble.
Yeah, it just kind of functions as is.
Yikes. Okay, I need to run a... Can I run a fucking...
A train?
No, can I just, like, make money? Like, where are we struggling here?
Do you have, like, an expenses and...
Yeah, I have the whole 9. I'm trying to figure out... Pause. We don't need to be going 3 times speed for a sec. So, service upkeep is okay, which is fine. I'm okay with maintenance and resources being this. My loan interest for my... That's so tiny. Subsidies, households, and companies will receive city subsidies when their tax rates are set in the negative. Oh, okay, duh, I don't do that. Okay, I need to generate wealth through service trade. There's a whole thing. I need to get to the train. I need to get to the train.
Get to the train.
Dude, there's so much. I actually think I'm gonna play it. I think I'm gonna play it like just like I'm gonna do a new game where I'm just God mode, just so I can like play like play it in its entirety from start to finish, having everything unlocked, and then I'll play it like legit and see if I can do that. Because otherwise, dude, it's so fucking hard to plan ahead.
Trial and error. I won't spoil anything. You'll learn how to build roads and shit. It's a little annoying.
The roads are cool though, like learning how to like
wait until it starts getting high traffic.
Yeah, trust me, I've had to deal with high traffic with fucking 6-lane highways. Like it's fucking gay. But I want to. I think I'm gonna God mode, so I know what like the steps I need to do to plan in advance a little bit more. Yeah, and although no, I probably should. Fuck, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. Just play how I want.
Yes, sir.
San Francisco's also AIDS. I'm never playing in there again.
To the map?
Yeah, it's one of the maps. Hey, dear. What's up? Garrett's coming. Slade.
What's up?
Oh, Karis just asked who was in here.
On the phone.
Oh my god, a Jubilee with Patrick Beck David and 20 ANCAPs. Both sides of that made me want to kill myself. No thank you.
Yeah, I did not even bother
In
watching
Minecraft.
it. That sounds awful.
Yeah, I mean, at least even though I don't like fully agree with Mehdi Hassan, at least like I know he's like intelligent and can like shit on the fascists. I don't think Patrick Beck David is like capable of shitting on ANCAPs in the way that they would need to be shit on.
Yeah. Not in the fucking slightest.
This was a panel back in the day? What the fuck? Asmongold, Destiny, Hassan, Nick Fuentes, Trainwrecks, and Sargon. And, is that Sargon of Akkad?
Dude, some of those panels were fucking insane.
What the fuck?
They would like people you would just never expect. And it's like, what?
That's insane. You just need XQC on that. That'd round it up. Round it off. Jesus. Sit down, boy. Yeah, right. Sup, nerd?
So, I'm just starting this new city. The building system, like, so I was playing on the Xbox version, and the PC, like the Steam version, is different UI and everything. So I'm like relearning it. I have no idea what the fuck is.
Oh, like how to get to stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird.
I'll be honest with you, the thought of playing this on a controller makes me want to kill myself.
Oh my god, why would you ever?
I built this city on love. The city name, Llama.
Llama.
Alright, let's go for it. Let's freaking go. We're gonna make the best city, the most high density city. We're gonna make it's gonna be so good. It's so good. I just watched Idiocracy live on stream.
What's that?
It's a movie.
Oh.
Like a 2000s movie, I think. Early. Maybe mid to late.
Old as fuck.
It's good. It's a good movie. It's about what happens in the future if capitalism it's like a corporatist I don't know how to describe it. It's like a corporate hellscape of what the world potentially would be if all the smart people got outbred and corporations were pretty much the only thing in charge. Trash just there was no care for the environment, so trash is just everywhere. Just pollution. There's literally no plants.
Just bad shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And but it's like a satirical comedic take on it. So it's kind of funny.
Okay, so I have some pro tips if you want to actually get into this game, and there are. Gray still plays City Pan. Okay, I'm gonna look up these two people. I've been getting City Skylines TikTok, and it's a small community, and there's apparently a couple of YouTubers that are just fucking gods at the building, and they just show really cool shit. I had to build cool shit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Would this make you buy a Ridge wallet? Two people could win a Lamborghini Huracan Sterrato, a Hennessy Velociraptor, or $100,000? Hold on, let me explain. This is Daniel and his dad, the founders of Ridge.
We're here to introduce the...
Queenman was a DGGer until the Mr. Girl split. He was a real fan of yours. Is that true?
I literally haven't even seen the post on KF. I don't read Destiny's thread every day. I just check in when there's some big leak I have to grab info for.
Oh, okay. Like the original leaks that came from the solo guy literally happened in Queenman's Discord server. He's such a cringe, such a loser. Lies and leaks. Willie Mac shows doxing disaster.
Truth is, Bad Up and Outta did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers.
What? Huh? Dude, surely people are going to point out how insanely...
People with millions of followers, yet this tiny little community is where all this doxing takes...
In Willie's video, you predicted what happened to him.
Bro, this guy's saying Willie is a competition for biggest footsie retard. Come on, dog!
Yes, but he's saying that because you won't come out and post a video unequivocally calling me a mass. This is what they do. So whatever you're working on right now is a waste of time, because if you post this, you're gonna have Hassan's community, you're gonna have these people on key. That's fine, but you say that now, but it'll turn into them going after you, and then they'll try to dox you or your girlfriend, or they'll go after your family, or they'll go after friends of yours, or they'll go after other people in the commentary community until they make videos about you. This is the pattern. It is so fucking irritating. They're amplifying all this shit, and they're knowingly playing a part of it. They know what's going on, but like Kelly Jean.
Crazy that all... Holy shit. This, the UNH buy? I'm a goddamn fortune teller, okay? I have special sight.
What? What? Where's the doxing? What doxing is coming out of these communities? Are we just Keppels now? Are we Keppels posting now? What are we doing here, dude? This is fucking insane, bro. How is this a real video, dude?
Willie acknowledges that Destiny... does he do a video on this, or is it all just clip compilations? Later in the vid, he talks to the... Okay, this is retarded. Jesus.
Oh,
how do we get to the actual...
I have just squares to just beautifully map out everything. Oh. See this? Oh. Oh, I'm gonna do so many good things with these squares.
Squares.
Oh, these are about to be the most productive squares. Okay.
I gotta shit real quick. I will be right back.
See you in a second, nerd. You built this city on love. You built this city.
The answer's pretty obvious. I think the answer's pretty clear.
Holy 14-minute intro. Jesus.
I think we should get straight into this. I think we should start talking about this. So, for those who don't know, Willie Mac released a video last night, okay? It's a video mainly about Bad Empanada, and Bad Empanada doxing Willie Mac's wedding. Now, Willie claims Bad Empanada is not the one who doxed his wedding. I take a slightly different definition of doxing. I think pretty much any reasonable person takes doxing to mean any instance of someone publishing a collation or piece of PII that is obscured from the public, generally, or isn't directly linked to the content creator for the purpose of harassment. Now, that is what Bad Empanada did.
Wow. My definition.
100%, that is what he did. Now, did he originate the docs? No. The docs originates with a Kiwi Farms post by a completely anonymous account, as far as I can see, that has 2 posts, neither of which mention me. I don't know how I'm supposed to have any control over that. I don't know how I'm supposed to take any responsibility for that. Obviously, this person might watch my content, but there's no way for me to know.
So, just as a quick thing, and again, it's hard to do this. Like, you would have to literally put together like a schizo manifesto, okay, in order to I feel like I've already done that in terms of like showing how a lot of these accounts are connected and everything. But one of the people that harasses me the most, or like A-logs me, stalks me, harasses people around me, is the Blav guy on Kiwi Farms. This is like a screenshot from Queeman covering stuff related to me. Blav 1, Blav 1, Blav 1, Blav always wins. Let me outsover this guy. He's walking the traps. Total Blav victory. Blav 1, Blav 1, Blav 1. Who the fuck is Blav? I don't know if that person's being serious or not, but W Blav. Blav always wins. Blav is a legend. There's no way. Like, all of these people watch and support and cross post, and it's like so obvious. The funny thing is, like, even Blab on Kiwi Farms like says as much. I saw that, but it felt too narcissistic to post. Queeman's chat glazes me too much. Like, it's so stupid that he likes to pretend like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of these guys. Or blah blah blah. The stranger me person is Blav. I'm still listening to the coverage of people, but I did want to record and post Queeman stream beginning, as I agree with it, on everything in its entirety. And like they're like cross-posting videos. Now, the important one, I agree with Queeman. This is 100% the narrative that Destiny's going to try to spin. Like, it's like huge clips from the streams. Like, they're all chatting about it. They're going over like what the narrative should be, like how some of the screenshots should go. Like, it's just so funny that these guys, and I understand for the commentary community, no offense, but the commentary community are cucks, and they're too afraid to ever mention. I don't even know if Willie Mac mentioned Kiwi Farms by name, but nobody will mention this website by name because they're all fucking, they're like traumatized by it. But like Queeman and all these other guys, they know what's posted here. The Kiwi Farms people talk about them. They talk about the Kiwi Farms people. Yeah, like they go over shit like this like all the time. Oh, this is a thing, by the way, that Queeman has tried to bring up on his stream too, in like reading old Reddit posts of mine. Like Queeman centers a lot of this stuff too, but like all of this like bounces back and forth. They try to create narratives here, or they'll try to like spread facts or whatever, and then they somehow end up in Queeman's community, and everybody's just talking about it there. But they'll always say like, "Oh, show me the doc, show me where I've linked this." But it's like obviously they don't. They'll ban the direct links from that community, but somehow everybody seems to know. Isn't that kind of crazy? It's funny to hear like, oh, I don't have any connection to these communities. Oh, I don't know.
There's literally no way for me to know, and even less, there's no way for me to take action on it, because Because clearly they don't use the same profile picture or account name or whatever everywhere. So there's nothing I can do about this, despite what Willie Mac probably wants you to believe.
This bad empanadas did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers. So when I see this clip, it's obviously a dog whistle with me.
So I saw that video last night, and Willie Mac's basis for ascribing this to me now is a clip that takes place, and purely you can see this from the video, it makes no sense otherwise, a clip that takes place weeks after Willie has already been doxxed. He uses that.
Is Blav the dude who obsessively posts about you having a to mind? Blav does, but also Gisticle and his whole server do that now as well, and then Queeman will do that about me. We're used to it, yeah.
And that necessarily has to be the case, because in the clip Willie Mac's talking about, I'm reacting to a Destiny quote tweet of Gato Fumador. And this Gato Fumador person posted a video, a clip, of Bad Empanada's video of Willie Mac's docs. I don't watch Bad Empanada. I'm not a big Bad Empanada viewer, so I hadn't seen this video before. I didn't know the contents of this clip intimately. And it is partly blurred. It is partly blurred at one point, and the docs does not appear until like a minute, 2 minutes into the clip. So it plays silently while I'm discussing it. Obviously, I knew what the clip was about because, I mean, everyone was talking about how Willie Mac had been doxxed. So I was tertiarily aware of sort of what was happening. But the clip plays on my stream, and this docs information scrolls by while I'm making a point. Now, in Willie's own video, Willie says he does not blame Destiny because by the time Destiny quote tweets his docs, it's already viral. It's already broadly seen. So I'm absolutely baffled how I'm supposed to have any responsibility when the quote tweet I am covering to make my point about Destiny already has like 100,000, 200,000 views when I'm looking at it, and I have a few hundred live, and then I censor it for the VOD upload, because obviously I don't intend to dox Willie Mac. So I censor it for the VOD upload.
They're like, why aren't you mad at Destiny? He quote tweeted your docs too.
Why aren't you mad at Destiny himself?
Destiny's defending my already viral docs. It's already in the hands of all the people who hate me. We're acting like context and scale don't matter.
So a few hundred people saw this through my stream when hundreds of thousands have already seen it through Destiny's video. Yet Willie Mac uses that logic to absolve himself of any culpability in J-Stalk's docs because Destiny, or Destiny's fans, had already posted it with hundreds of thousands of views. But for some reason, this logic that Willie Mac uses to absolve himself.
Does Willie Mac ever post Justicle's docs anywhere? Did that happen? Or repost anything of me doing it?
Doesn't apply to me. And that's not the only point where Willie Mac is refusing to apply vindicating logic that he knows to be true, that he knows himself to believe. Where he refuses to apply it for me, but is happy to apply it for himself or for his friends. So, great example of this. The Dark Viper drama. I don't remember what it was, like a year ago now. Chud was
Oh,
obviously
he's just talking about Willie Mac replying to it? Okay.
back and forth with Dark Viper pretty hard over a copyright strike. In the course of this drama, Kiwi Farms latched onto it. Kiwi Farms ended up doxing Dark Viper. Dark Viper made these massive claims of people etching stuff into his door, scratching stuff into his door. And what did Willie Mac say? What did Willie Mac say? He said, you can't ascribe that to Chud Logic community with no evidence. You need to show some evidence. Start ascribing that to Chud's community. You can't just smear him.
It's always this, like, show me exactly, like, I need to see the exact post in my community. Like, how can you ever have that much of your chat, like, spamming Blav ones and then pretend like, oh no, we have no association whatsoever? I don't know what this video is.
Destiny is seething over his Kiwi Farms thread, posting screenshots from it, giving a certain person exactly what they want, and I'm sure. I mean, he's giving everyone what they want today. I'm gonna be real.
It's Blav one. Oh, that's where the Blav one. That's where this chat clip came from. Oh, yeah, gotcha. How does everybody? I don't understand how everybody in Queen's chat knows about this though, because these guys never post or talk about or cross-post information. Why does Queeman not like you? He seems to have come out of nowhere. So supposedly Queeman has not liked me for a long time, but it was hard to tell because every time we were in group chats together, he just was a huge bitch and never said shit to me. I don't know why or what's going on there. Maybe I mom and I didn't realize it because this kid's like 12 years old. But he's part of like him and Gisticle are like the two strongest anti-fan warriors against me, who are like corralling the rest of the retards, I guess, to try to take some huge stance against me and Ethan Klein and every single person that is even like tangentially associated with me in any way. It's super cringe and weird.
The insane behavior of some Kiwi farmers who happen to have latched onto this drama.
You're prescribing
Kiwi farmers who happen to latch onto this drama. Where do they come from? I don't even know. Yeah, it's so he's such a cringe. God, he's such a loser. I wish these guys would just own it, but they can't because they try to have this like moral superiority over every topic as well. That's why they can't just own the fact that they're degenerate, you know?
A doxing allegation to his community based on nothing. It's crazy.
Describing the doxing and the swatting to Kiwi farms is absurd. Because just because there's a bunch of activity there doesn't mean it's them, and they moderate against it. They moderate against it, much like I do, much like I always would. I moderate against doxing, same like it's Kiwi farms level. He would obviously make those points back then. He has in his Capitals videos. He covered Capital.
I thought he was a big Mr. Girl fan. Oh, maybe. He might have been. I feel like I saw somebody say that, but I don't know if I've ever seen proof of that, so I'm not sure.
Himself. He wouldn't consider himself part of the harassment against Capitals. That would be absurd.
Yeah, in this video, he's perfectly happy to take a bunch of unsubstantiated harassment claims from not so erudite that my community or JSOX community has swatted her, trying to get her deported out here has been claimed.
Queenman was a DGGer until the Mr. Girl split. Check out his old chat logs in DGG. LOL, he was a real fan of yours. Is that true? Jesus.
That's the reality. Willie Mack has been useful up until this point. He knows he's an idiot. He knows he had to force feed him the correct take 700 times. He knows just the other day he was having to explain.
Why do these people hate you so much, bro? I don't know. I'm hoping once the court case shit is over, they find something else to talk about. Because they obviously don't care about politics or anything, but they all somehow cried like Hassan and all the weird lefties just because we're like enemies. It's just very weird and cringe.
Listen, Willie, Dan Sultan's a dog, sir. He knows this, but Willie is useful. Willie doesn't ask too many questions. Willie's on side. Willie doesn't swing inwards. Willie doesn't take shots inwards. Willie's useful. For a bit. For a while. Until now. Where when you moderate your community to keep a behavior out, you can't be blamed for some anonymous schizophrenic who latches onto the stuff you're saying, goes and does something in a place where you have no control. They need that logic to stand. How many dramas, if you accept this logic, how many more dramas can these people survive? How many more dramas can Willie Mack survive? How many more dramas can Nicholas Iorio survive if that logic is accepted? How long is it until they're covering someone who was also being spoken about in KF and they get doxxed?
Hey, if you're a gun owner who wants to shoot better, then you're going to need to see this. It's the new Vanish Laser Strike training system, and it is awesome.
Are you there?
What is my level of responsibility here? How could I have made the point I made about Willie
nope.
without being accused of dog whistling to swat his wedding? How could I have? What is a way I could have phrased that
he was
point?
a frequent
The Destiny
poster in my
standards
chat.
leave
Jesus.
its own supporters and fans open to being doxxed and harassed. How could I have phrased that to where Willie Mack could not have accused me of dog whistling in the way he did? There is not a single way I could have phrased that where he wouldn't be able to make that same allegation. Especially
Dan the
when in
content
clip,
man.
and you might not realize this when you watch a video through a first time, because he chops up the clips and leaves parts, gives a 5-minute gap between stuff. I explicitly state that I'm not okay with doxing. But I don't believe it's no bad tactics, only bad targets. That's, in fact, been a key point that I've been hammering for 5 months at this point.
Jesus.
For a long time. This has been a key point that anyone who's been even in like osmosis range of my community knows I've been hammering about Destiny, about Ethan, about all these commentary guys. This is, like I say, this is the Keffels thing, this is the Ethan Klein thing, and it's the Destiny thing. It's what these losers do when they don't have a better response. They just start trying to loop in, guilt by association, all the people that are critical of them with the absolute worst people coming after them, with the absolute most, insane, no bad tactics people that you can find. Whether it's Kiwi Farms, in this case, specific Kiwi Farms user, whether it's...
Like, the guy that revenge leaked all of my shit, whoever the was on that girl's account, was a Queeman fan and viewer. Like, the guy regularly posted in Queeman's Discord. I think he even went back a little bit and posted after everything. Like that was a Queeman viewer. Blav is a frequent Queeman viewer. Like, this isn't on accident. It's not by mistake. Like, there's a reason why they all originate from and are active in these places.
But some random person, we don't even know who did the CPS call.
I'm so good.
Other than no bad tactics, only bad targets.
Sup, nerd?
Here's Queeman doing the blab slash
I watched a couple videos fast in the bathroom while I shat.
There's
good.
I had a weird
What'd you
experience growing
watch?
up as a kid or whatever, and people interpret this as me
The
being
one guy I sent you, I watched some CS
molested.
videos for traffic flow, and I learned a shit ton.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So this is why. So he went back here and found this 7-year Reddit post because Blab directed him to it, and this is why they do the molested thing.
I don't like it when one dimension of a person is used to completely shape that person's identity.
So he goes back and he reads this, and then this is part of where this. I like how this is unlisted though. This was 5 months ago, but he got this reference from Kiwi Farms and from them mentioning it in their thread on me or whatever. Yeah, but these people are. It's just so funny to it's not funny, I guess. It's retarded. They just rely on people not being as deep into this weird internet drama, I guess, which most people aren't, to be fair. But it's just, God, it's just annoying when they try to do this moral high ground shit because people don't know anything about it. They'll disagree eventually. I mean, it happens to all these people, I guess. Right?
Oh, is your stufferonies going?
Just my thing, my game.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going good. Just figuring out kind of how I want to do topography and all that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like the original leaks that came from the guy on the account, that solo guy.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Literally happened in Queeman's Discord server. He can pretend that it's not the case, but like, I mean, there's just so many logs like connecting all these weird people. Like, and President Sunday is not my fan, you know. Someone called Solo and Queeman's. Technically, they weren't even sent to me. I just made screenshots because I didn't trust their links. Like, all of this got dumped. Solo leaked in Queeman's server with permission from their owner. Oof. Oof. And like, this is President Sunday talking about this in Justical server. Like,
seriously, what standard are we applying here? Not to mention, of course.
But he'll just pretend like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know what's going on.
This was weeks after William Mack and Oregon Dogs that this clip happened. The original Dogs. So the idea they can't keep them anyway is absurd on the face of it. I'm at a loss over this Willie video right now, to be honest. I'm at a loss over...
Like, just stop being a loser. Like, just... Why not just, like, make normal internet content? Or if you want to be a loser, at least embrace it. Be like, yeah, we are the doxer, you know, abuser crew, whatever. Like, do that. Then fine. At least, like, own it. Be based, you know? But just don't do this cringy, plausible deniability. Oh, we would never do that. We would never that. Like, it's just so fucking cringe.
Over the Oreos' utter cowardice. I'm seeing some incredibly despicable Coke posts in his Discord, which Alex Gekmo was rightfully calling him out for. Even worse, contrary to what he said last night, when Alex Gekmo confronted him, tweeted at him, asking if he was going to cover this. He said he would, and then he flip-flops today. It's absurd. And I think it's just because he claims it's people bad if he was going to cover this.
See this, right? All these people pressuring them. You've got to cover this. You've got to push our narrative. You have to do this.
He said he would. And
He
then
said he would
flip-flops today. It's absurd. And I think it's just...
And then he flip-flops today. Then he flip-flops, right? This is like all of this is... I don't know how these guys have so much time. I don't know how these guys have so much time. I don't know why people give into it. These people are losers. Why do you guys give into these nerds so much? Holy shit.
He claims it's people badgering him to. He doesn't want to I don't know, capitulate people badgering him to do it. It's because the heat's high. It's because the heat's high, and you're worried that a fence-sitting, oh yeah, I guess the video's bad, but Willie's really stressed, isn't going to fly. Oh yeah, so two other things. So, Willie claims that it was my audience that doxed him initially. But I had no knowledge. Nor did anyone in my community, from what I know. Have knowledge of Willie's wife being Israeli or Jewish.
Wait. Queeman claimed at the time of the leaks that the leaks were shopped to him, and he rejected the offer and he dumped them elsewhere. Either Sunday's mistaken or Queeman lied. I literally have DMs with Gisticle saying that all of this stuff was being leaked and dumped into Queeman's Discord. Like, I have screenshots of Solo actively posting in Queeman's Discord. Like, he's just lying. I mean, like...
So the idea that I had any idea that Willie Mack's wife was Israeli Jewish is absurd. The idea that my community were doing it. I literally haven't even seen the post on KF. I don't read Destiny's thread every day. I just check in when there's like some big leak I have to grab info for.
Oh, okay. So you do read my Kiwi Farms thread. You do grab info from there, and then you do spread it. Why would you even admit that? You're so fucking retarded. Why would you even say that?
You know, it's like if there is some big story developing, yeah, people go to KF, like commentary YouTubers do. Was you can't just use ancillary connections to KF to ascribe all the responsibility for KF's actions to those content creators, and then use KF's ancillary nature to potential swatters to blame KF for all swatting. You can't just draw these connections of responsibility to try and rope everyone in and shut down criticism.
Which is true. You can't just say that because somebody happens to cross post here, because there's like some interflow. But I stand by that. But the problem is that you guys don't just have a little bit of interflow. It's like the same communities. The crossover, if it was a Venn diagram, it would be almost a perfect circle. Like, it's not even remotely close to the... it's not like oh, this guy happens to be here and happens to be there. Like, they're all the same dudes.
Hey, stop playing with your fanny pack.
We need the bearskin deck to be That is what Will is doing. He has been fighting with us for months. And only now attempts to remotely engage with anything anyone said in one of his videos. Because, why? Because he found an opportunity to shut down criticism. Obviously.
Like, I'm like, I don't. Oh no, I'm doing this so that I guess the other people that talk about this have more ammo. I guess, right? This was posted about in Queeman's Discord 1 hour ago. Was shared to multiple creators/randoms. I'm getting tidbits sent to me. I asked for it so I could forward it. This is a partial leak. There's more sexual shit. If you want me to stop updating you, I will. Jesus, delete that message. Still haven't seen anything about that. Could be a partial leak. I don't like having shit like this in my DMs in case something leaks on stream. Like yeah, like this was being posted. A lot of this was being posted in Queeman's Discord, and the guy and that solo guy came from Queeman's Discord server. Like,
on top of that, one of Destiny's dox attempts on me is in both of his videos. Her name is in both of his videos. So the idea that I am getting blamed for leaving a video playing on autoplay that Destiny has already quote tweeted to 200,000 people.
Like that's not the problem. That's not what people's problem are with you. That's not the problem, bro. The problem is you are like your community is literally facilitating all of this, and you guys play nice with all these people, with all the snarkers, with all the weird Reddit people, with all the doxers, with all the people from QB, and then you like sit here and like laugh and joke and and you like play cute or whatever. Like everybody knows what's up. But this is why I don't give a. This is why I didn't give a when because by the way, you want to say I control people? Willie Mack confronted me on this like 7 months ago, and he hardcore disagreed with me. You remember that? And Willie was like, "Oh, I think this is wrong." I was like, "I don't think any. I don't give a. I don't care about any of these motherfuckers." That's why I said it, and I don't. I continue not to give a about it. That's why none of these bullshit ass excuses work on me. I don't give a what kind of bullshit ass argument you put up for your 9.87 thousand YouTube subs. Like it's all bullshit. Anybody knows anything knows it. I don't even know who he's making these videos for. Oh, it's for other people in the commentary community that he's trying to brainwash, I guess. For these other weak-willed losers like Chud Logic or Nicholas Diorio or the Augie dude.
The idea that I am getting blamed for that live when I censored it in the upload. Willie had to be basically pressured into fixing the cherry stuff. It's like totally absurd.
Jessica's new talking point about Solo is that Solo is a member of your community and never even heard of KF before you viciously told GG.
I can't believe it. I got banned from Justicle's server. It was so sad.
Oh, that's what Solo said. You
so, that's so. They're so pansies.
I wanted to spend all my time there. No.
My quote there, like what I was saying was that I didn't want people
to
be obsessing over Anna and her personal life and harassing her or whatever, and I didn't want any of that shit in my community. And everybody was like going back and forth between this QB Farms thread, but this is like, I knew this at the time. I wasn't, notice I'm not like, I don't know how anybody's getting this information. I don't know. What I said was, if you want to go and talk about it, you want to go post about it, go to QB Farms and do it. I don't want that shit in my community, right? Now, if Justical and all these guys made the exact same statement that I made, I wouldn't have any problem with that. If they were like, hey, I don't want to hear calling Destiny the one or any of this crazy shit. If you want to talk about that shit, go to QB Farms post it. Don't talk about it here. I would have no problem. The fact that they're trying to twist that into me like helping people post on Kiwi Farms, that's retarded. It's absolutely retarded. The only reason I even brought it up is I didn't want people, the interflow of information coming from KF to my community about it, because I didn't need the people constantly harassing Anna and constantly bringing up the drama over it. If they would have made the exact same statement, I would have been fine with it. It's like it's the exact opposite of what they're claiming the purpose was. Like I was trying to get people to harass her. I have my own chat. I could just talk about it here. I could just That is the Ryan Bede narrative. I mean, go find somebody has it. I'm sure. Find the clip of me bringing it up on stream. Also, Justical saying he didn't know. Solo didn't even, or not Solo. Blav didn't even know about QB Farms until Destiny pushed him in that direction. That's what Blav types on QB Farms. I think he only started doing that within the past couple months. I don't know if he got that from somebody, or somebody can try to find the first post. He's like, I didn't even know about QB Farms until Destiny told us to come here after the Anna stuff.
Willie does not care about this boxing. Okay, this is pretense. Purely pretense.
Chud Logic is a good man. You should talk to him to clear things up. So I think Chud Logic tries to get stuff right generally. Like I'm not gonna put Chud. I don't think Chud is on the same level as these people. I think the only problem is that Chud Logic has one of the most popular, like in this community, streamer chats, and it facilitates a lot of this like horrible behavior. And I think he doesn't want to get rid of it because it's so popular. That's the main issue. It's the spicy chat stuff. And like spicy chat has gotten a lot of complaints over the years for having a lot of unhinged shit. But I think Chud Logic just he likes that he has like the largest collection of kind of posters in that chat. Yeah. And like I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, you should disavow or delete it or whatever. But yeah. Destiny, he's a drama farmer. He's like NSC and Destiny Bang being unhinged. His editor called you rape, but I don't know. Or maybe he is. Maybe he's more audience capture than I realized. I don't know.
It's a safe way to swing at me, swing at J-Stalk, swing at Augie, because we put pressure back. Because there has been, he's hit a kind of wall, he's feeling some pressure, and he wants to take a swing.
relationship do I have with Willie Mack show? What do I even do for these people? I boosted Chud's career more than Willie's, or all of these guys' career probably more than Willie's. Every single one of these people probably have a stronger connection to me than Willie Mack does. Queeman definitely did. You saw his logs. Gisticle definitely does. I made him. Chud Logic, I helped him, and I defended Chud Logic early on. I was the only guy who defended him early on from bogus sexual harassment allegations. I was the only motherfucker online because he was a small YouTuber back then. I was the only person who came out and said anything about it because I thought the accusations were bullshit. Augie, I think I met him in real life. I don't remember. I don't know why he's so obsessively hateful to me. I have no clue. Who would have thought that all it took for Willie to become a disingenuous victim Andy was to marry a Jew? It's almost like this consistent pattern. Jesus
Yikes!
Guarantee Destiny told Willie Mack that a Queeman fan doxed him, and he believed it uncritically. I might have said that. Hold on. I never deny. I won't ever deny anything I messaged somebody. I did tell Willie when he got doxed. I don't remember if I said. Let's see what I said exactly. I messaged him and I said, no clue how active you are in these communities or how much you follow this stuff. I think this might have been after he got doxxed on July 21st. And then I sent him this screenshot. Why is Gisticle coming after Willie Mack? He's a total retard, but I'm not actively going after him right now. Just commenting occasionally, signaling to his fan base. You said he couldn't form agency. You come for his throat. This might be, I don't know if this is spicy chat or if it's Gisticle's Discord server. He said he could form agency. You come for his throat. He's legitimately illiterate. So I sent him a message on July 21st. I said, no clue how active you are in these communities, how much you follow this stuff. I sent him the screenshot, and then I said, but people like Gisticle will amplify doxes for places like Kiwi Farms, or people like Bad Empanada, and others like Queeman will make sure everyone else they can reach, like Augie, Diorio, etc., falls in line. Be careful, matey. That's what I said. I mean, like, almost even in this video, you've admitted to, like, grabbing shit from Kiwi Farms. All of you guys talk to each other. You literally talked earlier in this video about pressuring another guy, I don't even remember the guy's name, to make videos about this, and that he turned around and didn't do it. Like you guys, you're in everybody's chats. I mean, like... Oh, and then I sent him another message on July 23rd. I said, I don't know how much you keep tabs to on spicy chat, but a lot of these people will say that they quote-unquote disavow when chatters in their communities dox people and stuff, and that's quote-unquote true. And insofar as they will kind of laugh and say it's not allowed just so they don't get in trouble, but they fully participate in places where people are always doing that shit, and they're always laughing along with it and not saying anything to stop it. And then I give two screenshots of, this is from spicy chat. These messages might still even be in there, I don't even know, where they're just like posting pictures of, like, Bad Empanada really is the left's Nick Fuentes. Bad Empanada is funny as Fuentes doesn't need to post stuff like this. He's an army that does it for him. That's the Shimu guy. And they're just posting pictures of, I guess one of these people is supposed to be Willie Mack's wife now. And this is Mac Show. Just to look at this. Whenever she pleases and you're complaining, fine, this is the last time. Log shelf. Like, all these guys, yeah, they all do this. It's like, I also sent this to... You have all of Kiwi Farms amplifying / tagging you as well and stuff like this. The Queeman / Gisticle crowd all work together with them inside Discords and stuff. And then this is one of the posts that I sent. I know it's probably kind of lazy to just post straight up Queeman clips, but he's probably the best we've got in terms of anti-Felcher representation. Not in the thread. Gisticle is decent at making arguments as well, but unfortunately is pretty easy for Destiny to poison the well towards because of the cherry connection, and is also kind of too much of a moral. Queeman debunks the Pixie sent the video to claim. Hutch in the process. If you're ever wondering like where like the Queeman or Gisticle talking points come from for stuff at least related to me or people around me about me, it always originates here first. But yeah, this is like it's just so funny that Queeman's like, I don't know, I have no idea. What?
When Willie started talking about sort of how he was feeling, Orc tried to sort of push back and ask a couple questions. Be like, oh, what are they doing? They're harassing you? What's happening? And Willie freaked out. Willie freaked out. Willie instantly apparently goes to Augie. Are you recording me right now? You try to set me up? Because he fears that I or Chad or someone is in everyone there trying to turn people against this guy. And that's why all of a sudden people are talking shit about. Why all of a sudden people are saying, wait, is this guy retarded? Not because of his own embarrassing actions. Not because for a long time his videos were swept for, despite being utter dog shit, being essentially clip compilations.
Unless there's all just like clip compilations. Holy 14-minute intro.
That failed to make any argument through the entire runtime for something. Not because he has no understanding of the principles he espouses and simply adopts them because they're convenient for the groups that he's in, but because I must have, and this is a Destiny narrative too, I must have, me, a sub 10k, hard stop, sub 10k,
Like, no, you don't control them. You just like work along with it, and then you and Justical like are always like scheming in the background. But like again, he was in Loner Box's chat. You see him typing in Pisco's chat. You see him and Justical talking to each other and pressuring all these other streamers. Like he.
What's up? No, because my phone's up there. Oh, finally.
Literally just said you go to my KF thread to grab information to post on your videos. Somehow your entire chat knows who Blav is. It's like the #1 post on my Kiwi Farms thread. Like, yeah, it's the connections are pretty obvious at this point.
Hassan Piker and his entire community. I, somehow, am the epicenter, the divergence point for these communities where everything comes together. Maybe people are going a little bit too far and excusing actions against people that are against their own principles. And
that's the only thing he's done, true. The only reason why people don't like this little bonger is because he said, oh, maybe we went a little bit too far betraying our principles. True.
I am the guy whose nomad tactics are nomad targets. After months of fighting, after hemorrhaging viewers for 3 to 6 months over that exact position, over arguing that exact position, for people that I don't have any sympathy for, particularly. Hassan Piker, Fad Empanada, whoever it is they've decided to sign with Denims TV.
Didn't I have a link the other day? Like, he's saying, oh, I don't give a f about these people. Wasn't him and Aaron Straighterade and, like, 2 other of these, like, weirdos all talking about and shitting on Ethan relating to the lawsuits? Didn't I just have that YouTube video up, like, 3 days ago? Like, they're literally all doing this. He's like, I don't care about these people. Meanwhile, makes content out of all of it.
This desperate smear, when I have, for months, laid out exactly what my criticisms are. Exactly what they are. Think, for all these people.
Oh, it was Aaron and Augie. I think Queenman was in that stream as well, wasn't he?
Who claim, Willie, who says this all the time. If you've got an issue with my video, if you've got an issue with something I said, respond to it. Fire up a live stream and react. Do a response video.
It's funny how whenever Queenman and Justical target a new person with hate segments like Hardcore Willie, they're doxxed in a week by Kiwi Farms and Banana Banana. True! Okay, last album, and then we're doing all this shit for real, okay?
Wow.
This is in Justical's Discord server. Did Blav actually make an account on here a long time ago? This is a year and 5 months ago. Someone already said above, this is my name in my active account. I want to know where Sunday lives for no interesting reason. I want his docs if I wanted it. I would try other things other than asking. Is 70 IQ chat room from a subhuman bonger stream. Can you tell me why I would even want to doc Sunday? He's done nothing wrong to me. It's definitely not my first time on Discord, but I'm generally curious if it has been purged recently, which I'm guessing it's the case. Oh, Justical had to start doing regular purges of his entire Discord because there'll be new shit they just say constantly. Is this... Oh, this might be Spicy Chat. Oh, sorry, this might be Spicy Chat. It's the KFer who wrote the post about Blowing Southern. The line of question is not only suspicious, but incredibly pathetic coming from a new Discord kid. Not American. I don't know American accents. I'm just curious where he's from. Is everything led to believe? Oh, and then he left the server. This is March 16th, 2024. Why did his profile change? I've had this name since before Live Orbiter.
God, this is so addicting.
Oh shit, I'm
Kill me.
Was he actually in Spicy Chat a long time ago? Blav is a Jew. Wasn't that Blav's TFT at one point? Skill mods thought I was bad and banned me, but I got him banned instantly. Like these Blav was Black Blav. Rest his soul on his unhinged walls of text about how much he hated Future, a thing of beauty, and was a professional hater. An appeal from Blav, by the way. Oh, literally, Carrasco's been... Oh, this was in January of this year? His post on from KF to
Logistical and Queeman are guilty to Destiny because they've talked to Blab. New Blab leaks in KF. Holy fuck, this Blab guy is insane. Ha ha ha. Lumio is Philip Blab. No, Blab is competent. Blab obviously would know how to avoid that. I actually forgot just how reliable that Caesar Buster is. Why is this guy trying to... Oh, because... Blab is pretty on the money. He's careful. Maybe Blab's psychoanalysis of Destiny is right. True. We will come to find that Blab is often right. At this table, Blab is a hero. President Sunday, here. Total Blab victory. Do we know this Dean person? Am I supposed to know who this guy is? Goes to show that Blab is completely right when he says that if you're unhinged or obsessed enough, you can put anyone on that. President Sunday too. So President Sunday, I think is like, I hate him. I hate him. I think he's or whatever. But President Sunday is his own crazy person. I don't think President Sunday is ever involved in the weird like group dynamics of like Gisticle and Queeman. President Sunday is like a chaotic meteor that just like comes through solar systems, and whoever he doesn't like, he'll just do his own thing. I don't like him, but I don't think he's like part of the group dynamics of like all of this stuff. He just is there and crazy. Blab is a hero. This is like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I forgot the Solo Leaks guy came from Queeman's community. Oh, 4. This is 4 months ago. Oh, even these guys know it. Solo would slowly leak everything he was sent and basically gave time for Destiny to lose, but he didn't. Beginning of the leaks are Sunday explaining the timeline of Solo 2 and Mac. Solo leaked shit through a bunch of people here and in Queeman's. Apparently the Solo guy was leaking in Spicy Chat for a bit as well. They banned him from that when he started doing it. I don't want to watch Destiny, but who doesn't leak? Jesus Christ. Nice. Queeman. It's not fun now that everyone knows, but they'll learn certain things. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Is the Solo person the one who originally spread it? Yep. Strangely absent from the court case, though. Weird how that works.
Remember how yesterday we talked about Halo Lorenz dropping that Wired article about how there are a bunch of Democrat influencers that are receiving dark money from a group that's limiting what they can talk about? That actually really popped off. Not the video specifically, I mean the topic. Can somebody please find me an archive of that article again? The last time I asked for it, you popped it into my mouth like 2 seconds after, okay? No? Well, never mind then. I really do want that, though. Yeah, it's gotten this, like, wave of responses. Yesterday you didn't stream? Oh, yeah. We took a look at David Pacman's the other day, and I was really unconvinced. Yeah, the Wired article. You all remember? Okay, so the allegation is essentially that there is a dark money group that has been funneling money into a bunch of like centrist, DNC friendly, independent online figures, right? And that in the contract that you sign with them that gets you the money, among other things, there's an expectation that this dark money group gets to make decisions about what kind of content you produce and what kinds of political figures you talk to. Like, you have to run interviews past them. And in response to this article coming out, a bunch of people have acted like really, really sus about it, you know? It's all basically followed the same template. This is Deepak, but there's a bunch like it, you know? where they all claim that the Wired hit piece has been debunked. Like over and over again, they claim it's been debunked. I haven't seen anyone debunk it. I'm curious to see if there's anything more in the videos that I'm going to see, but so far I have not seen anyone debunk it. And they do the classic, like, it's fake, let's move on, basically. Like, here's another one that's like that. Look at the similarity in the language here. After a recent Wired hit piece, now fully debunked, false claims started circulating. Sadly, some people chose to unsubscribe from my website membership, Substack, or unfollow on YouTube. This outcome is exactly what the author was hoping for when they put out a misleading and inaccurate article. If you want to support what I do, consider subscribing. And then here's this other one. Because of a recent Wired hit piece that has now been debunked, misinformation spread like wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my Substack. This is what the author wanted, despite publishing a false article.
What's up with this random fucking org that is apparently giving people money? Like left-leaning people, like center left or whatever. I watched Kavash cover a little bit, but like the David Pakman thing or whatever.
Yeah, it sounded stupid. What happened?
Yeah, I think it just sounded stupid, the whole thing. It's probably like a...
He has sponsorships?
Yeah, it's like a diet version of like the Tenet Media shit. It's like the... It's like the non... It's like the... Yeah, it's the non-evil version of like Tenet Media shit.
But it's like other nations funding him?
Yeah, but it's not... Yeah, it's just like domestic like interest, like U.S. interest groups, like within the Democratic Party that are like, yeah.
Yeah, but that's different. The Tenet Media was literally from Russia.
Fucking Russian money. Yeah, that's what makes that uniquely evil. But like people on the far, like maybe left, a little bit further left of like me, like freaking the fuck out over it. Like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, over what? Nothing. Jesus.
It's like, okay, this is like a Democrat Party interest
We
group.
just hate our own fucking party. Dude.
We do. We have to. Or they just...
Oh my god, Democrats are trying to fund other Democrats? That's evil.
You've lost all your morals and principles. How dare you take money
You're
to spread...
to stay poor, bitch.
Yeah. How dare you make money when you're spreading my beliefs and values to more people that can help...
way.
Yeah, to help effectuate like the political outcomes you want. Oh.
Real political outcomes.
True. I had a communist, just a one-on-one with a communist for a little bit who that was fun because he said that Trump and Biden were the same.
Oh. Yeah, he's right.
He's so right. Oh.
He's so right. How did he get so right?
How did he get so gay?
That fucking too.
Yeah, I don't know. Kill me.
This sounds fucking...
He was just brain dead, dude. He's just stupid. I don't know. I hate to do the thing where I just what's that called? Ad hom, but like, bro, you're just uninformed. I don't know what to tell you. If you really think that they're like comparable, like, then that's just, you are so far like gone. Like, I don't know what to do to help you.
No, deadass. There isn't anything.
Kill me.
They hate winning.
They hate winning. That's so accurate. God, you're so right.
They don't get it.
Just don't vote for the guy who unironically wants like to like fucking like kill you. like,
yeah,
like
literally.
I don't know how it was possible for Trump to make headway with his Latinos like in any meaningful way, but he did.
Some fucking how.
That is to me is probably like the most mind-boggling like blow my brain.
That's
like,
fucking crazy.
He made headway with them?
Ow.
He calls you all rapists and murderers.
He hates all of you.
Why do you guys are so self-hating? Fuck.
It's just weird. I don't get it.
I'm the good illegals. I actually work. That's the thing. They think that he isn't targeting them.
He definitely is.
I know. But that's probably what it is. They unironically, the ones that support him probably think, oh, he doesn't mean me. I do work.
Oh, 100%, yeah. sad. Oh, why people don't think it will happen to them, and then it does happen to them, and then they cry about it, and it's like.
And then they're so confused.
It should not be confusing.
Oh my god, they literally are confused though. I didn't even. Yes. What the fuck?
I don't know why.
Oh, can't use regular little poles? Kill me. You have to use the big boy poles?
The big boy ones.
Yeah, you can't use the little guys to connect solar plants to generators. It's so gay.
That does sound gay.
Every once in a while, just to give myself like just so I can come a little bit. I love to watch Sarah and Palin get like absolutely butt fucked by Mediasan and Destiny on Piers Morgan. That's good for me. I like to rewatch that from time to time.
You get butt fucked?
You saw that one, the Media. Yeah, that's so good. Ugh. I've watched it like 4 times. I can't help it. I love things that are good.
Good things.
The Columbine film that did what journalism can't. Fucking refresh my fucking. My algo needs fixed. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Give me 8 minutes and I'll make gaming feel fun again. Oh, let me guess. Play Minecraft, but on a. I use a new texture. I play it in a way I normally haven't played it before. Like, shut the fuck up.
True.
Play a hardcore run. Kill yourself. Sorry. Are you looking at my? Do you have my stream anywhere? What is?
1 second.
What the fuck is wrong with my? Oh, my stream. I'm sideways. Fuck.
You are a little sideways.
But look at the. You see the too gay? YouTube
Too
thumbnail.
gay.
Read what the title of that video
I
is.
can't see that.
Oh fuck. Okay, I'll read it for you. Oh, I can't read it out loud. Wait, let me expand that. I can't say the word out loud. Here you go, sir. What the fuck is this title? What is this YouTube title?
What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
This was made for a different audience. Triple cam. Yo. What the fuck? Okie dokie. Chatting with counterpoints. Oh, Connor.
Oh, I thought he went off. What the fuck?
Maybe he just went back online to do that? I have no clue.
Must have. Oh, I think it was planned.
Oh, a
I
little
gotta
pan.
leave in.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
In person.
Oh, and in person at the podcast studio?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, I'll pull it up. Like, like seeing these guys. I would like to see these guys in person. I don't know if I have.
Build a website you love.
I can think of.
With Wix. For your words.
You can't just jump straight into it, you fucking sluts.
Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, never Trump Republican, and Steven's close associate. We might even call us friends sometimes. I don't know. I'll let him decide what our relationship is. Anyways, we're here, not doing anything else, but doing.
They're in New York.
Else. So.
Okay.
How are you, Stevie?
Right? Isn't that studio's the New York studio?
I have no idea.
I'm chilling.
All right. Well,
this is one where he did all the
Peace 2 weeks have been a little crazy, wouldn't you say?
and then also the DNC.
They sure have been, Connor.
Excellent.
I've never actually watched
So, one of the things that was brought to my attention recently by some drama folks was that I think around 2 years ago,
get
I
more
took
monitors.
issue with the streamer Chud Logic. And the reason why I took issue with him was because Queeman and he were watching and speaking with, and in my opinion, normalizing another streamer named Food Shops, who is an unrepentant lolicon. It's been brought to my attention that you have been raiding Food Shops recently.
And by lolicon, we mean lolicon enjoyer.
Yes. They enjoy that content.
Okay. It's kind of weird.
It is super weird. So I guess my question is, why?
I don't know, probably because it reminds them of little anime children or something.
My question is, why are you raiding them?
Because they're my strongest soldier.
Okay,
and
to
an
what
imperfect
end?
ally.
In what war?
In the war against evil.
And
AKA
what is this definitional evil?
The leftists and the tankies.
She's fighting the leftists and the tankies right now.
By fighting Queeman and Justical, yes.
I thought Queeman and Justical were like drama, frog, A-log commentary people, not necessarily like super politically minded.
Yeah, but they're hanging on my nuts until my court case is done.
Okay. But so by what, dragging down the world's #1 liberal streamer, they're actually serving the interests of leftists?
I guess they kind of are. That's like a byproduct. They just don't like me.
Okay, so Food Shops is the #1 liberal warrior right now?
Yes.
Okay, well, I feel...
Martin Luther King cheated on his wife with a 17-year-old white girl.
Okay, so...
I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Don't say
so me. Besides maligning the memory of the dead Martin Luther King, which is fine, so my beef is that this was my beef with Queeman, effectively A-logging her, watching her content all the time, her getting normalized in the space, and then it seemed like Chud Logic didn't have an instantaneous revulsion to the lack of apology, or excuse me, the apologia for Lolicon. My beef with Lolicon is that, as far as I know, it's drawn pornographic images of underage people. Yeah. And
we usually call those children, yeah.
Children. And so, yeah, I find that repulsive, and I don't think that should be normalized. And I think the reason why it shouldn't be normalized is because you're reinforcing a connection within your own brain that is effectively like, some people use this defense of like, oh, it's just a drawing, it's just a drawing. But for me, it's like, it's not about the drawing, it's about what it's doing to you, the consumer.
Okay.
Okay.
There's two conversations.
Okay.
One is debate about lolicon, and two is a debate about whether or not I should raid into Food Shops. Which one do you want to start with?
Can we start with lolicon, please?
What's your favorite I'm just kidding. I'm kind of indifferent towards it. Basically, I think that for most things you have to start kind of neutral, and then you figure out if something is good or bad from there. Like if somebody says like drinking soda, like I don't have an opinion, or consuming, Marvel movies, and then you go from there. When it comes to lolicon stuff, I guess the biggest concern is, are you normalizing like underage attraction such that people are going to start acting on it or performing it more in the world or something like that? My understanding is that doesn't happen. Like if it did, if that was like ever demonstrated, I'd probably feel significantly different about it. I don't even know how you would demonstrate that. But that would be my thing. I would just put it in the kink area, like all the other kind of bad things that people roleplay, like consent, non-consent.
What about on the individual level, though? And so I understand, like, okay, so you've already kind of said, if we could demonstrate this statistically, then you would be against it for the harm that it's causing within the world. However,
maybe, yeah.
I think that a lot of people use the lack of evidence or statistics around this thing because I think it would probably be difficult to study or difficult to prove as an excuse to engage in it. But for me, the way that I understand the human brain, which is a lay understanding of the human brain, effectively, like, what you think is kind of like what you become.
Well, I think you have to be careful of that, remember, because when we were growing up, our good friend Jack Thompson and other people used that argument to try to go after like video games and shit, right? Like if you play too many
Sure.
violent video games, you become a violent person and all that.
Well, which isn't true, but that's because video games become, in my opinion, part of the reason why video games haven't correlated with an increase in violence is because they've been an outlet for violence.
Yeah, but you can see how a lolly lover would say the same thing, right?
Yeah, but wouldn't we also say that that was potentially something super fucked up? Like fucked up, because there is righteous violence. I don't think there's
video game
righteous
violence is probably not righteous violence, right?
What's that?
Video game violence is probably not righteous violence.
Not all the time, but I think that's the why people discuss perversion. So, for instance, like if you're playing a video game where you're serving in the military and you go overseas and you kill people or whatever, some people might view that as perverse violence, but other people would perceive that as righteous violence. Whereas with like Grand Theft Auto, where you're just like beating up a hooker in order to steal her cash and then running her over with a car repeatedly or whatever, they would view that as perverse violence.
Okay.
And so, since there's no such thing as like righteous lolicon, wouldn't it just all be perverse by definition?
I guess that's like a fundamentally different question. By those questions, so people say like all pornography is perverse or something, right?
I mean, it can be, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but that's obviously I'm not going to agree with that.
Okay, but what would be the
and perversity or perversion isn't enough for me to take a strong moral stance against something. Although pervert is kind of like morally loaded. But I'm looking more probably at harm, especially from a secular viewpoint, rather than any kind of like morally perverted thing, you know?
Okay, so we're not going to agree on like maybe you would be looking for more consequential harm in order to like.
Or just harm, yeah. Like if people were jerking into lolicon and they started jerking into child porn and then they started doing other, well, even just from lolly to child porn, there'd probably be enough to be like, that's probably not good, you know?
Well, and then I guess that's my question, because obviously with like underage stuff or whatever, there's like categories, and so for instance, like
Jesus.
No, I'm serious, because this
like
is
recess, lunch break.
No, dickhead. No, I'm saying like for instance, what kind of skeeved me out is Food Chops like posted a joke, and I hope it's a joke, effectively where she was saying like, oh well, we're gonna, now that I'm getting raided into and I have DGG's attention, I'm actually gonna unveil my master plan, which is to normalize lolicon, which unironically is why I argued against her being normalized in the space 2 years ago. So for me, it's like the category that I'm talking about is like somebody posted pictures of effectively like a dozen kids who had no secondary sex characteristics. They weren't post-pubescent, they weren't pubescent, they were prepubescent, and they were like, we are legion, and like 9 people liked that comment. If I could find those 9 people and put them into effectively like gay conversion therapy against lolicon, I would.
Or would converting them to gays help?
No, I would put them into to get them to, yeah.
Okay.
So how do you feel about people consuming drawings of prepubescent kids in a pornographic way?
Morally, I just don't. I don't have a stance on it.
Okay, so this is something that we just fundamentally disagree upon, because like for me it should be like almost like immediately like fuck that.
Okay.
Like why would you even play with fire in that regards?
Sure.
Or
but I would say at that point even you morally don't
necessarily
necessarily care about it that much, or if it's connecting it to other stuff. If the other stuff connection was real, then I probably have a much bigger problem with it, yeah.
Okay.
But in terms of like drawings, like if I were to lock myself in a room and draw like a stick figure and then label it as 12 years old and then come on it, like, I don't think this is.
What about what it does to you? So, okay. So you're saying that I can't prove the category, or I can't prove the category of like the harm it does or whatever. However, what do you think that does to your brain? The fact, like, let's say that you did that not once, but you did it like 1,000 times or 10,000.
I'm trying to do something.
That it's socially normal.
Yeah. Like I've murdered so many people in so many.
It's so hard to do topography.
I watch videos of it, and I've like barely murdered 2 or 3 people in real life. So it seems like it's not carrying over as much.
Right.
But maybe there might be some stuff that carries over in surprising ways. I just don't know. I've never seen that like link shown before. But if the link was demonstrated, then I would probably be a lot less okay with it. But not necessarily because of the thing itself, but more because it would be connected to things that would actually, I think, cause material harms.
Okay, then I'm going to express a frustration, and then I think we can move to the her being your strongest soldier part. So my frustration is, and maybe this is my conservative instincts, is just that there are things that we shouldn't entertain. And for me, this is one of them, where it's just like drawn, real, doesn't matter. It's a dark, fucked up, shitty part of the human brain to, and probably a paraphilia, to look at prepubescent or pubescent children and like I don't know, entertain a sexual attraction to them. And so for me, whatever that part of is humanity or whatever, we should effectively like carve it out. We should lance it out. It's a fucking cancer and throw it into the fucking void of space. Now, that being said, the second part, or the part that we were going to transition to, is can you use a bad person for I don't know, like a gamified purpose?
Sure. Wait, am I allowed to give my final thoughts on the thing?
Please.
I think that people explore a lot of weird, perverted kinks sexually.
Should they be encouraged to?
No, but I'm not trying to talk about encouraging anything. We're talking about subsidized lolicon or some shit. Jesus. I'm not making a fucking studio drawing it or anything.
Okay,
Damn.
so
I'm just saying that there are perversions that people explore sexually through pornography or roleplay or whatever else. Whether it's like race play, age play, consent, non-consent, fucking whatever other crazy shit. People do way crazier shit. If people want to do that sexually, I don't know if I'm convinced that there's like a reason to make a law against it. If there was some kind of perversion that it was like if people could demonstrate like this is actually leading to like people doing fucked up shit in the real world, then I'd be like, oh, that's probably not okay. But I don't know how I would draw the line, especially just between like lolicon versus say like furry con or furry porn or whatever, right?
Okay.
Because bestiality is not good, right?
You're right, and that's actually where I was going to go. Is like this is like the quintessential difference in my opinion versus like liberal, where you want maximum human liberty as long as you can't articulate a consequence between people, where I feel like we can make instinctive judgments about like what's good or bad based off of
I disagree with you. I disagree with you, Connor.
Sure.
You can't deductive reasoning everything into the ground.
That same argument is used
Into the fucking ground
go
he
after gay
goes.
people and shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
no, he does.
this is something that
I
Max
understand.
Carson
It's like
pointed out to me.
it's a conservative thing,
My
but he's like not
homophobia,
bad
he was
faith
like, oh,
about
you're
it.
homophobic.
Are you homophobic?
A little bit, but you know,
okay. I'm
just
only
like
a little bit homo, so we're good.
right. So just the normal amount of homophobia.
Okay.
But what he pointed out to me is like, well, it wasn't necessarily the homophobia that I was criticizing. It was promiscuity. And so there's people who are promiscuous, who are straight, who are engaged in the same, thing that I'm criticizing. So if I'm criticizing it for homosexual men, then shouldn't I be criticizing it for straight people? And the truth is, yeah. So that like that inkling or that like that judgment, it was regarded to promiscuity, not specifically homosexuality.
Okay.
Right. So the point is that like you can still have judgments like, and by the way, like I don't want the state. I think that you've been known as a promiscuous person in the past. I don't want the state to come in and like arrest
murder
you
you.
for being promiscuous. Like
Thank
we
God.
live in a free society.
Mhm.
However, I do
Did
think
you hear
that
that?
I
No
thought we did.
lolicon for porn for
I'm
you.
just kidding. I'm sorry. Keep going.
For me?
as your
For you.
friend,
Oh, based.
I would say, hey man, like number one, that's not how I'm going to live my life. But number two, like you're probably going to reap social consequences for promiscuity.
Oh, you
and
scared
I
me,
think
dear.
To some degree, you have.
How are you?
Wait, are we off the lolicon topic now?
No, we should keep
Yeah.
going with the lolicon because
It's
the same
really
thing
good.
with the lolicon.
It didn't have a
How
lot
do
of
you
meat,
feel
but it
about,
was
like,
good.
furry porn? Should that be banned?
I think that like explicit bestiality.
I wanted
porn
meat in my
should
mouth,
probably
and you
be
didn't
banned.
deliver.
I don't know about anthropomorphic.
Just kidding.
I got you,
anthropomorphic
buddy.
creatures
I
having
love
sex
you.
with each
Slade
other.
said he's got
If they're
me.
drawn as adults, I guess. I don't know.
She's gonna kill me, bro.
Okay, so no lolicon furry porn.
No lolicon furry porn. As a matter of fact,
What were you
hold on,
gonna say?
This is actually where this was a question I was going to ask. If there was, let's say
She's
that
gonna
you could just
castrate you,
understand
apparently.
That there
Doesn't
was,
mean
like,
you can't
age
use a strap on.
categories,
Oh, she went
0
away.
to 10, 10 to 15, 15 plus or something like that. And there was like pedophile, pubescent pedophile, and a pedophilic. Okay, listen, bro. You're the one who's fucking rating a lolicon. We gotta fucking go into the details. So, 0 to 10, lolicon.
Felony. Then 10 to 15
That's what I was gonna
misdemeanor.
ask. I was gonna ask, would you ban 0 to 10 if you could know?
For drawing stuff, I don't think I would ban any drawings. I just no.
You wouldn't ban drawings.
I don't think I would ban drawings.
Would you, if you had a friend who was routinely consuming that content, would you culturally pressure them to stop? Would you say, hey, bro? Would you say, hey, bro? I
Kind of
think
weird,
that's
bro.
Right. That's what I'm
Kinda
saying.
weird, bro.
Would you
Not
say,
good.
hey, bro? That's pretty fucked up. I wouldn't be doing that if I were you.
Probably. I don't know like how that would come up, but if it did, I would be like, yeah, that's kind of
Okay.
weird, bro.
So if you had a lolicon friend, you would encourage them to stop, especially if it was that age bracket.
Yeah, I guess that'd be a weird conversation, though.
Well, listen, we're in weird times right now. So okay.
I mean, I don't know what you jerk off to. You might jerk off to. I don't know.
Okay.
So I would be
and
able
if
to
you
encourage
found
you to
out that I
stop.
was doing, if you found out that I was doing stuff that
How
was
would I find
paraphilic-
that out?
I don't know. We get drunk, have a conversation.
What kind of drunk convos are you having?
I have all sorts of cool drunk conversations, mostly not about this topic.
Okay, so you're like 5 shots in, you're like, bro, 0 to 10. That's my shit.
Someone similar to Dan
in the community who probably do talk like that.
Net and Yahoo.
Oh, I'm at the drunk conversation.
That would be a weird thing.
Oh
I probably
Okay, but you're saying that
this
if
part
the
we
conversation
both got a
came
good
up
part.
and it was weird. You're saying that statistically
I'm a
this
little bit behind,
conversation is
probably.
not likely to happen, therefore I haven't really thought about it. But what I'm asking you is,
I
if
restarted
you
it.
have a friend, and I'm pretty sure like friend is described as somebody with whom you share mutual affection or respect.
Sure.
Right.
But, like, I have no idea. I've known Dan for 15 years. I don't have any idea what kind of porn he jerks off, except for Gal Gadot.
Okay. So
okay, I got to the Dan porn.
Wait till he says 12-stepping lolly
Somebody
porn.
similar to Dan.
Another Jew, yeah, BB.
Another Jewish guy.
Okay, BB Netanyahu DMs me again.
Ethan Klein and you are best friends. And Ethan Klein says...
Can we not do the edgiest examples?
Okay. There's somebody in your life who you care about.
Okay.
Who expresses that you guys get drunk, you're talking shit, whatever, and he expresses like a paraphilic thing. And it doesn't have to specifically be lolicon. Are you going to encourage that person out of that like paraphilic desire?
Probably. I'd probably just say, oh, that's kind of weird. I don't think I'm not about to like 12-step this guy off of his lolicon. Like,
okay, that's a fundamental difference between you.
Okay,
and
the 12-step is funny.
Talk me through that. Yeah, what would that look like? So a friend is drinking with you, and he's like, I gotta
Let's
tell
say
you,
it was
man.
Food Chops. Let's say Food Chops was right here.
Food Chops is drinking with you, and they're like, I gotta tell you, man, I found this fucking 9-year-old shit, and it's fucking wild. Okay.
Yeah, and I'd be like, you're a fucking freak. You need to stop doing that shit. It's bad for your brain. It's bad for your soul. Please, for the love of God, fucking stop.
Okay, I'll think about it. And then I'm probably never gonna bring that up to you again.
Okay, you'll think about bringing up that cultural pressure with another person?
No, I'm saying, what if they would just say that? They'd be like, okay, I'll keep that in mind, but then they just wouldn't tell you again. Are you gonna
That'd
like
be
follow
fucking
up?
great. Keep that shit to yourself. Take that to the fucking grave, you fucking freak.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it'd probably be the same, I imagine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then I assume that can we just go ahead and drop...
Wait. So how do we feel about the furry porn?
Well, I think didn't we say that if it's adult anthropomorphic furries, then we don't really care as much?
Okay, what if you have sex with adult animals? Is that okay?
No, it's not. And I would say if it's specifically bestiality porn, I would have the same reaction. I would be like, gross. What the fuck?
Okay, so pretend that this is a dog, front legs, back legs. Now I want you to tell me.
I don't want to picture this.
So this is furry porn. Tell me how close we have to be until it's not okay, until it's bestiality.
What, between, wait.
Now it's a dog. Look, dog. Standing, anthropomorphized, furry.
Okay, yeah. I got you. Let me tell you, keep going slower. Stop! No. It was like there. Keep going.
So they have to be kind of upright.
Dude, if there's okay, here's dog.
They have to
here's
kind of be
human,
upright.
I would literally draw a 45-degree angle, and then 45-degree angle above that is like you're a fucking freak and you should stop, and then 45-degree under that,
okay.
I'm like.
But if they're fully anthropomorphized furry, you're okay with it?
If what?
Fully anthropomorphized furry porn, so like they're human but furry porn, you're okay with that?
I think in Twitch and YouTube politics, I have no choice but to work with people who enjoy that kind of thing.
Okay, and then do you adjust for obvious development timelines for animals? So for instance, like a 2-year-old.
The development timeline?
Like half their life has been an adult. Because I think dogs are fully grown like 1 year, right?
Fucking, it's
so like a 2-year-old
bro.
dog is okay, because that's like an adult basically, right?
I hate
I'm just trying to make sure that we... I don't know what kind of moral disgust I need to express the next time, because I have a lot of furry porn
hopefully we're
friends.
not... When we're doing the anthropomorphic...
I love that he's just getting Connor so good. I just love it. Obviously not trying to be a total douche, it's just funny.
It's so fucking funny.
Well, no, because it would clearly be like... They would be
like, oh, they're actually 2.
But it would be like
they have
an
adult characteristics.
It would be an adult, not adult characteristics. It would be an adult dog. Hold on, you've never seen a dog who's like 4 and you're like, wow, what a cute little puppy. Because somebody will look at you, are you retarded? It's a fully grown adult dog. And you say, it's only 4, you're perverted.
Right, but are they gonna... Well, no, you're already fucking perverted because you're anthropomorphizing animals in order to imagine them sexually.
Have you ever seen Sesame Street?
Yeah.
Is Oscar the Grouch and the bird, is that perverted because they're anthropomorphized?
No, but they're not sexualized.
Okay, fine, but like, would you say Big Bird was an adult?
Yeah.
Okay, but the bird is not 40 years old. He'd be dead.
Okay, I understand that, but except for freaks in Twitch and YouTube politics, nobody is... Well, I guess...
I'm just trying to understand. Baby Bop, you see Barney, BJ, and Baby Bop?
Yes.
BJ and Baby Bop, I think we're supposed to be... Like, Baby Bop, I think was like...
I don't know the question that you're asking, though.
I doubt that Baby Bop... She was probably like a adolescent dinosaur, but that could be like 6 to 12 months.
And by the time, like Barney could be like a 4-year-old dinosaur, but he's like an adult. Obviously, he's Barney.
Okay, now I think that you've just confused me to the point that I don't know what you're arguing. What are you arguing?
Is a 2-year-old anthropomorphized furry porn dog okay to jerk off to because it's technically an adult?
No, just don't do that shit. At minimum, cultural pressure.
Okay.
At minimum, be like, hey, you're a fucking freak. Don't do that shit.
How do you feel about people who watch like gore videos and stuff? Should
I
that
think
be
that
like?
they're probably indulging a fucked up part of their brain.
So would you discourage that at the same level you discourage lolicon, or?
I think it like actually depends. Yeah, it depends on context, 100%. If there's like
wait, you wouldn't say that for lolicon. Depends on context.
Well, actually, weirdly enough, I would, because if there was a law enforcement officer who was investigating said
Oh my
issue,
god.
No, I'm trying to be dead serious, because you basically said if anybody was watching gore
So
porn,
do you
would
support
encourage
sex
them
with minors?
No.
What if there was a law enforcement officer that had to fuck a 5-year-old to save the world?
Okay, I hate this. No, that's not what I'm doing.
You would let the whole world die.
That's not what I'm doing. So what I'm trying to say though is, yeah, all right, I'll try to turn down the autism, although I feel like I needed to turn it up real quick because you're already taking me down rabbit holes. So hold on. When it comes to civilian watching gore, okay, I think that there's
a civilian watching gore. I love this so much.
Learning about death, and they're learning about like violence and all that kind of stuff. And there's like a researching part where you're like understanding like physiology, psychology, all that kind of stuff. But I also think that parallel to that morbid curiosity that comes along with like teenagehood evolving into adulthood, there's also people who fall into the rabbit hole where they get like weirdly excited by it, and then as a result they just like watch it all the time. And so what I would say is gore.
Oh, okay.
And so what I would say is that if you go from like a academic existential interest in gore into like an utter morbid fascination to the point that you're watching that for hours on end, then yeah, of course I would counsel against that, because I wouldn't view that as like a healthy development to constantly stare into the abyss of violence.
Okay. I think I feel similarly about that as like lolly stuff, I guess. Yeah.
What, you can look at into the abyss every now and then, but as long as you don't get consumed by it, you're okay.
I would say that like people that probably mass consume it or whatever, it's probably not good for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm saying that within this category, I think that this should never be accepted, and you're saying that you would view it to parallel.
I just don't care that much because the actual harm, and the thing itself is not a thing that I care that. Wait, who was audio cut out? What did I do?
The fuck happened to the audio?
I have no idea. It's so bad right now.
It's literally so fucked.
It's better now.
Oh, my name is Connor.
Oh, we're back.
Happy to be here.
We're back, baby.
The fastest kick overlay setup. Open our scene builder, choose the complete setup. Browse through our library with hundreds of designs.
Shut the fuck up, you motherfucker.
What? J-Stock tweeting at you?
Worse.
Ethan Klein's watching.
Even worse. Guess who's watching you?
Hassan.
Food shops.
Of course she is.
Of course.
Yeah. She hates me because I criticize her.
Damn. Okay. Where were we? Oh, so yeah, I mean, like, I think there are probably certain types of kinks and fetishes that I think are a little bit extreme or red flaggy to me because I feel like it's probably not good. Personally, despite what some people say, I don't enjoy pedophilia that much or lolicon, so I don't understand the.
Good save.
I don't understand the attraction.
Okay.
This content would be way too edgy, but I would be curious for a purely educational perspective to know if somebody enjoys lolicon, do they also enjoy pedophilia? That sounds really gross. I don't know how similar or different. I've never seen. I don't watch lolicon, so
no idea, and I'm sure it's
now
too
to be
taboo
clear
for anybody to do research.
I haven't. Never mind.
You don't know?
I don't know 100% the age of any anime character I've watched porn of because I didn't idea any of them. But I'm just saying, my knowledge, I don't think anything I've seen is lolicon. But okay.
So, where we kind of landed though, as far as like at least a stated point, I think, is that I think you stated that you viewed it similar to gore, where if somebody dabbled and then got out of it, you wouldn't view that as like red flaggy or horrible, as if somebody's like staring into the abyss and allowing.
Maybe, but I think I was reaching. I don't think. I don't know if I would. I think it's different.
Well, okay. Would you culturally pressure somebody out of that, or legalistic prohibitions, or what?
I don't know. I should have to think a lot more about it. I don't know actually now.
Well, and then with gore,
sexual stuff is different or weird because sexual stuff is stuff that you both fantasize about and enjoy simultaneously for the thing that it is, which actually makes it a lot more unique than other forms of enjoyment. So for instance, if I and another guy was playing D&D with like 2 women and we had a scene and we were like, we're gonna kill your characters, and we killed them, it's like, even if we like enjoy killing their characters, there's some kind of separation there. We're not actually enacting violence against them, even if they're upset about it.
No,
but if I say we're going to roleplay a scene where we're going to rape both of your characters, it's going to get real graphic. It's weird because not only is the sexual thing happening there, it's also kind of happening outside of
like
it.
a magic.
So it's like so I don't know. So actually comparing gore consumption with like porn consumption, I think is a bit different because when you. Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying there? It's
no, I do understand what you're saying, and I also think that's another thing about violence as well, is that violence in some regards is like it undergirds our whole society in that like if you do something fucked up, a cop could come arrest you, right? But it's also something that seems quite rare on like an interpersonal level, where most of the time you're not getting into fist fights or stabbings or shootings or whatever. So that's what's that?
Maybe you're not.
So the point being that like. When it comes to people's preoccupation with violence, which dominates popular media as well, I feel like it is, I don't know, maybe like less integral to a lot of people's identity, whereas like sex seems to be pretty integral to almost everybody's identity. Even the mere act of being asexual is oftentimes integral to somebody's identity. Yeah. So maybe that's why we hold it as more important.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like those. I'm not Lolly's strongest defender. There are some things edgy topics that I'll defend strongly. Like I don't think we should give a fuck about like corpses. I'm not talking about necrophilia, but like I think people freak the fuck out about corpse stuff too much. So, and maybe I'd like die on that hill. But like I feel like for the like lolicon, I might be persuaded to the other end of that. I just don't have that big of a care for it.
What, to be a defender or to be a critic?
To be like a huge critic of it. I just don't care that much about it. Yeah.
Okay. So.
So when I say I don't care, I mean I'm more neutral on it. Or like I like some there. I mean maybe there are arguments for why. Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Okay. So to be clear, my position is, likely will be for the rest of my life, that if you have a part of your brain that has some kind of paraphilic interest or weird violent interest, you don't feed that part of your brain. You starve it. And what I don't like about your perspective or Queeman's perspective, Chud never expressed this perspective. I just thought that he was being too nice to food shops and too nice to Queen's community.
Mm-hmm.
Which Child Logic, apologies for being mean to you several years ago. But the point is that like I would never fucking feed that, and I would never feed that in my community, and I wouldn't tolerate it either. And so I feel like your attitude is too permissive.
I don't think you would agree with that statement, and I would have to think a lot about why because some of it we do feed, and some of it is healthy to feed.
Like what?
Like there's a huge conversation around like little boys.
I'm worried about this. Violence?
Yeah. So like for
G.I.
instance, like the
Joes?
idea, not necessarily that, but stuff like the importance of physicality in especially like young boys, young men's education. That like doing sports and being aggressive, like in football or soccer or basketball.
But I don't view that as negative. I view that as potentially virtuous.
Sure, but it's like a like if somebody goes out and is doing like a physically exhaustive competitive thing like against other young men, we wouldn't expect that to be like, oh, that guy was tackling him on the football field. When he comes to class tomorrow, he's gonna be ready to fight somebody. You know, we wouldn't hope that would carry over. Like in some way, they're like exhausting the physicality and like draining that. Not that word.
But from
you know what I mean? They're getting it out of their system.
No,
and they
this
feel, yeah.
no. This I actually like this.
Okay.
And with the parallel though, for me, there like I believe in virtue and vice. I believe in I'm not a religious literalist, but I still value religion. I believe in virtue and sin, and so for me, like the nature of the violence that you're talking about, where it's competitive, it's sports, it's getting energy out, it's participating in what I would call positive masculinity. That is like a good thing that we should be
Sure.
incubating.
Let's not use.
But hold on, I was
yeah.
going to say, if
Sure.
there was a combat sport, because technically we're talking about all these virtues and vices.
Sure.
If you're in a combat sport, kind of like that Rampage Jackson's kid, and he thought that being badass was knocking some dude out who he was wrestling and then beating the fuck out of him while he was down, I would view that as vice, even though it's technically competitive combat. You know,
Yeah, for
physical,
sure. That would be bad.
exerting,
Yeah.
like all that kind of stuff. So how we do?
But we
these
wouldn't
things-
expect most people to do that. Like
no,
if they're
we wouldn't.
participating in combat sports, we wouldn't expect them to beat the shit out of them like on the mat, right?
But I would view sex as the same thing, where there's, in my opinion, a virtuous way to conduct yourself within the sexual realm, and there's a vice-filled way to conduct yourself in the sexual realm.
Sure. So then, but then I guess in a way, I guess we've kind of looped back around to is somebody who beats it to lolly shit. Are they just boxing in the ring? And they're not going to beat the person up on the ground, which the equivalent would be, I guess, messing with a kid. Or do we expect them to make the transition over to that? I don't know.
Well, and so actually, even following your analogy, there's this really funny clip of it was like a sportscaster guy who was trying to show how badass he was, and he was like punching the pads, but the guy kept like bringing the pads down by his knees, so it looked like he was punching a toddler. So if we were analogizing this back to Lolicon, if we saw somebody sparring in order to punch children in the face, wouldn't we be like, that's fucked up. You should stop preparing to fight children by punching them in the face. And if the person was like, no, it's fun. Let me go ahead and spar so I can pretend to punch children in the face, we'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you getting ready to fight toddlers? What's your fucking problem?
I feel like this is a thing that needs to exist more, actually.
Punching toddlers?
Well, because I feel like a lot of parents, I'm going to be honest, when I see...
From an analogy standpoint,
I'm going...
preparing to punch toddlers
I'm going
in
on
the
a bit of a
face?
tangent here, but I honestly feel like when I see a lot of parents punishing their children...
Yeah.
I feel like the parents are not punishing
They're
them.
ill-equipped.
No, they're just like taking out their frustration on their kids. I feel like a lot of parents, I see them scream at their kids or hit their kids. It's not like a teaching moment. They're just like mad as fuck. And I wonder, maybe if they had child-sized punching bags. Before you discipline your kid, go to the other room and just beat the shit out of your child's punching bag.
But now this is no longer an analogy. This is like the literal side of violence. Yeah, no, I think that actually no longer an analogy talking about the violence thing. Yes, I think that parents and adults in general need violent outlets so they can get their violence out in a healthy way. But if they were like, oh yeah, the way that I'm going to get my violent outlet out is I'm going to play like a mass shooting simulator, then I'd be like, oh, you're a fucking freak. Like imagine, as a matter of fact, Call of Duty, right? There was the no Russian level where you go into the airport and you just like mow down a bunch of civilians. And like the whole point of it from the artistic point of view was like, oh, isn't this so fucked up? This is a terrorist attack. This is a mass shooting. Isn't massacring civilians so fucked up? If I had a friend who was like, no, this is actually awesome, and I'm going to play this level over and over and over again, then of course I'm going to call them out.
If you had like a shooting training exercise where you were just supposed to be killing a ton of aliens, but you just shot like the civilians, like a little girl holding quantum textbooks, you know.
Well, I'm a Warhammer 40k player, so this is actually this is getting uncomfortable now.
Wait, why do you do that?
No, but the lore for the Imperium is that there is a genocidal faction, and they will wipe out men, women, and children of rival species.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Okay, so summarizing, I don't care about the thing in and of itself. I think if the thing manifests as more things, or if other stuff comes from it, I think that would be deeply concerning, and I'd probably heavily, at least socially, discourage it, if not more. Yeah, but that's basically where I'm at. Yeah.
Okay, then summarizing my perspective, I'm worried that you, and by the way, like Queeman acts like, oh, Connor's hanging out with Steven. He's still talking to Steven, you know, but he holds this contradictory view in reference to this topic. Queeman espouses the same view. I've heard him say it like plenty of times. It's just drawings, ninja, and he'll use the N-word, obviously.
Jesus,
sometimes.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's awesome. But anyways, the point.
Okay, yeah.
The point is that like, number one, on an individual level, I don't think you should entertain that. Number two, I don't think you should entertain it with your friends. Number three, if you bump into friends who are entertaining that part of their brain, you should push them away for it. Number four, I think that if it hits a certain level of disgusting, it should be prohibited eventually. And I think that for me, I could articulate lines of prohibition that I would follow through with if I was allowed to.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, so that's that conversation, and I feel like we dealt with that head on, even if it's uncomfortable. So putting that to the side of, in my opinion, you're too permissive, but I have a different opinion on it. The next thing is using food shops as a weapon to fight J-Stock in Queeman. So I think that this is a silly use of your time, energy, and talent that the conflict doesn't necessarily call for. And that yeah, I would never use like a flawed tool to attack my enemies.
So I guess my issue is over the past year and a half, there's been obviously, I mean, you've seen it because you're a part of it, or you get impacted by it. Is there's like a highly coordinated network of degenerate, creepy losers / pedophiles / insurance company owners, like Doobie, Queeman, Justical, and all these other people who are.
I didn't say that, Doobie. He said that. He said that.
Who are like constantly like working. I used to call it in reference to a woman whose name will never be besmirched here again, Kelly Jean. I used to use this phrase, reputation workshopping, where they would go into Discords and they would constantly just like do that, like work on people's reputations and make sure everybody like feels the same way about things.
To damage or to reinforce?
Both. It can be to reward what they see as loyal or good behavior, or it can be to damage or attack what they see as people, outgroup people, basically.
Why should we care about their opinions at all?
So in the past, you wouldn't care about their opinions because you just don't give them
decent drama content. But I'm saying, like, yeah, you're answering the question. But
yeah, you wouldn't. You just ignore them until they kind of extinguish themselves,
or get bored and move on to a new target.
Yeah. I think but the reason why they get bored is because typically people like that. So like for Kiwi Farms, for instance, like so my main obsessive guy is Blav, right? He's the guy, my alter ego who loves me.
Blav with a B.
Yeah, and if I ever reference him in any way, he's always somehow it's like a victory, or he thinks it's like, oh my god, I live in this guy's head. But so this is like a person who, if I reference them, that's the only thing that they have to live for, and they get that, right? But the issue now, I don't know why this happens. Maybe it does in right-leaning spaces. I don't think. But for some reason on the left, maybe it's not even the left. It's just for some reason, the network of leftist, socialist content creators started to funnel a lot of this weird, snarky stuff, and it's propagated up to the highest levels of content, such that guy, Blav, who only used to get attention from, if I would give him attention, it's the only attention he's getting, like 2 years ago, now Hassan is reading his posts about me on his stream.
Isn't that because he's using, but Hassan is using Blav as a weapon against you?
Correct.
Okay.
So that means that now it's not just up to the person to ignore the anti-fan to extinguish anything. Now everybody on that anti-fan side will go to these places to get ammunition and then use it against you. Now even at that level, I don't give a fuck because it is what it is. But the problem, the thing that August tuned me into this a while ago, the thing that I have to consider is that my fans, they see those attacks everywhere, and if I don't respond or say anything or give any kind of like messaging or anything, then it's basically just like, oh, well, is that true? Is like, because Jesse hasn't addressed this, or what's going on here? So, but I don't want to address it head on because I don't want my stream. Like I said, I haven't had an interest in this content for years. I don't want my whole stream to be like, well, here's what Jessica and all these people said about me today, so we're gonna talk about blah 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 blah, right? So then if I like talk to somebody like food shops, or if I pop in every now and then, or if I just like chat with this person, then this is a person who can like talk, and then other people like kind of orbit them and like chat, and at least like in the discords and everything, when you've got the fucking weirdo creep fucks like Doobie and all these other guys running around and trying to like talk shit and say weird shit, now there are at least people who understand, oh well, this is what's true, this is what we can argue about or fight with. Yeah,
the right wing, I just want to clarify something that I think that I've observed though, is with the right wing, there are their version of snarkers in my opinion.
Yeah, but everybody hates like Milo. Everybody hates Milo.
Or Kino Casino, as an example.
I wouldn't even consider them right wing, are they? These are just like crazy people. I don't think they're like political.
I feel like they hang out with right wingers, right? Didn't Worski used to hang out with?
Yeah, but even
Ralph and all
I don't know
them?
if I would consider those guys right. Even worse, I don't know if I consider them right wing.
What
or
about Ethan
Tonga
Ralph? You wouldn't experience?
I don't think so. They're not like
political.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So, if I understood them to be right wing, I think it's just because I've heard them use the N word, the F slur, et cetera, et cetera. But what I would say is that like those snarker.
What a great point, Connor.
communities, or
They're
those
right
kind of
wing. I
communities,
understand
those
them to be
large
right
communities or
wing
whatever,
because they use the
seem
N
to be
word.
like they seem to just like make content.
What a
and then,
great
like,
point.
Move on. You know what I'm saying? Where
Which is
cover
true.
the drama of the day and
It's
then
it's
move
like
on.
part of just being the right
Whereas,
wing.
I don't think that I've
You're
seen
just,
them
you just
wrapped
casually
up
do
with a single
racisms
character that they wanted to mean to
in like
Yeah, but there's
2025.
two things going on there. One, if you're getting referenced by those types of people, you just wouldn't respond to them. So they wouldn't respond to you, and then it would just move on. But two, those guys aren't getting amplified by anybody. Like imagine if the Kino Casino did a show, and then Charlie Kirk was like quote tweeting it.
Yes.
Those guys would hit that topic way more because now they know that they're getting a huge stream of rewards for it. So now like.
I don't think there's an amplification on the right now.
No, I don't think they're. Well, they just don't do that kind of content for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Well, this is also only ever done to like enforce. This isn't like even though it's like a certain political group-ish that's doing it. It's all like social behavior. It's not really political. Like just to go a 180 on every political position if it means opposing me. Like he was defending Taylor Lorenz yesterday, and he's defending Taylor Lorenz today. That's crazy. But it's just because it's to like attack me, you know. So I don't know if I would even strictly call it political. It just happened to manifest in all these like left-leaning political spaces.
Well, okay, so just to we already articulated the lolly perspective differences between our perspectives. Then we also articulated like I would never use food shops. The part of the reason why though, what I'm afraid of, and this is what I articulated to Chud, is that I feel like by normalizing her, by rating her, by granting her some level of success within the
Let's just
space,
say like me chatting with food shops because using it's not like I've got this.
Sure, but you showed up on chat, you rated her, and by the way, this is the only compliment that I will give food shops, is she stayed, she got rated or whatever, and I think she was at like 700 or 800. She maintained her number because she was talking shit about J-Stock, she was talking shit about Queeman, and then as a result, the drama content was good enough that she didn't drop like a rock.
Sure.
She kept those people. But my problem or my fear is that, she did it as a joke, and I understand it's a joke. But the tweet was like, oh, now that I have some level of viewership, I'm going to start trying to normalize my ideas in reference to, Lolicon or whatever. And so for me, I think that there's probably a few lost souls in there.
There might be.
Who
but
are going to hear your permissive attitude, and they're going to hear her apologia, and they're going to hear Queeman's apologia, and then they're just going to be like, yeah.
I don't care anywhere near enough about the lolly issue to give a fuck about that. I think if I had a stronger position on it, like if I found out that they were like fucking kids or whatever, then I would be like, okay, this is probably not a person I want to be associated with. But I just don't care enough about that issue. Yeah, and it's not like there's any other. If there are other people, I guess that I could chat with, then maybe. But that's a rough world. You know it. You've experienced it. Wick has experienced it.
Like lost souls. So why would we allow people to fall into that trap?
No, I mean that like it's a rough world in terms of like the weird Discord people. Like those communities are just like very, very, very active.
And they're cannibalistic.
Yeah. I love him to death, but Pisco will be 100% bought into those communities in 6 months. Like, guaranteed he will be.
What, into the hate communities?
Absolutely, 100%. Because Aaron is fully 1 trillion% bought in, and all those people are constantly in Pisco's chat and in his discords and everything else.
Okay, I have higher faith for Pisco because I'm hoping that his rooting in the legal world and his rooting, and by the way, in his content, at least as far as I've seen with the titling that he's done over the past week, he's almost ignored the Ethan Klein versus you drama. He's almost exclusively been talking about like mainstream news events.
Okay, I hope I'm wrong. We'll see.
Well, I hope I'm right, but yeah,
I hope you're right too.
Well, but then
it's a lot of pressure. There's a lot.
It is a lot of
stuff.
pressure. It's when you have half a dozen to a dozen people coming in and being like, disavow, you're a fucking piece of shit. He's fucking hanging out with this person. He's hanging out with that person. Yeah, it's a fucking lot of pressure. But I could see why a tactic that some people will use is they're just going to focus on dry politics because they're going to starve the drama frogs in their community. Although, weirdly enough, sorry to bring you up, Hutch, but Hutch, I see Hutch constantly getting attacked, and I don't think he's really done much of the drama at all. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like...
As somebody who follows a lot of the screenshots in the communities, and I think even Justical talked about it on a stream, Hutch made some comment, it was when I was in DC, I listened, where he said something like, oh, like, Destiny can be rehabilitated in 5 years or something. I heard that, I got really annoyed when I heard it. I was like, 5, what the, do you even know? Like, it's just, that felt so dumb. And then I think I said something on stream, maybe I said it to you down here, but I think I said something on stream, I was like, that was just a fucking retarded comment, I don't know, whatever. But then afterwards, I think Hutch on his stream said something like, oh, like, I wasn't thinking too much when I said that or whatever. When he made that comment, Justical Queeman and then, I don't think Spicy Chat did, but Kiwi Farms tuned into Hutch, and then a lot of them shifted on that because they like, we need a full disavowal from Hutch. Although that's receded a bit because now they're focused on you and lately Wick, in order to try to like tell you guys you're never allowed to talk to me. And now Hutch is just fighting like the kind of mainstream lefty political.
I was about to say we that's actually probably a fairly easy transition is the Taylor Lawrence story, but I don't think we're there yet.
Sure.
I hear what you're saying.
Hutch gets a lot of like not mainstream, he gets a lot of actual political fighting. It's not just the like this weird alt community that's like kind of hanging off me. Yeah.
Well, okay.
They focus on for a little bit, but not too much. Yeah.
So if I could though, if I could snap my fucking fingers and I could resolve the Pixie situation, resolve the J-Stock Sherry situation, resolve the all these situations. If I could resolve all this stuff, I would, and then I would be trying to focus on, like, I hate to say it, people are going to make fun of me for it, but that's okay. I'd be trying to focus on, like, what PV was trying to do, which was effectively taking the energy of Twitch and YouTube politics, carving off 2 to 5% of it for canvassing operations, phone calls, and volunteer organizations. I wanted to do disaster relief, but that's not, nobody's really interested in that yet.
Sure.
But the whole point of it is, like, at the end of the day, Twitch and YouTube politics is a bunch of fucking nerds who, there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in Twitch and YouTube politics. Yeah. There's hundreds of thousands of people. The canvassing operations were the one thing that seemed to actually be, like, positive and real as a result of this, besides charities, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
So that should be the job.
Yeah,
that
I agree. I agree 1 trillion %. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was kind of angled at the end of last year, right? With the studio in New York and interviewing, like, people and...
Trying to do like real shit?
Yeah, that was the angle. Yeah.
Okay, but then that's the problem though, is we keep getting wrapped in the sex shit, which is funny. I'm not gonna like. I obviously watch the drama content, but if we keep,
never mind.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you said it was funny. Go ahead.
Okay.
I was gonna make an edgy joke. You're good.
But the point is though, there are organizations. So for instance, I don't know if they're gonna want me to bring up their name, but effectively like,
don't do that.
Don't do that.
Probably not.
Probably not. I think they told me to.
Okay.
All right.
What? I don't know what you're going to say.
I know what I'm going to say, which is, it's a...
The Man-Boy Association?
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, what I was going to say is that there's like, okay, number one, I don't know if PV's doing anything for midterms. Number two, the National Ground Game. And so National Ground Game is, I met Z. Cohen Sanchez in D.C., and she's trying to get Democrat donors to back her project. And what she wants to do is she wants to replicate Turning Points USA, but for the Democrats. And so that's what she's trying to do.
Sure.
And so for me, taking Twitch and YouTube politics energy, starting mirror chapters to the Republicans with Democrats, creating cool debate events, and then having Twitch and YouTube political content show up for debate events and canvassing operations, that's the fucking next step.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I think it's a cool project. That's the reason I did stuff with them before, yeah.
Okay. Well,
it's like related to the Unfuck America stuff, kind of, right?
Okay, so how is it even possible though to like divorce Twitch and YouTube politics away from this fucking bullshit and move into the real stuff, or is it just so like?
I would say there's one way to do it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess it's easy and convenient for me to say, but like people just have to ignore it. But people are not capable of doing that right now because there's so much pressure from these people, and people feel like they have to have a position on it, or they have to respond to it, or they have to do something. Like I give a lot of props to you, and I give a lot of props to Wick for resisting a lot of it. But it's really hard when you've got like Z's been doxxed on Kiwi Farms. People are spreading all of her shit around. I've seen 3 of my fans get doxxed in the last 2 weeks. People who just like tweet and people like found their names and then are like posting their jobs and shit. One of the guys emailed me and said he called the cops. So I like that's. I mean, like.
Well, I mean, I called the cops within the past week, and it wasn't even that I got like specific threats or whatever. But I called my local law enforcement, and I just said, "Hey, everybody's like, we're effectively in a doxing war right now."
Yeah, but there's a reason why these people don't harass me anymore, and it's because I don't care and I don't give them attention. But if they find that they have some success in other outlets, as soon as they see any success there, that's what they lean into. But like, notice right now, you'll never.
I just got a comment on my Twitch that says, "Why are you watching Pedophile Destiny?"
Yeah,
that was.
Why are you watching
I'm actually watching Counterpoints, my favorite conservative influencer, on this random guy named Destiny's YouTube channel. Are you not familiar with Counterpoints, Helldiver? Jesus.
But like, those are things that you hold
Counterpoints?
yourself to account to, and then other people who you
don't look that I typed Destiny in the search bar.
Like, hold you to account to these, but you don't let enemies try to like weaponize these against you, which is what happens, and it works so well because so many people get so caught up in it. Yeah.
My question though, because obviously I'm feeling pressure from a variety of sources, and by the way, I don't give a fuck. Like at the so yeah, to some degree, I obviously care. Like I talk to these people in DMs or in replies, and it's not nice when people call you bad names on the internet. However, ultimately, I still have a life outside of this shit.
Sure, not to trivialize though. It's not just that. It's like spam calls to people's jobs and
a lot of other people have experienced worse shit than me.
Yeah.
But the point is though, how do you know that because when you're so for instance like Benny Johnson or whatever, or you've talked to him, the Hodge twins. So the Hodge twins talked to Andrew Tate, in my opinion, and Benny Johnson talked to Andrew Tate. Number one, because they knew that they would get the clout, influence, money, etc. But also because they knew that they would fucking trigger the libs. And so principles didn't matter ultimately because they were going to stick by their team. Not because it was good to stick by their team, but because they knew that they would get some kind of like pragmatic result out of it. So I guess my question is, how do you balance calling out moral failures of people and also allowing like descriptive reality to exist, along with not allowing political projects to die because you're getting sucked into the
I think it's
drama
a trivially
bullshit.
easy thing to do. I don't even think it's a
like what trivially easy. How?
Trivially easy. You tell somebody like, oh, I think hey, if
I do what?
You just tell somebody. If you think somebody fucked up, you say, hey, I think you fucked up. Like, change his behavior. Don't do it again. Like, I think it's the easiest thing in the world to do.
Okay, but what if we disagree on something? So, for instance, like
we can have disagreements. If there is a disagreement where like the moral disagreement is so huge, that you like I don't think I can be a part of this, then you separate. But like I mean, every movement is going to have people who have like fundamental moral disagreements. That happens, but there are going to be some things that you draw the line around where it's like this is too much. Like I can't like this person might be pro-choice and this person might be pro-life. Generally speaking, depending on these people can probably work together. But if a guy was like pro-murder, or this guy was like pro, like there are some things where it's like this is like a bridge too far. I can't on that. Yeah.
But I'll tell you, just face to face, that line for me is almost hit by food shops, and the reason why is because like, so I get it. Like pragmatic reasons, you're using. I keep saying this. You're not saying this. I'm saying this. You're using her as a weapon against Jay Stock and Queeman because let's face it, she can A-log them pretty well. So you're using her as a weapon against these drama farmers. But then for me, I'm worried that actually, unironically, that tweet that she put out as a joke, which I understand to be a joke, is that she'll get 500 viewers, 1,000 viewers, whatever. And then she'll normalize that viewership within her community. And there'll be half a dozen to a few dozen souls who will just fall into what I view as like a spiritual trap, which is being a fucking lolicon gooner. I think that's unironically a spiritual trap.
Is there literal how much lolicon gooning occurs?
I have no idea, brother. That, not my field.
Not my field of expertise, Jesus.
Not my field.
Golly. The questions about Destiny. I'm watching Counterpoints. I don't know why you're bringing up Destiny.
Who's Destiny?
Who the fuck is Destiny? Keep getting questions in the chat. Why am I watching Pestiny? I'm not familiar of any such man. President Trump is regularly around random people that my Lord and Savior Donald Trump's around people that I don't know who they are, but I don't judge him even if they are like a Nazi. Stop streaming that pedo. Yeah,
So
he's chatting with Connor Points.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stop it.
That's like a
nope.
I don't know. Argue against today. I just don't have.
There
that
is no
sense of a
Destiny is.
position.
I'm not gonna like sit here and like defend Destiny, but like objectively, you're just incorrect if you're saying that he's a pedo, and then he has a long history of it. Okay, moving on.
It that I cared as much about it, but I mean, if I did, then maybe I would feel stronger about it. I think if it was a larger part of her content, I'm gonna be honest. I've never actually. Actually, I think I did hear her argue about this. I think like a year ago. That's why I removed it from Discord because I just didn't want to whatever.
2 years ago.
Yeah, but it's like if it was like every day, it was like here's the 30-minute lolly praise preaching segment. I'd be like, okay, well this is kind of weird. I think this is too much. Then I'd probably like, I think I'm good on that one. But I don't know. Maybe this was a big part of the content. I've just never seen it before. But
well, I haven't seen it recently, to be honest.
Yeah, I've seen all of the screenshots from
is the fact that 2 years ago,
Willie Mac. I don't know why this would be changed. What point you're proving here?
And then they're like, why aren't you yelling at Steven?
Yeah, I already looked. I already know the screenshots.
This is that conversation.
But
Jesus. I've already seen all the screenshots of the pedophile, quote unquote pedophile stuff. I'm not gonna debate screenshots. Ugh, why would you ever send me a tweet from Gisticle? Ew. Groomed a 15-year-old? Jesus, the Ethan video has just penetrated the minds of people.
I didn't know he did that. That's crazy.
Wait, I do. Oh shit. There's also the time where he was talking about that there was a bunch of like hot underage girls when he was traveling abroad at like pro gamer events too. Holy shit. When was this? 2012? 2013? Ah, I gotta disavow him. You know what? You're right. I'll never watch this sex pest on my stream ever again. What the fuck do you want me to say? Like, I'm aware of all this. He's been done for things frequently. What does he's been done for things frequently mean? Sorry, I'm just getting... Hey man, I'm just getting a chatter in the chat.
A chatter in the chat?
Yeah, chatter in the chat. Don't forget the time Destiny raped a kid in Thailand? That is wild. That is a wild accusation. Got like evidence of this? Holy shit. Raped a kid in Thailand. Has Destiny even been to Thailand? Oh, we need a probe. We need an investigation right fucking now, Zan.
Into Destiny.
No, I unironically.
Into his activities in Thailand.
He bragged about it years ago that he raped a kid in Thailand. Can you show me this, Helldiver? Like somewhere? That'd be great to see. I'd love the clip. No, not the clip. I want the video where this is being talked about. Link me that. Give me like the rough timestamp and I'll scrub through it and I'll watch it. Destiny has a long history of these things. Is it hard to believe? You haven't demonstrated a long history of anything. He gets exposed for EU shitty things each year. Like what? Should I pull this guy in a call and be Destiny's biggest defender, biggest supporter?
I'll listen to stream.
Sexting minors, grooming minors, okay, I'll do it. It's worth it. All right, maybe let me get the title ready to be clicked on. Debating. Star. Can that get you banned? Putting P *** FILE in the title?
Probably.
Is that okay? You're not joining a call? Twitch can censor you. You're not joining a call at 10:30. You normally... What? Is it 10:30 in the morning for you, or what? Like 10:30 at night? Where are you in You're in Australia, right? How far ahead are you guys, or behind? 10:30 a.m. Well, you're making like... You're saying some pretty crazy things. Like It's Monday the 1st. Yeah, saying that... well, it's actually August 31st. Just saying. Fucking Eastern part of the world people. Well, it wouldn't be Eastern part of the world. Eastern part of the map people. The world map. Can't believe I just said that. Kill me. He'll just go ask Grok for all his allegations. I don't use Grok for... I wouldn't use Grok for asking about the allegations about being a pedo. What?
Grok, can you tell me?
Grok. Hey, Grok is Stephen Bonnell II, famous content creator and influencer, political streamer, debater, masturbator. Is he a pedo? Is he a pedo? I gotta know. No, I wouldn't use Grok for that. If you're alleging that he's a pedophile and that he's fucked kids, there's probably some like... Is there like a court of law that proved this? And if there isn't a court of law, is there actual evidence of this anywhere other than just speculative shit? Grok will know. Okay, I'll ask Grok what what Grok thinks about this. Hey, Grok is Stephen Bonnell II, political streamer, commentator, a pedophile. Let's see. As of now, there's no verified evidence that Destiny is and he has not been charged or convicted of anything related to that. There's been controversies and accusations thrown around in online drama circles, often involving his debates, edgy comments, and relationships, but none of those have resulted in legal findings or credible proof of criminal behavior. Alright. Looked it up. I don't give a shit about allegations. Why would I ask for the allegations? I know what the allegations are. I'm pretty well aware, but what does that have anything to do with any like credible like proof? Is someone just a murderer if people accuse them in your mind? Like is that how you judge and determine whether or not people are guilty of shit? Is just accusations? Follow the rabbit hole, Neo. I've unfortunately been up, down, inside, all around the rabbit hole, and it's pretty unsubstantiated, especially in the real world. Watch how far it goes. Okay. Alright, back to City Skylines. And chatting with counterpoints.
I'm not pro-lolly, and I don't pro-lolly in my community.
I know.
Take the red pill, actually kill me.
it's like the raid, then the watching the drama content, and then building a platform, and then maybe some people fall into her perspective. So it's like a 3 consequence series.
Yeah, nobody, their side is never following that. I would never kneecap my side by having to have them weaponize all of those principles. And Child Logic was fucking jorking it to some 15-year-old he was sexting a long time ago anyway.
Hey,
so who the fuck cares?
I have to defend his honor. She was 17 and she lied about her age.
Oh, that mattered for Chud, didn't it? Wasn't there one other big streamer that came out and defended him on that?
Yes.
Oh, who was that?
Truth
Crazy,
be told,
huh?
Yeah. Well, okay, it was Xander Hall.
What? No, it was me.
Stop watching the interview on that pedo midgets channel, the one who's cucked.
I know, but Xander Hall
Ew.
defended Chud during that drama as well.
Ew.
So no.
To be clear, I didn't defend Chud because I thought he was innocent. I just hate 17-year-olds.
Right. Okay. Anyways, so the point is, you're saying that
there is vitriol for
on your side when it
for cuckstony, isn't there? Jesus. Just remember, Destiny has a black leather chair. I do too. In the corner of my bedroom. Is there something wrong? Is that a bad thing? And it's for C, so she can watch Zan and I.
What am I doing?
Oh, there's a leather chair in my bedroom for C.
Oh yes.
He's the. Oh no. Not my. No, the only women watch from the cuck chair in my room. Me engaging with other men. Play this much better game. Workers' Resources, Soviet Republic. Why do you keep sending me communist games?
I've actually seen that game. Kind of looks decent.
Really?
It's a fucking builder game, I think. But it's mainly like transportation, I think.
Oh, it's more like just the logistical side?
Production and shit, yeah.
Well, I have Factorio then. I'll just play that.
Exactly.
Factorio's the like superior automation game. Okay, explain what it is. Also, if you're wondering, I didn't buy Skylines. I had it available to me for free. Is that game free that you just sent me?
City.
It's $20. I don't want to spend $20. Are you streaming?
Yep.
Pop out. Alright, let's take a gander. Okay.
So, we got industry over here.
Manufacturing and all that good stuff, okay.
Yep. Mainly like one way, so it's all efficient. And then we got main road with few inner points every 5. Then residential, office, education and stuff.
Nice.
Expand. And then I got there's a $10 thing where you get all the DLC every month. It's $10 a month. I just bought it for 1 month. And there's so much shit.
Hell yeah. Looks awesome.
Yeah, you can like build zoos and shit.
Oh, that's fun.
Yes.
Nice. Looks good. Anyway, sorry, back to my Twitch stream. You are a communist liberal. That's like a...
He got your ass.
That to me is like a bit of a contradiction, right? I mean, I guess technically you could be a communist liberal. I mean, technically. I am not communist pilled. Just because I believe in some social goods that the government should do because the private sector has failed us on those sectors, or in those individual like industries or sectors or whatever, does not mean I like communism. I see you sub to Vosh. Yeah, I am sub to Vosh. He has some good takes. I think that I'm still unironically subbed to Ben Shapiro from like 2016. I never unsubbed from people. I probably am still subbed to Steven Crowder. You know what? I'm gonna prove a point. I'm not even. Wait. YouTube. Boom. What are you doing? What is wrong with my Discord? Exit full screen. What the fuck? Oh, it's because I had a cringe. It's because I had a pop-out tab when you started streaming. Okay, YouTube.com. I'm willing to bet that I'm on my original account still subbed to like all the conservative people. Let's see. Ben Shapiro. Okay, I'm not still subbed to Ben. Let's see. Steven Crowder maybe? Maybe this is the wrong. Okay, never mind. I'm on the wrong.
You ever think about someone the whole world treated like
Shut up. Shit. Let me go to. Is it 777? Is this where I watched Steven Crowder back in the day? No. Where did I? It might have been on one of my emails that I lost. Fuck. Probably. I dislike you. You make shitty AI Reddit videos. I stopped making shitty AI Reddit videos. They don't work. And before that, I was making like actual high effort videos, and then he just put in the chat, "You're the fucking one, you cunt." Ducking Reddit video. Yeah, man. I made them for a little bit. They don't work. They didn't produce. But when I made high effort gaming videos, those didn't get views either. Not like exponential growth in views. I was like cucked. I was stuck at like X amount of views. This can't be my oldest YouTube channel because these aren't even like. I mean, maybe it is. Fuck, I don't know. I'm subscribed to iShowSpeed. How did that ever happen? Ducking Reddit videos. Consistency is key. Yeah, I consistently uploaded like for a month straight, like 2 to 3 videos, and got no progress, no results from it. Gaish is a pedo who watches drawn CP. Oh, you have all of the superior. You have all the good takes, Helldiver. Start making VR chat gooning videos. Ew. Why'd I do that? What am I, cringe? Alright, back to Cuxtony.
It's when it crosses a moral perspective that you can't deal with anymore, that's when you can separate. Then you said that the real point of Twitch, or what should be the real point of Twitch and YouTube politics, should be carving off 2 to 5% of the energy, money, time, and attention and putting it into canvassing events, volunteering, electoral.
Or you could do more than that. Ideally, I would have liked to.
This interview is nothing like
all
watching.
Of my online stuff into kind of like political power-oriented stuff.
It's nothing like that.
The brakes pumped on it when Little Miss Retard and her friend decided to go ape shit in federal court. So.
Well, okay, but let's say it's a year from now or 2 years from now.
100 neo-Nazis versus 1 Holocaust survivor. Jesus.
Expanded. Are you going to revive that dream?
Chill.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm in the tendril planting phase where I'm reaching out more and building connections again. I just have to see where the vibes are in a couple months.
What even is there to watch? What would you prefer me watch, Helldiver? You tell me. 100. I don't know if I can read that one out loud. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I don't know why you. Ugh. Delete that. It's bad. You said that at the wrong time. You fuck. Yeah, I asked him what to watch, and then he had typed in the chat 100 rapists versus 1 child. But like that was like probably a pre-loaded chat. Jesus. Hey man, active chatters are active chatters. This is my number one. You're my number one simp, Helldiver. I just want you to know that. Watch Juice. What is Juice Media? Oh wait, it is 7:40. I gotta go upstairs. I'll go to bed. I'll get off at 8.
What you gotta do?
Watch a movie with KC.
Hell yeah.
Honest government ad. How to vote.
G'day, Giordano here from the Juice Media, here with our wrap-up for Season 3 of the Honest Government Ads, some thoughts about what's in store in Season 4, and most importantly, bloopers and behind the scenes from the past year of Honest.
Guess what, buddy?
What's up?
Popeye's wings are now spicy.
All day tomorrow off.
Nice. I'll be playing a bunch of City Skylines.
Yeah, absolutely same, baby.
Hell yeah.
I'm obsessed, bro.
Okay, Chronosaurus, flatten the curve. Sorry, I'm watching this real fast.
Italians are freaking out.
It's like a
Chinese
3-minute
are
ad.
hiding out, and Aussies seem to think the virus attacks your butthole. Medical experts have coined a scientific term to describe the situation we're now facing, a shit show. It's important to note that the
So is this
shit
just
show
like a
isn't
satirical commentary on like the stuff that's going on in today?
G'day, I'm from definitely not the real Australian Electoral Commission. Are you one of the millions of Australians who still don't get how our voting system works? Of course you are.
Is this just like Australian, like an Australian news thing? Kind of like The Onion almost? It's news, no. Okay. In a more digestible way, because like the Australian population is like dumb as fuck, and they need like attractive women dumbing stupidly talking about it, like kind of dumbing it down. Okay, with less bias. Okay, that's fair. How to vote. Well, this is
G'day,
4 months
I'm
ago.
from
This is the most recent
definitely
one.
Not the real Australian Electoral Commission. Are you one of the millions of Australians who still don't get how our voting system works? Of course you are. So let's go through this one more bloody time before Election Day. Australia uses a preferential voting system, and it's fucking awesome. These poor bastards wish they had it, so the least you can do is know how to use it. Just number the candidates in your order of preference. Your 1 is your favourite, your 2 is your second fave, your 3 is your, well, I guess they're better than syphilis, and so on down to your last choice. Why are there 2 ballot papers? Because we love paperwork. No, you pelican. It's because we have 2 Houses of Parliament. The green one's for the House of Reps, where government is formed. You must number every box. And this huge one's for the Senate. Here you can vote either above the line for parties or below the line for candidates. The more boxes you number, the more effective your vote will be. What's that? Can I waste my vote? No, because if your first choice doesn't win, your second choice is counted, and so on. Which is why in Australia, it's impossible to waste your vote, unless you draw a dick on your ballot. Am I helping the shit party to win if I vote 1 for a minor party or independent? No, this isn't Canada or America with their primitive first-past-the-post garbage. Because look, if your first choice doesn't get enough votes to win, your vote transfers at full value to your second choice.
Oh, that is actually so cool.
Your third, and so on. It doesn't weaken. It doesn't get
Australians'
diluted, it
preferential
just
voting is lit, dude.
So you can vote for whoever you
It's
like.
so good. So, yeah, so like if you're first, so obviously you know you vote for X amount of people in the House of Representatives or whatever. Well, if you have like an order that you have like preferential. So how it works basically is like, let's say you have 5 different candidates for, I think like 2 positions or whatever. You'd put them in order from like 1 to 5, however much you prefer to have them, and if your first preference doesn't get picked, right? Like your first preference just doesn't get voted, your second preference, your vote transfers to your second preference, and so on and so forth, which is super cool. Like, if it's like let's say like your fourth preference, it ends up being between your fourth and your fifth preference is the 2 that get the most votes. Well, the person that you put above the 5th would get your vote, which is just cool. That's a neat way of doing it. It's neat. I don't know, like, I'd have to look more into it, but like in theory, it sounds better than what the fuck we have right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very efficient, but it's also very flawed because of rigging and lobbying, of course, yeah. I mean, everything is subject to rigging and lobbying, I guess. Like that kind of underpins all of it. Holy shysta. Alright, appreciate it. I'll definitely keep Juice News. I'll even give them a sub. They seem cool. Anyways, I'm gonna end my stream. I gotta talk to Papa Zan Alone Skis.
Meow.
See y'all later. Goodbye.
Peace out.